Tonight we embark on the legendary journey of Julius Caesar, a man whose name has resonated through the ages as one of the most formidable military leaders and political masterminds in history. His story is one of ambition, conquest, and an unyielding drive toward destiny. From his humble beginnings in a Rome torn by political chaos to his rise as a formidable general and statesman, Caesar's journey is nothing short of legendary. So before we begin, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. Julius Caesar was born in 100 BC into the patrician Julia family, an ancient but not particularly wealthy lineage in Rome. His family claimed descent from Venus through Aeneas, reinforcing their aristocratic status, but by the time of Caesar's birth, their political influence had waned. His father Gaius Julius Caesar served as a minor official, and his mother Aurelia was known for her intelligence and strong will. It was Aurelia who would have the most profound influence on young Caesar, instilling in him the discipline and ambition that would define his life. Rome at the time was in turmoil. The Republic was racked by social and political conflicts between the populares, who sought to represent the common people, and the optimates, who upheld the power of the Senate and the aristocracy. The violent struggles between these factions shaped Caesar's early worldview. The legacy of Gaius Marius, his uncle by marriage and a leader of the populares, loomed large over his youth. When Marius and his ally Cinna seized control of Rome, it seemed as though Caesar's future was secure. However, power shifted rapidly. In 82 BC, the ruthless general Sulla emerged victorious in a brutal civil war and declared himself dictator, launching purges against Marius's supporters. Thousands of people were executed, their properties confiscated, and their families ruined. As a young teenager, Caesar suddenly found himself in grave danger. Sulla ordered the execution of many populares, and as the nephew of Marius, Caesar became a target. Sulla specifically demanded that Caesar divorce his wife Cornelia, the daughter of Cinna. Defying a dictator was a death sentence, but Caesar refused. His courage impressed some of Sulla's allies, who petitioned for his pardon. Sulla reluctantly spared him, but is said to have remarked that in Caesar he saw many Mariuses, predicting the young man's potential for greatness and chaos. This chilling prophecy would prove to be true in the years to come. Knowing that he was still at risk, Caesar left Rome and joined the military in Asia Minor. His first campaigns took place under the command of the Roman governor of Bithynia. Caesar quickly distinguished himself through acts of daring, including a mission to win the allegiance of a local king. His military talents and ability to command loyalty were evident even in his early years. It was during this time that he received the civic crown, one of Rome's highest military honors, for saving the life of a fellow soldier in battle. This award granted him significant prestige upon his return to Rome. It also showed his willingness to put himself in danger, a trait that would define his military career. However, his journey back was interrupted by one of the most famous episodes of his youth, his capture by Cilician pirates. The pirates underestimated their prisoner. While awaiting ransom, Caesar treated them not as captors but as inferiors, jokingly warning them that he would return and have them crucified. He demanded they increase his ransom, asserting his own value. Once freed, he wasted no time in raising a small force, hunting down the pirates, and carrying out his promise. He personally oversaw their executions, ensuring that they suffered the fate he had warned them of. This act cemented his reputation as a man of both charisma and ruthless determination. It also displayed his ability to turn any situation to his advantage. Returning to Rome in the late 70s BC, Caesar began his political career. He leveraged his connections, charm, and oratory skills to rise quickly. He started as a prosecutor, taking on corrupt officials, showcasing his intelligence and flair for drama in the courtroom. He also spent lavishly to win public favor, organizing games and spectacles that made him immensely popular, but also left him in debt. Still, his ability to connect with the masses set him apart from many other aristocrats. He was not just a noble, he was a man of the people. He knew that Rome's future would be decided by public opinion as much as by senatorial politics. By the time he reached his early 30s, Caesar had positioned himself as a rising star in Roman politics. His alliances, strategic marriages, and willingness to take risks had already made him a formidable figure. He was ambitious, calculating, and utterly relentless. The chaotic Rome of his youth had shaped him into a man who understood that power was not given but seized. His early experiences, defying Sulla, surviving war, outwitting pirates, and mastering political maneuvering, laid the foundation for the legend he would become. But his story was only beginning. The challenges ahead would test his resilience, his loyalty, and his ability to control the ever-changing tides of Roman politics. Rome was a city in crisis, and Caesar was a man who thrived in crisis. He had already proven that he would not be a passive observer in history, he would be its architect. Julius Caesar's rise to prominence truly began in the 60s BC, a period that tested his resilience, military capabilities, and political acumen. His early military service had already earned him a reputation, but it was his ambition and ability to navigate the treacherous waters of Roman politics that set him apart. As he returned to Rome after his campaigns in Asia, he faced a city still embroiled in power struggles. The Republic was in a constant state of turmoil, and Caesar knew that to succeed, he had to play the game of politics masterfully. His career gained momentum when he was elected quaestor in 69 BC, a position that placed him within the Roman administration and gave him his first formal experience in governance. That same year, tragedy struck. Both his wife Cornelia and his beloved aunt Julia passed away. Caesar used their funerals as a stage for political maneuvering, delivering eulogies that emphasized his family's connection to the legendary Marius and the Populace cause. By openly honoring Marius, he was making a bold statement, aligning himself with the people rather than the Senate's conservative factions. Following his quaestorship, he was sent to govern parts of Spain, where he began to display the leadership qualities that would define his later years. In Spain he encountered a land riddled with corruption and instability, yet he proved to be an effective administrator, settling debts and ensuring justice for the local populations. He also demonstrated his military brilliance by leading successful campaigns against rebellious tribes, earning his soldiers' respect and further solidifying his reputation. However, his ambition extended far beyond provincial rule. He saw the grander picture, Rome itself, and knew that his path to ultimate power lay there. In 65 BC, Caesar was elected aedile, a role that allowed him to oversee public works and entertainment in Rome. He seized this opportunity to further win over the masses, organizing extravagant games and events that outshone those of his rivals. Though this lavish spending left him deeply in debt, it also made him one of the most popular figures in the city. His ability to connect with the people, to inspire loyalty and admiration, set him apart from many other senators who relied solely on wealth and heritage. By 63 BC, Caesar was elected Pontifex Maximus, the highest religious office in Rome. This was a significant achievement, as it granted him immense influence over Roman society and politics. Many had underestimated him, assuming he was too young and unseasoned for such a role, Yet he had outmaneuvered his competitors with a combination of charm, bribes, and strategic alliances. His growing power did not go unnoticed, and his rivals in the Senate began to take him more seriously. His tenure as praetor in 62 BC saw him continue to rise, but it was his appointment as governor of Hispania Ulterior in 61 BC that provided him with the opportunity to truly prove himself. Spain was a volatile province, plagued by unrest and financial troubles. Caesar wasted no time in securing the region, subduing rebellious tribes with swift and decisive military actions. His victories were not only tactical but also psychological. He ensured that his name struck fear into his enemies and admiration into his followers. His governance was efficient, and he made sure to distribute wealth among his soldiers, further solidifying their loyalty. By 60 BC, he had amassed enough wealth and military glory to return to Rome and seek the highest office, the consulship. But Rome was still a battlefield of political factions, and Caesar knew that he needed powerful allies. It was then that he formed one of the most famous political alliances in history, the First Triumvirate, with Crassus, the wealthiest man in Rome, and Pompey, the greatest general of the time. This alliance would propel him to the heights of Roman politics, setting the stage for his eventual domination of the Republic. Julius Caesar's rise from a debt-ridden politician to a powerful statesman was not merely the result of luck. It was a testament to his relentless ambition, his ability to adapt, and his unparalleled understanding of both military and political strategy. He had already tasted power, and he would not stop until he had taken complete control of Rome. The next chapter in his journey would see him achieve just that, but it would also set into motion the events that would ultimately lead to his downfall. By 60 BC, Julius Caesar had positioned himself as one of the most ambitious politicians in Rome. However, ambition alone was not enough to secure power in a republic dominated by rival factions and entrenched elites. He understood that to achieve his ultimate goals, he needed allies, powerful ones. Thus he orchestrated one of the most influential political alliances in history, the First Triumvirate. At the time, Rome was divided between the Optimates, who represented the interests of the Senate and the aristocracy, and the Populares, who sought the support of the common people. Caesar had already aligned himself with the Populares, but he needed the backing of two of Rome's most influential figures to truly dominate the political scene. His first ally was Marcus Licinius Crassus, the wealthiest man in Rome, known for his vast fortune amassed through real estate, business ventures, and the suppression of the Spartacus rebellion. Crassus had political ambitions of his own and sought greater military command, something the Senate had repeatedly denied him. The second ally was Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, better known as Pompey the Great, a brilliant general who had expanded Rome's territories but was struggling to secure land grants for his veterans due to opposition from the Senate. Caesar, the rising star, saw an opportunity to unite these two powerful but frustrated men into a mutually beneficial arrangement. The First Triumvirate was not an official government institution, but rather a private agreement among three men who agreed to use their collective influence to dominate Roman politics. Each had something to gain. Caesar sought the consulship and a governorship that would provide him with military command. Pompey wanted legitimacy for his veterans' land grants, and Crassus aimed to secure financial and political power through military campaigns in the East. With their combined resources, they effectively sidelined the Senate and restructured Roman politics to serve their interests. In 59 BC, with the full backing of the Triumvirate, Caesar was elected consul, Rome's highest political office. Traditionally, consuls worked together to balance power, but Caesar's co-consul, Marcus Bibulus, was a staunch conservative, aligned with the Optimates. Determined to push through his agenda, Caesar bypassed Bibulus entirely, often ignoring him and even resorting to public intimidation. At one point, Bibulus withdrew from public life entirely, leading Romans to joke that the year was not consular under Caesar and Bibulus, but rather under Julius and Caesar. As consul, Caesar introduced sweeping reforms, including land distributions to Pompey's veterans and economic measures that benefited Crassus and his allies. He also ensured that he would receive a long-term military command by securing governorship over Cisalpine Gaul, Transalpine Gaul, and Illyricum. This governorship was crucial. It provided him with legions, resources, and the autonomy to wage wars that would not only bring him wealth, but also enhance his reputation as a military leader. The Senate, wary of Caesar's growing power, sought to undermine him, but with the backing of Pompey and Crassus, he remained untouchable. However, cracks within the triumvirate soon began to form. Crassus and Pompey were never natural allies. Crassus resented Pompey's military successes, and Pompey viewed Crassus as a mere financier rather than an equal. Caesar acted as the mediator between the two, but the alliance was fragile. In 56 BC, the three men met in the town of Lucca to reaffirm their pact. They agreed that Caesar would continue his campaigns in Gaul, Crassus would receive command of an army in the east to pursue his ambitions against Parthia, and Pompey would be granted control over Spain. This renewed alliance temporarily strengthened their hold on Rome, but fate would soon intervene. Crassus, eager to match the military glories of his counterparts, led an ill-fated campaign against the Parthians in 53 BC. At the Battle of Carrhae, his forces were utterly annihilated, and Crassus himself was killed, allegedly executed in a humiliating fashion by having molten gold poured down his throat. His death shattered the balance of power within the triumvirate. Without Crassus as a counterweight, tensions between Caesar and Pompey escalated. Rome was now headed toward an inevitable confrontation between its two most powerful men. The first triumvirate, once an unstoppable force, had unraveled. Caesar's rise to power was far from over, but his greatest challenges were yet to come. With Crassus gone, Pompey shifting allegiances, and the Senate growing increasingly hostile, the stage was set for a conflict that would change the course of Roman history forever. In 58 BC, Julius Caesar embarked on one of the most legendary military campaigns in history, the conquest of Gaul. What began as a governorship quickly transformed into an all-out war that would shape the fate of Rome and solidify Caesar's reputation as one of the greatest generals of all time. Over the next 8 years, he would face fierce resistance, battle formidable enemies, and ultimately achieve a triumph that would send shockwaves through the Republic. At the time, Gaul was a vast and fractured region, home to a collection of fiercely independent tribes. Though culturally rich and militarily capable, they lacked unity, making them vulnerable to Rome's expansion. Caesar, always looking for opportunities to enhance his power, saw Gaul as the perfect proving ground. His pretext for war came in 58 BC, when the Helvetii, a large Gallic tribe, began migrating westward in search of new lands. Their movement threatened Roman interests, and Caesar seized the opportunity to intervene. In a decisive battle, he crushed the Helvetii, forcing them to retreat and re-establishing Roman authority in the region. Soon after, Caesar turned his attention to the Germanic king Ariovistus, who had settled in Gaul and posed a direct challenge to Rome. In a bold and risky maneuver, Caesar engaged Ariovistus in battle, using superior tactics to rout the Germanic forces. With this victory, he not only secured Rome's northern borders, but also sent a clear message: Gaul belonged to Rome, and resistance would be met with overwhelming force. The following years saw Caesar systematically subjugate the Gallic tribes through a combination of military brilliance, diplomacy, and psychological warfare. He used speed and unpredictability to outmaneuver his enemies, often marching his legions through difficult terrain to strike where least expected. He built alliances with certain tribes, playing them against each other while slowly expanding Roman control. His campaigns were brutal, marked by siege warfare, scorched earth tactics, and mass executions of those who defied him. But not all of Gaul would surrender so easily. In 52 BC, a young and charismatic chieftain named Vercingetorix emerged as the leader of the Gallic resistance. Uniting the warring tribes under a single banner, he waged a highly effective guerrilla war against Caesar, using hit-and-run tactics and scorched earth strategies to weaken the Roman supply lines. For the first time, Caesar faced a real challenge. The conflict culminated in the siege of Alesia, one of the most extraordinary battles in military history. Vercingetorix and his forces retreated to the fortified hilltop city of Alesia, believing they could outlast the Roman siege. But Caesar, ever the master tactician, responded by constructing a massive double-layered fortification, one ring facing inward to trap the defenders and another facing outward to hold off Gallic reinforcements. As Vercingetorix's allies attempted to break through from the outside, the Romans held firm, repelling wave after wave of attacks. Starvation and desperation soon took hold inside Alesia. Eventually, Vercingetorix had no choice but to surrender, riding out on his horse and dramatically laying down his arms before Caesar. The conquest of Gaul was complete. Over 1 million Gauls had perished, countless more were enslaved, and Rome now controlled a vast new territory rich in resources. Caesar's triumph was unparalleled, and his name became synonymous with military greatness. He had turned his legions into an unstoppable force, proving that superior strategy, discipline, and leadership could overcome even the fiercest resistance. Yet, while Gaul was now his, Rome was slipping out of his grasp. The Senate, wary of his growing power, began plotting against him. Pompey, once his ally, now viewed him as a threat. As Caesar basked in the glory of his victories, he knew that an even greater battle awaited him, the battle for Rome itself. By 49 BC, Julius Caesar had become the most powerful man in Rome, but his success had made him enemies. The Senate, now firmly under the influence of Pompey, feared that Caesar's ambition threatened the very foundations of the Republic. As his campaigns in Gaul came to an end, the Senate issued an ultimatum. Caesar must disband his army and return to Rome as a private citizen, or he would be declared an enemy of the state. It was a demand meant to strip him of power and leave him vulnerable to his rivals. Caesar faced a choice: submit to the Senate and risk political oblivion, or defy their orders and seize control by force. He chose the latter, setting in motion one of the most defining conflicts in world history. At the heart of this moment stood the Rubicon River, a small but symbolic boundary separating his province from Italy proper. Roman law strictly forbade generals from bringing their legions into Italy, as it was considered an act of war against the Republic. On the night of January 10th, 49 BC, Caesar and his army reached the banks of the Rubicon. There he hesitated. He knew that crossing the river with his legions would mean war, a war against the Senate, against Pompey, and against the very system that had ruled Rome for centuries. According to legend, he finally declared, "Alia ike te deste," the die is cast, and led his men across. The Rubicon had been crossed. There was no turning back. The news sent shockwaves through Rome. Panic gripped the Senate. Pompey, who had once been Caesar's ally, but was now his greatest rival, had not expected him to move so decisively. With little time to organize a defense, Pompey and the majority of the Senate fled the city, retreating to the south to raise an army. Caesar, meanwhile, entered Rome unopposed, portraying himself not as a conqueror, but as a leader seeking to restore order. He reassured the people that he did not intend to rule as a tyrant, but rather to reclaim his rightful place in the Republic. However, this was only the beginning. The real war was yet to come. Pompey commanded vast resources, including legions stationed in Spain and the East. The Senate still held considerable influence, and many in Rome remained loyal to the traditional republican cause. But Caesar had something more powerful than resources. He had momentum. His legions were battle-hardened from years of campaigning in Gaul, fiercely loyal to him and ready to follow wherever he led. He wasted no time consolidating his power, securing key cities, and preparing for the inevitable clash with Pompey. Over the following months, Italy fell under Caesar's control with minimal resistance. His strategy was swift and methodical. Rather than engaging in prolonged battles, he used speed and tactical brilliance to force his opponents into retreat. His greatest challenge, however, lay ahead. Pompey had escaped to Greece, where he was gathering an army larger than Caesar's own. The war for Rome's future would not be decided in Italy, but on the battlefields beyond. With the Rubicon behind him, Caesar had declared war on the old order. He had defied the Senate, shattered the Republic's traditions, and positioned himself as the master of Rome's destiny. But to truly claim victory, he would have to defeat Pompey, the only man left who could challenge him. As he prepared to set sail for Greece, he knew that the fate of Rome itself hung in the balance. The Republic was no more. Only Caesar or Pompey could rule. The final confrontation was near. The civil war that began with Caesar's crossing of the Rubicon in 49 BC would plunge Rome into years of chaos, reshape the political order, and mark the final collapse of the Republic. The decisive battles of this conflict, Pharsalus, Thapsus, and Munda, would test Caesar's military genius against formidable opposition, culminating in his ultimate triumph as the undisputed ruler of Rome. After taking control of Italy, Caesar turned his attention to Pompey, who had retreated to Greece with a large army. Pompey had the advantage. His forces outnumbered Caesar's, and he had the support of the eastern provinces, as well as many of Rome's senators. But Caesar had something Pompey lacked: experience in fast, decisive warfare. In 48 BC, after months of maneuvering, the two armies met on the plains of Pharsalus in central Greece. Pompey initially held the upper hand. He positioned his legions strategically, confident in his superior numbers. But Caesar, ever the tactician, devised a plan to counter Pompey's cavalry, which formed a crucial part of his army. As the battle commenced, Pompey's cavalry charged, expecting to break through Caesar's lines. Instead, they were met by a concealed force of seasoned infantry, trained to stab at the faces of the riders. The cavalry panicked and fled, exposing Pompey's flank. Seizing the opportunity, Caesar's legions advanced, crushing Pompey's army in a decisive and brutal victory. Pompey, realizing his defeat, fled to Egypt, hoping to find refuge with Pharaoh Ptolemy XIII. But the young ruler, seeking to gain Caesar's favor, betrayed Pompey. As soon as Pompey stepped ashore, he was ambushed and assassinated. His severed head was later presented to Caesar as a gift. However, rather than celebrating, Caesar reportedly wept at the sight of his former ally-turned-rival's remains. He had sought to defeat Pompey in battle, not to see him die as a fugitive. Caesar now found himself entangled in Egyptian politics. Cleopatra, the deposed queen, sought his aid in reclaiming the throne from her brother Ptolemy XIII. Enchanted by her intelligence, charm, and ambition, Caesar sided with Cleopatra. What followed was the Alexandrian War, in which Caesar's forces clashed with Ptolemy's army. After months of intense fighting, Ptolemy was defeated and drowned in the Nile. With Cleopatra now in power, Caesar remained in Egypt for some time, fathering a child, Ptolemy XIII, later known as Caesar, before continuing his campaigns. Meanwhile, opposition to Caesar still lingered. His enemies regrouped in Africa, led by the remnants of Pompey's supporters and King Juba of Numidia. In 46 BC, Caesar confronted them at the Battle of Thapsus. Once again his tactical brilliance proved decisive. His veteran legions overwhelmed the enemy, leading to another resounding victory. Many of his opponents, including Cato the Younger, one of the staunchest defenders of the Republic, chose suicide over surrender. Yet even after Thapsus, resistance to Caesar's rule persisted. In 45 BC, the final battle of the civil war took place in Spain at Munda. Here the last of Pompey's sons made a desperate stand. This was one of Caesar's hardest fought battles. For a moment, it seemed as though his forces might be defeated. But he personally entered the fray, rallying his men, and after a bloody struggle, he secured victory. With this, all organized resistance crumbled. The war was over, and Caesar was now the unrivaled master of Rome. The Republic, in all but name, was dead. Caesar had dismantled the old order and forged a new path, one that would lead Rome into an era of imperial rule. Yet, while he had won the war, the peace he envisioned would be short-lived. His triumph had made him powerful, but it had also made him vulnerable. In Rome, whispers of conspiracy had already begun. The Senate, though subdued, had not forgotten its resentment. The final act of Caesar's story was yet to come. After Caesar's final victory in the civil war, the Republic was effectively no more. The old political system was in tatters, and Caesar stood as the unrivaled ruler of Rome. In 45 BC, he was appointed dictator, a title that under normal circumstances would have been temporary, meant to allow a leader to take swift action in times of crisis. But Caesar, having dismantled his enemies and outmaneuvered the Senate, took the unprecedented step of declaring himself dictator for life. This decision would forever change the course of Roman history. Caesar's rule was marked by a series of sweeping reforms that were designed to stabilize and improve the Roman state, but also to solidify his personal power. He was no longer content with merely winning wars or securing the loyalty of the army. Now he set his sights on reshaping Rome from within, tackling issues that had long plagued the Republic. One of his first major reforms was in the realm of the calendar. In 46 BC, Caesar introduced the Julian calendar, which was a vast improvement over the old lunar calendar. The new system, based on the solar year, was more accurate and would be used in Europe for over 1,600 years. Caesar also enacted a series of political reforms. He reduced the power of the Senate, which had been a key institution in the Republic. Many senators, who once held significant power, now found themselves sidelined or rendered irrelevant. Caesar increased the number of senators to 900, allowing him to pack the Senate with his supporters, ensuring that his policies would be passed without opposition. He also gave more power to the equestrians, the business class, who had previously been excluded from many aspects of Roman government. By doing so, Caesar cultivated a base of support among the wealthy and powerful, ensuring that his rule had both political and financial backing. In addition to political reforms, Caesar embarked on a series of grand construction projects. His most famous project was the construction of the Forum Julium, a massive public square meant to rival the grandeur of the older Roman forums. Caesar's public works program was not just about beautifying the city, it was a way to demonstrate his power and provide tangible benefits to the Roman people. New temples, roads, and public buildings were constructed throughout Rome, and the city's infrastructure was significantly improved. These projects not only provided employment for thousands, but also reinforced Caesar's image as a leader who was actively improving the Roman state. But it was not just the common people who benefited from Caesar's rule. His reforms extended to land distribution as well. As part of his efforts to support veterans and reduce social inequality, Caesar enacted laws that distributed land to his soldiers and the poor. His agrarian reforms, while popular with the lower classes, alienated many of Rome's elite. The wealthy landowners saw their holdings redistributed, and Caesar's populist policies put him in direct conflict with the aristocracy. Caesar also took steps to centralize his power. He made it clear that he was the ultimate authority in Rome. He took the title of Imperator, which, though originally a military title, now signified his absolute control over both the army and the state. He also took on the role of high priest, consolidating religious power in his hands as well. His image was placed on coins, a move that many saw as a blatant attempt to glorify himself and create a cult of personality. But these reforms, while they were meant to stabilize Rome, also served to make Caesar deeply unpopular with the elites. The old republican system, with its checks and balances, was being dismantled in favor of a system where Caesar stood at the top. The Senate, once the powerful body that controlled Rome, was now relegated to a ceremonial role, and many of its members resented Caesar's dominance. His concentration of power, coupled with his disregard for traditional republican ideals, created deep divisions within the Roman elite. This growing resentment would ultimately lead to the conspiracies that surrounded Caesar's rule. While many Romans admired his accomplishments, others feared that he was positioning himself as a monarch, threatening the very foundations of the Republic. Whispers of his potential kingship began to spread, and many saw his reforms as a power grab rather than a legitimate effort to improve Rome. The Senate, in particular, feared that Caesar's ambition would soon lead to the establishment of a dictatorship that would rival that of the kings Rome had overthrown centuries earlier. In the spring of 44 BC, the tension reached its peak. A group of conspirators, led by Brutus and Cassius, plotted to assassinate Caesar. They believed that by killing him, they would restore the Republic and prevent the rise of monarchy. However, their actions would not have the effect they hoped for. Caesar's assassination on the Ides of March 1544 BC, did not bring about the return of the Republic. Instead, it plunged Rome into another round of civil war, as Caesar's supporters and enemies vied for control of the Republic he had left behind. His death, far from restoring the old order, marked the end of the Roman Republic and the rise of the Roman Empire, with Augustus Caesar's adopted heir eventually taking control. Caesar's rule, despite its controversial aspects, undeniably shaped the course of history. His reforms modernized Rome, and his influence extended far beyond his lifetime. Through his political genius, military conquests, and ambitious vision, Caesar transformed the Roman world. His legacy, however, was a double-edged sword. While he was revered by many for his accomplishments, his concentration of power, and the fears of absolute monarchy that it invoked led to his tragic assassination. In the end, Julius Caesar's reign marked the transition from the Roman Republic to the Roman Empire, setting the stage for the rule of emperors for centuries to come. The Ides of March 15th, 44 BC, would go down in history as one of the most dramatic and pivotal moments in Roman history. On this day, Julius Caesar, the man who had transformed the Roman Republic into a personal dictatorship, would be struck down by the very people he had once served alongside in the Senate. His assassination was the result of a conspiracy led by Brutus, the son of Caesar's mistress and one of his most trusted allies, and Cassius, a former general in Caesar's army who felt betrayed by his rise to power. The death of Caesar would not restore the Republic, as his assassins had hoped. Instead, it marked the beginning of a new chapter in Roman history, the transition from Republic to Empire. The plot to kill Caesar had been brewing for months. The conspirators, including high-ranking senators, were deeply dissatisfied with the way Caesar had consolidated power in his own hands. Despite his many achievements, including his military conquests and political reforms, many saw his dictatorship as a threat to the Roman ideals of the Republic. His concentration of power, his appointment as dictator for life, was the tipping point for many who feared that he intended to establish a monarchy. Some of these men had served Caesar loyally in the past, but now they viewed him as a tyrant who had undone centuries of republican tradition. Brutus, who was perhaps the most famous of the conspirators, had a personal connection to Caesar. He was the son of Servilia, one of Caesar's former lovers, and he had been a trusted ally of Caesar for many years. Caesar had even pardoned Brutus after he had been accused of treason, an act that had only increased Brutus' loyalty to him. But in the years leading up to Caesar's assassination, Brutus began to change. He became disillusioned with Caesar's accumulation of power and began to believe that Caesar's ambitions for Rome would destroy the Republic. For Brutus, the final break came when he was persuaded by Cassius and other senators that the assassination was the only way to preserve Rome's ancient ideals. Cassius, the other leader of the conspiracy, was a seasoned military leader who had once served under Caesar. He had witnessed firsthand how Caesar had become a figure of near absolute authority. He believed that Caesar's power had become so entrenched that it threatened the very foundation of Roman governance. Unlike Brutus, who struggled with his personal feelings toward Caesar, Cassius was determined and unwavering in his conviction that Caesar had to be stopped. The conspirators planned the assassination carefully. They knew that Caesar would be attending a Senate meeting on the Ides of March, and they took advantage of this opportunity. They also knew that they had to act swiftly and decisively to prevent Caesar from having any chance to defend himself. The Senate meeting was held in the theater of Pompey, and as Caesar entered, he was surrounded by the conspirators. They greeted him as they would any other senator, but beneath their smiles and greetings was a deadly intent. The moment of the assassination came when the conspirators, led by Brutus and Cassius, surrounded Caesar in the Senate chamber. According to historical accounts, the first blow came from a senator named Casca, who struck Caesar in the neck. At that moment, Caesar is said to have looked around at the faces of the senators, and upon seeing Brutus, reportedly uttered the famous words, "Et tu, Brute," and "you, Brutus." This phrase has come to symbolize the ultimate betrayal. Caesar, who had shown Brutus great favor, could not believe that his adopted son and trusted ally would turn on him. After this, the senators who had been waiting for the signal all joined in, stabbing Caesar repeatedly. Caesar was struck 23 times by his assassins. According to some accounts, he tried to defend himself, but he was ultimately overwhelmed by the number of attackers. His last moments were a mixture of shock and betrayal. As he collapsed, he was surrounded by those who had once been his friends, and his death marked the end of an era. The Senate, which had once been the heart of Roman politics, was now forever tainted by the bloodshed. The immediate aftermath of Caesar's assassination was chaotic. Brutus and Cassius, along with the other conspirators, had hoped that by killing Caesar, they would restore the power of the Senate and bring an end to Caesar's reign. But their actions did not have the effect they had hoped for. While some senators celebrated Caesar's death, many others feared that the Republic was now in a more precarious position than ever. Caesar's supporters, including Mark Antony and Octavian, Caesar's adopted heir, quickly moved to consolidate power and avenge his death. Civil war soon followed, leading to the rise of the Roman Empire. Caesar's assassination did not restore the Republic as the conspirators had hoped. In fact, it only hastened its demise. The Senate, once a symbol of Roman democracy, was now a hollow institution, and the power struggles that followed Caesar's death would eventually lead to the rise of the empire. Augustus, Caesar's adopted son, would emerge as the first emperor of Rome, bringing an end to the republican system that had existed for over 500 years. Caesar's death marked the end of one of the most significant and controversial chapters in Roman history. His assassination was an act of political desperation by a group of men who believed they were saving the Republic, but instead they sealed its fate. The legacy of Julius Caesar, his conquests, reforms, and eventual assassination would live on, shaping the future of Rome and the world. The death of Julius Caesar on the Ides of March in 44 BC sent shockwaves through Rome and the entire Roman world. The conspirators, led by Brutus and Cassius, had hoped to restore the Roman Republic, which they believed had been destroyed by Caesar's rise to power. However, instead of restoring the old order, Caesar's assassination set off a chain of events that would further destabilize Rome and lead to the final collapse of the Republic. In the wake of his death, the power struggle that ensued would change the course of Roman history, culminating in the rise of the Roman Empire under Caesar's adopted heir, Octavian. At first, the reaction to Caesar's assassination was one of shock and confusion. While the conspirators had hoped to gain the support of the people and the Senate, the public reaction was far from what they had anticipated. Many Romans, particularly the lower classes, were outraged at the murder of their leader. Caesar had been a champion of the people, enacting reforms that had benefited the poor and the veterans, and his death was seen by many as a betrayal. His supporters, who had been loyal to him for years, now rallied to avenge his death and preserve his legacy. The Senate, too, was divided. While many senators had been complicit in the assassination, they were unsure of what to do next. The power vacuum left by Caesar's death created an opportunity for ambitious individuals to seize control. One of the key players in the aftermath of the assassination was Mark Antony, Caesar's close friend, general, and right-hand man. Antony quickly took control of Caesar's military legions and his political legacy, positioning himself as the natural successor to Caesar's power. However, the true struggle for power in Rome was about to begin, and the most formidable challenger to Antony's ambitions would be Caesar's adopted heir, Octavian. Octavian, the 18-year-old great-nephew of Caesar, had been named in Caesar's will as his adopted son and heir. Though he had little military experience and was not widely known, Octavian saw an opportunity to rise to power in the wake of Caesar's death. Octavian returned to Rome from his studies in Illyricum upon learning of Caesar's assassination. Despite his youth, he was astute and quickly understood that he would need both political acumen and military strength to challenge Antony and the other leaders vying for control. Initially, Octavian sought to align himself with Antony and others in an effort to consolidate power and avenge Caesar's death. He presented himself as the defender of Caesar's memory, using his connection to the great general to gain political legitimacy. The conflict between Octavian and Antony escalated as both men sought to dominate the political landscape of Rome. In 43 BC, they formed the Second Triumvirate with another prominent Roman, Marcus Aemilius Lepidus. The triumvirs, though initially united by a common cause, soon began to clash over power. Octavian and Antony were the most ambitious of the three, and Lepidus, though powerful in his own right, was soon sidelined. The triumvirs began a campaign of purges to eliminate their political enemies. Thousands of senators and equestrians were executed or forced into exile, and the political landscape was irrevocably altered. This period of violence and retribution became known as the proscriptions, and it further alienated many of the Roman elite. In the years that followed, the rivalry between Octavian and Antony intensified. The key turning point in their struggle for supremacy came in 42 BC, with the Battle of Philippi. Antony and Octavian faced off against the forces of Brutus and Cassius, the leaders of the conspiracy that had assassinated Caesar. The battle was a decisive victory for Antony and Octavian, and the two men consolidated their control over Rome. The deaths of Brutus and Cassius ensured that the conspirators' cause was extinguished, but it also marked the beginning of an even fiercer competition between the two future rulers of Rome. The rivalry between Octavian and Antony, however, was not just a political struggle, it was a clash of ideologies and personalities. Antony, a seasoned general and politician, had long been associated with the eastern provinces of the Roman Empire, particularly Egypt, where he had developed a close relationship with Queen Cleopatra. Octavian, on the other hand, was firmly rooted in the western provinces and had gained popularity by positioning himself as the champion of Roman traditions and the legacy of Caesar. The final chapter of the power struggle came in 31 BC with the Battle of Actium. In a climactic naval battle off the coast of Greece, Octavian's fleet, led by Agrippa, decisively defeated Antony and Cleopatra's forces. Antony and Cleopatra fled to Egypt, where they both ultimately committed suicide, marking the end of the civil war. Octavian, now the undisputed master of Rome, was left with no serious opposition. In 27 BC, Octavian would be given the title of Augustus, becoming the first Roman emperor and formally ending the Republic. The fall of the Republic, which had begun with Caesar's rise to power, was now complete. Though Octavian would go on to usher in a period of stability and prosperity known as the Pax Romana, it was clear that the Republic, in its original form, had been destroyed by the power struggles and civil wars that followed Caesar's assassination. In the aftermath of Caesar's death, Rome would never be the same. The Republic had fallen, and with it, the old order of governance. The power vacuum left by Caesar's assassination was filled not by the restoration of the Senate, but by the autocratic rule of the emperors. The fall of the Roman Republic was sealed by the deaths of Brutus, Cassius, Antony, and Cleopatra, and the rise of Augustus as the first emperor of Rome. The Republic that had once stood as the model of Roman governance had been replaced by a new political system, an empire that would dominate the world for centuries. Julius Caesar's life and legacy are among the most profound in world history. From his rise as a military genius and political mastermind to his sudden assassination, Caesar's actions shaped not only the fate of Rome, but the world for centuries to come. His influence transcended his time, setting the stage for the Roman Empire, changing the course of modern politics, and leaving a lasting mark on the structure of governance, military strategy, and leadership. First, it's important to recognize the immediate consequences of Caesar's death. His assassination was intended to restore the Roman Republic, but in reality, it set off a chain of events that ended its existence. The power struggle that followed, particularly between Caesar's adopted heir Octavian and his rival Mark Antony, escalated into a civil war. Ultimately, Octavian emerged victorious, and in 27 BC he became Augustus, the first Roman emperor. This marked the beginning of the Roman Empire, a period that would last for centuries. Although Caesar himself never reigned as emperor, his actions and reforms paved the way for the imperial system that followed. Caesar's legacy is most evident in the transformation of the Roman political structure. Under his rule, he centralized power and weakened the Senate, which had been the backbone of the Roman Republic for centuries. by declaring himself dictator for life and using his military victories and public reforms to solidify his position. Caesar set the precedent for future emperors to rule without the need for consensus from the Senate. His concentration of power, though controversial at the time, established the model for autocratic rule in Rome, which would influence the emperors who followed him. Beyond politics, Caesar's military innovations and strategies had a lasting impact on the art of warfare. His campaigns, particularly his conquest of Gaul, were meticulously planned and executed. He was a master of logistics, understanding the importance of supply lines, troop morale, and effective communication. His leadership on the battlefield, his ability to inspire loyalty, make quick decisions, and adapt to changing circumstances became the standard by which later generals, including Napoleon Bonaparte, would be judged. Caesar's commentaries on the Gallic Wars, written in the third person, provided a detailed record of his military campaigns that became essential reading for future military leaders. Caesar's reforms were another cornerstone of his lasting influence. His agrarian reforms, designed to alleviate social inequality by redistributing land to the poor and veterans, addressed some of the economic disparities that had contributed to unrest in Rome. His creation of the Julian calendar, which reformed the Roman calendar and replaced the lunar system with a solar-based one, proved to be one of his most enduring achievements. The Julian calendar, with only minor modifications, became the basis for the Gregorian calendar that we still use today. These reforms reflected his belief in the necessity of practical, rational solutions to Rome's chronic issues. Caesar's impact extended far beyond Rome, as his name and legacy became synonymous with power. The title Caesar itself became a byword for emperor, and it was used by all subsequent Roman emperors as part of their titles. Even after the fall of the Western Roman Empire, the term continued to be used by monarchs in various parts of Europe, most notably in the Holy Roman Empire, where the emperors considered themselves the heirs to Caesar's legacy. In modern politics, Caesar's story is often invoked as a cautionary tale of ambition, power, and the fragility of democratic institutions. His rise to power demonstrated the potential for individual leaders to consolidate authority, often by capitalizing on crises and public discontent. His centralization of power, at the expense of traditional republican structures, serves as a warning in contemporary discussions about the dangers of autocratic rule and the erosion of democratic norms. While many leaders in modern history, from Napoleon to Vladimir Putin, have drawn inspiration from Caesar's example, his story also serves as a reminder of the tensions between the needs of the state and the ambition of those who wield power. Finally, Caesar's enduring legacy is cemented in his status as one of the most iconic figures in history. His name remains synonymous with greatness, and his story is taught in classrooms around the world as a lesson in leadership, ambition, and the complex dynamics of power. Caesar's influence can be seen in literature, art, politics, and even popular culture. Shakespeare's play Julius Caesar remains one of the most famous works of the English language, and the image of Caesar, whether as the conqueror of Gaul, the statesman in the Senate, or the ruler betrayed on the Ides of March, has been immortalized in countless works of art and historical narratives. Though his life was cut short, Julius Caesar's impact continues to resonate in the modern world. He reshaped Rome, and in doing so, he helped lay the foundation for the rise of Western civilization. His story is one of brilliance, ambition, betrayal, and the eternal struggle for power. In the end, Caesar's legacy is not just about the man himself, but about the world he helped to create, one that would leave an indelible imprint on history for millennia. The origins of the samurai, one of Japan's most iconic and legendary warrior classes, trace back to the Heian period, which spanned from 794 to 1185. During this era, Japan was transitioning from a centralized, aristocratic society based on court culture to one increasingly defined by military power and feudalism. The samurai, who would eventually come to dominate Japanese society for centuries, evolved during this time as the bushi, or warriors, and played a crucial role in shaping Japan's political and military landscape. The rise of the samurai was closely tied to the shifting needs of the Japanese aristocracy, the growing importance of regional military leaders, and the development of a feudal system that would come to define Japan's medieval period. The early warriors, who would eventually become the samurai, were initially referred to as bushi. These warriors were not yet part of the distinctive samurai class, but were typically local, regional military men who served aristocratic landowners, often in exchange for land or resources. In the beginning, their role was primarily as skilled horsemen and fighters who defended the land of powerful families and clan leaders. However, over time, the bushi began to gain more importance as military leaders, and they began to transition from being simply retainers to becoming a distinct class with their own identity. As Japan entered the Heian period, the political and social structure of the country began to evolve. The central government, located in the capital city of Heian-kai, modern-day Kyoto, was dominated by the aristocracy, and the emperor and court officials held much of the political power. However, the court culture of the Heian period, with its emphasis on poetry, arts, and aesthetics, began to shift as the need for military protection and local governance became increasingly apparent. Powerful aristocratic families, seeking to protect their land and wealth, began to rely more heavily on the bushi, the emerging military class, to defend their holdings. The rise of feudalism during the late Heian period contributed significantly to the evolution of the samurai. As the power of the imperial court weakened and aristocratic families grew in wealth and influence, a system of land holding and military service began to take hold. The bushi, initially tasked with protecting the lands of the nobility, gradually took on greater military and political responsibilities. This shift toward a more decentralized feudal system led to the rise of powerful regional clans, each with its own samurai warriors who would serve their lords in exchange for land and titles. This feudal system would eventually lay the foundation for the establishment of the shogunate and the samurai class's dominance in Japanese society. One of the key factors that contributed to the rise of the samurai during the Heian period was the growing importance of military conflict between powerful clans. The Taira and Minamoto clans, two of the most prominent families of the period, played a central role in the development of samurai culture. These two clans were embroiled in a series of bloody conflicts known as the Genpei War, 1180 to 1185, which would ultimately lead to the establishment of the first shogunate under the leadership of Minamoto no Yoritomo. The Genpei War marked the culmination of the military struggle between the Taira and Minamoto, and the Minamoto clan's victory would lay the groundwork for the rise of the samurai as the dominant force in Japan's military and political life. The Taira clan, originally influential in the imperial court, was a powerful family that gained control over the imperial court and its military forces. The Minamoto clan, on the other hand, was a rival family that, over time, rose in prominence and began to challenge the Taira's dominance. This rivalry between the Taira and Minamoto families would shape the future of the samurai class. The samurai, who initially served these families in regional conflicts, would soon become the foundation of Japan's military power. The Heian period, while renowned for its cultural achievements, was also a time of significant political and military upheaval. The court culture of the time, with its focus on refined aesthetic pursuits like poetry, calligraphy, and courtly rituals, began to lose its grip on the political power of Japan. The growing tensions between the Taira and Minamoto clans resulted in a series of military conflicts that ultimately reshaped the power structure of Japan. As military leaders gained influence, the samurai class began to rise, not only as a military force, but as an important part of the governing structure of Japan. This shift from a court-centered aristocratic society to a more militarized and decentralized system was pivotal in the creation of the samurai as a distinct class with its own code of ethics, military structure and culture. In conclusion, the Heian period was crucial in the emergence of the samurai as a powerful and distinctive class in Japan. The transition from courtly culture to military governance, combined with the rise of regional military leaders and the emergence of feudalism, set the stage for the samurai's eventual dominance in Japanese society. The Taira and Minamoto clans, along with the development of the Bushi into the samurai, played an essential role in this transformation. As Japan entered the late Heian period, the samurai would begin to shape the nation's future, not only as warriors but as political and cultural leaders. Their legacy would endure for centuries, making the samurai one of Japan's most enduring symbols of martial prowess and honor. The Kamakura shogunate, established in 1192 under the leadership of Minamoto no Yoritomo, marked the beginning of a new era in Japan's history, the birth of the shogunate rule. Following the decisive Genpei War 1180 to 1185, in which the Minamoto clan triumphed over their rivals, the Taira clan, the power dynamics in Japan shifted dramatically. No longer would the imperial court in Kyoto hold supreme authority. Instead, a military government, known as the Bakufu, would take center stage. This transition from imperial rule to military rule would lay the foundation for the dominance of the samurai class in Japan, changing the course of the nation's political and military structure for centuries. The Minamoto clan's victory in the Genpei War was a pivotal moment in Japanese history. For over a century, the Taira and Minamoto clans had been vying for control over the imperial court. With the defeat of the Taira, the Minamoto, led by Yoritomo, emerged as the preeminent military power in Japan. Rather than seizing control of the imperial throne itself, however, Minamoto no Yoritomo chose to establish a new form of governance. In 1192, he was granted the title of shogun, a military title that signified his authority over the armed forces of Japan, and thus the Kamakura shogunate was born. The Kamakura shogunate represented a dramatic departure from Japan's previous system of governance, where the emperor was the central figure of political and military power. The emperor, based in the capital city of Kyoto, had traditionally been seen as the divine ruler, holding both spiritual and temporal authority over the country. However, under the Kamakura shogunate, power shifted from the imperial court to the military leaders in Kamakura, a city located to the south of Kyoto. Yoritomo and his successors ruled Japan from Kamakura, while the emperor remained in Kyoto, relegated to a more symbolic ceremonial role. The rise of the Kamakura shogunate was deeply tied to the growing influence of the samurai class. As Japan transitioned from imperial rule to military rule, the samurai, who had played a crucial role in the Genpei War, became the dominant political and military force in the country. With their newfound power, the samurai became the core of the new political system, serving as the key agents of the shogunate in both military and administrative matters. The samurai were no longer mere warriors serving individual noble families. They had become the ruling class of Japan, overseeing land, people, and military affairs throughout the country. Under the Kamakura shogunate, the samurai were granted land and other privileges in exchange for their loyalty and service to the shogunate. The shogunate itself operated as a feudal system, where land was granted to samurai lords, known as daimyo, in return for their military service. The samurai class thus became deeply entrenched in both the political and military infrastructure of Japan, and their influence spread across the country. The establishment of the Kamakura shogunate marked the beginning of feudal Japan, a system that would endure for several centuries, with the samurai at its heart. While the rise of the samurai as the dominant class in Japan was a defining feature of the Kamakura shogunate, the relationship between the emperor and the shogun during this period was a complex one. The emperor remained the figurehead of Japan, revered for his divine lineage and spiritual authority, but he was effectively powerless in terms of governing the country. The shogun, on the other hand, held real political and military power, and his authority was derived from his control over the samurai class and the military structure. The emperor's role, though symbolic, was important, as the shogun required the emperor's approval to legitimize his rule and maintain the appearance of continuity with Japan's ancient imperial traditions. This delicate balance between imperial authority and military power characterized the relationship between the emperor and the shogun throughout the Kamakura period. Although the emperor retained his title and held a position of honor, the real power lay with the shogun and his samurai. This arrangement allowed the shogunate to function as a military dictatorship, with the shogun exercising near absolute control over Japan's political and military affairs, while the emperor's influence was largely confined to ceremonial and religious matters. The Kamakura shogunate was not without its challenges. Throughout its rule, the shogunate faced numerous internal and external threats, including uprisings from dissatisfied samurai, challenges from competing clans, and invasions by foreign powers. One of the most significant external threats came in the form of the Mongol invasions in the late 13th century. In 1274, and again in 1281, the Mongol Empire under Kublai Khan attempted to invade Japan. However, both invasions were thwarted by a combination of fierce samurai resistance and natural disasters, such as typhoons, which destroyed the Mongol fleets. The failure of the Mongol invasions, often attributed to the divine protection of the Japanese gods, was a defining moment for the Kamakura shogunate and reinforced the power of the samurai as Japan's foremost military force. Despite these challenges, the Kamakura shogunate was able to maintain control over Japan for much of the 13th century. However, as time passed, the central authority of the shogunate began to weaken. The shogunate faced growing internal divisions, and its political and military control over the provinces became increasingly tenuous. By the early 14th century, the Kamakura shogunate had lost much of its power, leading to its eventual downfall. In 1333, the Kamakura shogunate was overthrown by the forces of the imperial court, and the Ashikaga clan would rise to power, marking the beginning of the Muromachi period. In conclusion, the rise of the Kamakura shogunate marked a significant turning point in Japan's history. It marked the shift from imperial rule to military rule, with the samurai class emerging as the dominant force in the country. The relationship between the emperor and the shogunate during this period was one of balance and tension, with the emperor holding spiritual and symbolic authority, while the shogunate held political and military power. The Kamakura shogunate laid the foundation for the feudal system in Japan, and the legacy of the samurai would continue to shape Japan's political and military structure for centuries. In the late 13th century, Japan faced one of the most significant challenges to its sovereignty, the Mongol invasions of 1274 and 1281. Under the leadership of Kublai Khan, the Mongol Empire sought to extend its power by bringing Japan into its vast domain. These invasions would become a major test for Japan's military, particularly for the samurai, who were tasked with defending the country against the Mongol onslaught. The invasions are legendary, not only for the valor displayed by the samurai in battle, but also for the mysterious natural forces that seemed to aid Japan in its defense. This period of struggle would ultimately have profound implications for the samurai class, the Kamakura shogunate, and Japan's future. In 1274, the Mongol Empire, already a massive force stretching across much of Asia, sought to expand further by invading Japan. Kublai Khan, having already successfully conquered China and established the Yuan dynasty, turned his attention to the island nation. The Mongols gathered a large fleet of ships, with estimates ranging from several hundred to over 1,000, and set sail for Japan. The Mongols, along with their Korean vassals, arrived at the island of Kyushu in November 1274. However, the samurai, the warrior class that had risen to prominence under the Kamakura shogunate, were not unprepared. The samurai, under the leadership of the Kamakura shogunate, quickly mobilized to defend Japan. As professional warriors, the samurai were highly skilled in combat, particularly in archery, swordsmanship, and mounted warfare. The Mongols, on the other hand, relied on heavily disciplined, multi-ethnic armies equipped with advanced technology, including gunpowder weapons, such as early forms of bombs and rockets. The Mongol invaders attempted to land at Hakata Bay on the island of Kyushu, where they were met by a determined force of samurai. The two forces engaged in a series of battles, but the samurai's superior fighting tactics and their knowledge of the terrain allowed them to resist the invaders, inflicting heavy casualties. However, it was not just the samurai's combat skills that contributed to Japan's survival. Nature played a pivotal role in the Mongol invasions, and it was during the Second Mongol invasion in 1281 that a particularly legendary event occurred, the arrival of the kamikaze, or divine winds. These winds, which came in the form of typhoons, struck the Mongol fleets with devastating force, sinking many of their ships and forcing the Mongol invaders to retreat. The term kamikaze, meaning divine wind, became deeply ingrained in Japanese culture, as many believed that the gods themselves had intervened to protect Japan from foreign conquest. The samurai's role in the Mongol invasions, particularly in the First Battle of 1274, was significant but far from decisive. While they were able to fight off the invaders at Hakata Bay, the Mongols had already made significant landings, and their superior numbers and resources proved challenging. The samurai, under the leadership of the Kamakura shogunate, had to contend with an enemy that used tactics and technology unfamiliar to them. The Mongols employed a combined arms strategy that included mounted archers, heavy infantry, and siege weapons, while the samurai were primarily accustomed to more traditional forms of warfare. Despite these challenges, the samurai displayed great courage and determination. They fought fiercely to protect their homeland, refusing to yield to the Mongol invaders. The samurai's code of honor, known as Bushido, guided them through these trials, emphasizing loyalty, bravery, and self-sacrifice. This code would become a defining characteristic of the samurai class and would continue to influence Japanese society for centuries to come. The Mongol invasions also had significant political and cultural implications for Japan. While Japan was victorious in defending its shores, the invasions revealed the weaknesses of the Kamakura shogunate. The shogunate's leadership was strained under the pressure of organizing a defense against such a formidable opponent, and the cost of the defense effort was immense. The samurai, while victorious in battle, were left with a sense of dissatisfaction, as they had not been able to achieve a decisive victory over the Mongols. Moreover, the repeated invasions placed significant financial and military strain on the shogunate, which led to growing discontent among the samurai and other classes. The decline of the Kamakura shogunate began shortly after the Mongol invasions. The strain of defending Japan, coupled with internal political infighting, weakened the central authority of the shogunate. In the aftermath of the invasions, Japan's feudal system began to unravel, and dissatisfaction among the samurai, who had borne the brunt of the conflict, increased. This dissatisfaction would eventually culminate in the downfall of the Kamakura shogunate in 1333, when the imperial forces, aided by disillusioned samurai, overthrew the shogunate. In conclusion, the Mongol invasions of 1274 and 1281 were defining moments in Japanese history, particularly for the samurai. While Japan's victory over the Mongols was in part due to natural forces, the valor and resilience of the samurai in defending their homeland cannot be understated. These invasions marked a turning point for the samurai, who were forced to adapt to new forms of warfare and faced the pressures of defending their nation against a powerful foreign adversary. The aftermath of the invasions also contributed to the eventual decline of the Kamakura shogunate, as the political and economic strains of the defense effort led to internal unrest. The Mongol invasions of the late 13th century, though a failure for the Mongols, were ultimately a test of Japan's martial spirit and the indomitable will of its samurai. In 1333, one of the most significant political changes in Japanese history occurred, the fall of the Kamakura shogunate. This event marked the end of the first military government in Japan, which had been in power for over a century. The Kamakura shogunate, which had been established by Minamoto no Yoritomo in 1192, had successfully brought military rule to Japan, but by the early 14th century, it had become increasingly unstable. Internal strife, financial difficulties, and political pressures ultimately led to its downfall, paving the way for the rise of the Ashikaga clan and the establishment of the Muromachi shogunate. The collapse of the Kamakura shogunate and the shift in power were not only a turning point for Japan's political system, but also for the samurai, who found themselves adapting to a new era of governance. The Kamakura shogunate had ruled Japan with a highly centralized military government, with power concentrated in the hands of the shogunate. However, by the early 14th century, the shogunate's power was weakening. The Mongol invasions had put significant strain on the government's resources, and the subsequent efforts to maintain the defense against further Mongol threats had drained the Kamakura shogunate's finances. Furthermore, internal strife between the ruling Minamoto family and powerful samurai factions created a volatile political situation. In 1333, the Kamakura shogunate faced a serious challenge from Emperor Go-Daigo, who sought to restore imperial rule and reassert the power of the throne. Emperor Go-Daigo had been a vocal critic of the shogunate's rule, believing that the imperial family should return to power. In 1331, Go-Daigo initiated a rebellion against the shogunate, but his forces were initially defeated. However, the situation took a dramatic turn when the powerful samurai family, the Hojo, who had served as regents to the shogun for decades, began to lose their grip on power. Go-Daigo's forces, with the support of disillusioned samurai and some provincial leaders, managed to rally and overthrow the Kamakura shogunate in 1333. This marked the collapse of the military government and the restoration of imperial power, though the restoration would prove short-lived. After the fall of the Kamakura shogunate, Japan was plunged into a period of political instability. The victory of Emperor Go-Daigo was not fully consolidated, and the samurai, who had been loyal to the shogunate, found themselves caught between the emperor's forces and those seeking to establish a new military government. As a result, the power vacuum left by the fall of the Kamakura shogunate was filled by the Ashikaga clan, a rising samurai family that would eventually establish the Muromachi shogunate in 1336. The Ashikaga shogunate marked the beginning of a new chapter in Japan's feudal history. Unlike the highly centralized rule of the Kamakura shogunate, the Ashikaga shogunate was more decentralized, with power dispersed among regional samurai families. The Ashikaga shogunate ruled from Kyoto, and its influence extended to much of Japan, but local warlords, known as daimyos, had significant autonomy in their territories. The central authority of the Ashikaga shogunate was weaker than that of the Kamakura shogunate, and this decentralization led to frequent power struggles and conflicts between samurai families. The transition from the Kamakura shogunate to the Ashikaga shogunate was a crucial period of change for the samurai. The samurai had long been an elite warrior class with significant political and military influence, but the shift in power meant that their role in Japanese society was evolving. Under the Kamakura shogunate, the samurai had served as vassals to the shogunate, with a clear chain of command and loyalty to their lord. However, with the rise of the Ashikaga shogunate and the fragmentation of political power, samurai found themselves navigating a more complex political landscape. As the Ashikaga shogunate struggled to maintain centralized control, the samurai began to take on more local power, with many samurai families forming their own private armies and asserting control over their territories. Despite the challenges of the Ashikaga shogunate, this period also saw the flourishing of Japanese culture, including the development of distinctive art forms such as the tea ceremony, no drama, and Japanese gardens. The samurai of the Ashikaga period, although engaged in frequent warfare and political intrigue, were also patrons of the arts, helping to shape Japan's cultural heritage. This cultural blossoming occurred alongside the samurai's increasing involvement in local governance and their continued dominance in military affairs. In conclusion, the fall of the Kamakura shogunate in 1333 marked a dramatic shift in the political landscape of Japan. The collapse of the military government and the subsequent rise of the Ashikaga shogunate ushered in a new era of decentralized feudalism. For the samurai, this period of transition represented a time of change and adaptation. While the Ashikaga shogunate's decentralized rule meant more power for local samurai, it also led to greater instability and factionalism. Nevertheless, the samurai continued to play a central role in Japan's political, military, and cultural life, shaping the course of Japanese history for centuries to come. The Sengoku period, often referred to as the Warring States period, spanned from 1467 to 1603, and it was a time of intense military conflict, political fragmentation, and social upheaval in Japan. During this era, the country fractured into multiple competing domains, each ruled by powerful samurai lords known as daimyos, who fought relentlessly for power and territory. It was a time of immense change, as the samurai evolved from mere warriors into the dominant political and military force in Japan. The Sengoku period set the stage for the unification of Japan and the establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate, which would last for over 2.5 centuries. The Sengoku period was precipitated by the Onin War 1467-1477, which triggered a collapse in the authority of the Ashikaga shogunate, the ruling military government at the time. With the central authority weakened, various samurai clans began to fight for control of their own territories, often at the expense of neighboring domains. This fragmented landscape led to the rise of the daimyos, powerful regional warlords who commanded private armies of samurai and sought to expand their control over Japan. Each daimyo sought to solidify their power through warfare, alliances, and diplomacy, resulting in nearly constant conflict throughout the period. Amidst the chaos, several major figures rose to prominence, each playing a key role in shaping the course of Japan's history. Oda Nobunaga, one of the most influential figures of the period, began his rise to power in the late 16th century. Known for his ruthlessness, military innovation and ambition, Nobunaga sought to unify Japan under his rule. He successfully defeated many rival daimyos and took control of a large portion of central Japan, including the capital city of Kyoto. Nobunaga's strategic genius, as well as his use of firearms, was key in several decisive battles, including the Battle of Nagashino in 1575, where his forces decisively defeated the Takeda clan by utilizing firearms to break their cavalry charge. Following Nobunaga's death in 1582, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, one of his most loyal generals, took up the mantle of unifying Japan. Hideyoshi completed what Nobunaga had started, bringing much of Japan under his control. A brilliant strategist and tactician, Hideyoshi is best known for his military campaigns in the 1580s, which included the conquest of Kyushu and the suppression of rebellious samurai. Hideyoshi also sought to solidify his power by instituting social and economic reforms, including the famous land surveys and the sword hunt to disarm the peasants. These actions helped him consolidate his rule and establish a new social order. Hideyoshi's reign marked a pivotal moment in Japan's transition from the chaos of the Sengoku period to a more centralized form of government. However, it was Tokugawa Ieyasu, Hideyoshi's trusted general, who would ultimately secure the lasting unification of Japan. After Hideyoshi's death in 1598, Ieyasu gradually consolidated power and defeated his rivals in the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600. This battle was a decisive conflict that effectively ended the Sengoku period and established Ieyasu as the most powerful figure in Japan. In 1603, Ieyasu was granted the title of shogun by the emperor, formally establishing the Tokugawa shogunate and ushering in a period of peace and stability that would last for over 250 years. The Sengoku period was also significant for the samurai, whose role in Japanese society evolved during this time. Samurai, once primarily battlefield warriors, became increasingly involved in politics, administration, and the management of domains. The daimyos, with their private armies of samurai, wielded tremendous power, and many samurai served as retainers in the courts of these warlords. The rise of the samurai, as both military leaders and political players, was one of the key characteristics of the Sengoku period. Their influence extended beyond the battlefield, as they played crucial roles in the governance of Japan's fractured domains. The Sengoku period also saw the rise of the Bushido Code, the samurai's moral and ethical code of conduct. Although the Bushido Code evolved over time, its principles of loyalty, honor, courage, and discipline were central to the samurai way of life during the Sengoku era. Samurai were expected to serve their lords with absolute loyalty, to fight with valor and honor, and to act with integrity both on and off the battlefield. The Bushido Code became a symbol of the samurai's identity and played a crucial role in shaping the culture and values of the period. Key battles during the Sengoku period shaped the course of history and demonstrated the military prowess of the samurai. The Battle of Nagashino, fought in 1575, was one of the most important battles of the era. Oda Nobunaga's use of firearms to decimate the cavalry of the Takeda clan marked a turning point in Japanese warfare, demonstrating the growing importance of firearms in battle. The Battle of Sekigahara in 1600 was the final and decisive confrontation of the Sengoku period, as Tokugawa Ieyasu defeated his rivals and secured control of Japan. This victory laid the foundation for the Tokugawa shogunate and the subsequent period of peace known as the Edo period. In conclusion, the Sengoku period was a time of great turmoil, but it also laid the foundation for the unification of Japan and the rise of the samurai as the dominant political and military force. The period was defined by the rise and fall of powerful daimyos, the strategic brilliance of leaders like Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, and the increasing role of the samurai in shaping Japan's future. The era also saw the solidification of the Bushido Code, which defined the samurai's way of life and left a lasting legacy on Japanese culture. The Sengoku period was a pivotal chapter in Japan's history, and the events and figures of this era continue to shape the identity of the samurai to this day. The rise of the Tokugawa shogunate marked the beginning of a new era in Japan's history. After decades of civil war and political fragmentation during the Sengoku period, Japan finally achieved unification under Tokugawa Ieyasu, a key figure in the final phase of the warring states. Tokugawa Ieyasu's decisive victory at the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600 was the turning point that allowed him to consolidate power and become the most influential figure in Japan. This victory effectively ended the Sengoku period and laid the foundation for the establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate, ushering in the Edo period, 1603–1868, a time of peace, stability, and cultural growth that would last for more than 2.5 centuries. The Battle of Sekigahara, fought on October 21, 1600, was a defining moment in Japanese history. Tokugawa Ieyasu, backed by his allies, including the Oda and Tokugawa clans, faced off against the forces of Ishida Mitsunari, a prominent general allied with the Toyotomi clan. The battle, which involved more than 100,000 soldiers, was fought in the plains of Sekigahara, located in present-day Gifu Prefecture. The conflict was a culmination of years of political maneuvering and shifting alliances, as both sides vied for control over Japan after the death of Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the last major warlord to have attempted to unify the country. Tokugawa Ieyasu's military genius and strategic prowess played a pivotal role in his victory at Sekigahara. By using his knowledge of the terrain and forging crucial alliances with other daimyos, Ieyasu was able to secure a decisive victory, despite being outnumbered by Mitsunari's forces. The battle was not only a military success but also a political one, as it allowed Ieyasu to consolidate control over Japan. In the aftermath of Sekigahara, Ieyasu systematically neutralized his remaining rivals and ensured his dominance by placing his supporters in key positions across the country. By 1603, Tokugawa Ieyasu was officially appointed shogun by the emperor, marking the formal establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate. The Tokugawa shogunate ushered in the Edo period, a time of peace and stability that was a stark contrast to the chaotic Sengoku era. Under the Tokugawa regime, Japan enjoyed more than 2 centuries of relative peace, largely due to the shogunate's ability to maintain control over the samurai class and the various daimyo's feudal lords. The Tokugawa system of government was a highly structured and hierarchical one, with Ieyasu's descendants serving as hereditary shoguns. Below the shogun, the country was divided into domains, each ruled by a daimyo, who were expected to remain loyal to the Tokugawa family. One of the most significant aspects of Tokugawa rule was the consolidation of power in the hands of the shogunate, which allowed for a more centralized government than ever before in Japan's history. The shogunate's control over the samurai class and its ability to regulate the military, political, and social aspects of life helped to ensure the stability and longevity of the Tokugawa regime. The samurai, once warlords in their own right, became the enforcers of Tokugawa law and policy, serving as bureaucrats, soldiers, and administrators in the new peace-focused society. The samurai, however, experienced significant changes in their role during the Tokugawa period. During the Sengoku era, samurai were primarily warriors engaged in battle and warfare. But with the establishment of peace under Tokugawa rule, the samurai's role shifted from warriors to civil servants. Many samurai were employed as bureaucrats, overseeing the administration of their lord's domain, while others served in local government positions. This shift in function had a profound impact on samurai culture, as the warrior class began to focus more on scholarly pursuits, such as education, ethics, and governance, rather than martial skills alone. Despite this shift, the samurai still held a prominent position in society. They were considered the highest social class, above farmers, artisans, and merchants, and their status was reinforced by strict social codes and the samurai's loyalty to their lords. The Bushido Code, which emphasized loyalty, honor, and discipline, remained a core part of samurai identity, even as their roles became more administrative than combative. Samurai were expected to live according to these ideals, upholding the values of loyalty to their lord and their family, while maintaining their honor and personal discipline. Another significant change for the samurai during the Tokugawa period was the implementation of a strict social hierarchy. The Tokugawa shogunate established a rigid class structure that divided society into four main groups: the samurai, farmers, artisans, and merchants. This system reinforced the samurai's position at the top of the social ladder, but also led to a growing divide between the samurai and the lower classes. While the samurai were responsible for maintaining order and enforcing laws, the farmers, artisans, and merchants had their own specialized roles and were often subject to strict regulations and taxes. The Tokugawa period also saw the development of a unique and highly influential culture that blended military tradition with peaceful, artistic pursuits. The samurai, who had once been trained in the arts of war, began to embrace cultural activities such as tea ceremonies, poetry, calligraphy, and theater. The samurai were expected to cultivate not only their martial skills, but also their intellectual and artistic abilities, leading to the development of a distinctly Japanese cultural identity that continues to influence Japan today. In conclusion, the Tokugawa shogunate marked the end of Japan's warring states period and the beginning of a new era of peace and stability. Tokugawa Ieyasu's victory at the Battle of Sekigahara secured his dominance, leading to the establishment of a centralized government under the Tokugawa family. The samurai, while no longer engaged in constant warfare, remained central to the political and social fabric of Japan, adapting to their new roles as civil servants and administrators. This period of stability allowed for the development of a vibrant cultural landscape and the establishment of the Edo period, which would shape Japan's future for centuries. The Edo period, 1603 to 1868, represents a pivotal chapter in the history of Japan, during which the samurai class underwent profound transformation. Under the Tokugawa shogunate, Japan experienced more than 2 centuries of relative peace, which dramatically altered the role and identity of the samurai. Once the fierce warriors who fought in battle during the Sengoku period, samurai, in the Edo period, became bureaucrats, administrators, and civil servants, adapting to a society that no longer required their martial prowess. The transition from warriors to bureaucrats was a direct result of the lasting peace established by the Tokugawa shogunate. The military conflicts that had defined previous centuries faded into the background, and the samurai were no longer needed to fight wars or defend their domains. Instead, they were employed in roles that focused on governance and administration, overseeing the management of land, taxation, and law enforcement. As a result, the samurai became more integrated into the bureaucratic structures of the Tokugawa government, serving as officials who helped maintain order in their domains. This shift in role required the samurai to adopt new skills. Rather than focusing on the martial arts and battlefield strategies, the samurai began to prioritize education and administrative duties. They were expected to learn the art of governance, engage in intellectual pursuits, and contribute to the social order through their work as officials. This transition also led to the rise of the samurai as landowners and patrons of arts and culture, with many investing in the development of their domains and patronizing scholars, artists, and craftsmen. The concept of Bushido, the samurai code of conduct, also evolved during the Edo period. Originally centered around combat, honor, and loyalty to one's lord, Bushido gradually shifted to emphasize morality, governance, and self-discipline. With warfare no longer a constant part of samurai life, Bushido became more concerned with the ethics of ruling and administering justice, as well as maintaining personal integrity and discipline. The samurai were expected to act as moral exemplars, maintaining the highest standards of honesty, loyalty, and respect for authority. The teachings of Confucianism, which were increasingly influential during the Edo period, also had a significant impact on the samurai code. Confucian principles of duty, hierarchy, and respect for authority were integrated into the samurai ethos, shaping their views on governance and society. As bureaucrats and administrators, samurai were expected to adhere to these principles, reinforcing their role as moral leaders and stewards of their domains. Another significant aspect of the Edo period was Japan's increasing isolation from the outside world, a policy known as sakoku. Under Tokugawa rule, Japan closed its borders to foreign trade and contact, limiting interactions with Europe, China, and Korea. This policy was partly driven by the desire to maintain political stability and prevent foreign influence from disrupting the social order. For the samurai, this isolation meant that they were largely cut off from the wider world and the global conflicts that shaped it. With no external enemies to fight, the samurai were forced to focus on internal governance and the maintenance of peace within Japan's borders. As Japan became increasingly isolated, the samurai's role in society also began to shift. They were no longer solely concerned with warfare and conquest, but with the administration of their domains and the enforcement of peace. Samurai, who had once been accustomed to the rough and violent life of a soldier, now found themselves in roles that required diplomacy, management, and governance. The samurai were tasked with ensuring the smooth operation of society, maintaining order, and enforcing the laws of the Tokugawa shogunate. Despite the lack of military conflict, the samurai retained their privileged status in Japanese society. They were the highest social class, above farmers, artisans, and merchants, and their status was reinforced by strict social codes and expectations of behavior. Samurai were expected to maintain a sense of honor and discipline, even in times of peace. They adhered to the Bushido code, which emphasized loyalty to their lord, personal integrity, and the cultivation of virtues such as humility and self-control. However, this peaceful period also brought about challenges for the samurai. With little opportunity for military glory or advancement, many samurai struggled to maintain their status and financial stability. The Tokugawa shogunate imposed strict regulations on the samurai, limiting their ability to engage in business and trade. As a result, many samurai found themselves struggling to make a living, relying on stipends from their lords to support themselves and their families. Some samurai began to lose their traditional martial skills, and a growing sense of frustration began to simmer within the ranks of the warrior class. In the latter half of the Edo period, A number of samurai became involved in intellectual and political movements that sought to challenge the Tokugawa shogunate's policies. As Japan's isolationism became increasingly untenable in the face of Western pressure and trade demands, many samurai began to advocate for reforms and the opening of Japan to foreign trade. This discontent would eventually lead to the downfall of the Tokugawa shogunate in the mid-19th century, as samurai and other factions called for the restoration of imperial rule and the modernization of Japan. In conclusion, the Edo period was a time of peace and stability in Japan, which fundamentally reshaped the role of the samurai. The warrior class transitioned from fighters to bureaucrats, focusing on governance, administration, and intellectual pursuits. The samurai adapted to a new, more peaceful society, but their code of Bushido remained central to their identity. As Japan became more isolated, the samurai were increasingly tasked with maintaining order within the country, while outside pressures began to challenge the long-standing policies of the Tokugawa shogunate. The transformation of the samurai during this period set the stage for the eventual fall of the Tokugawa regime and the emergence of a new modern Japan. The decline of the samurai class is a critical chapter in Japanese history, occurring during the late Edo period. By the 1800s, Japan, under the rule of the Tokugawa shogunate, was facing numerous internal and external pressures that contributed to the weakening of the samurai's power and influence. While the samurai had once been the backbone of the military and administrative structure in Japan, the transformation of Japanese society and the introduction of Western ideas would signal the end of the samurai's dominance. Economic hardship played a central role in the declining fortunes of the samurai. By the 19th century, Japan was struggling with economic stagnation, and the samurai, who were once supported by stipends from their feudal lords, found themselves facing financial difficulties. With the country's economy in decline, many samurai were unable to maintain their traditional lifestyle. The Tokugawa shogunate had imposed strict regulations on the samurai, preventing them from engaging in trade or commerce. This limited the samurai's ability to generate additional income, and as a result, many found themselves living in poverty. Samurai, who once held high social status, were now struggling to support their families. The economic difficulties contributed to a growing sense of discontent among the samurai. They became increasingly frustrated with their stagnant role in society, as their former military prowess was no longer required. Samurai began to lose their sense of purpose, and with it, their sense of honor. Many turned to intellectual pursuits or became involved in political movements, but the lack of opportunity for military advancement left many samurai feeling disenfranchised. Their social position, once the highest in Japan, was no longer secure, and their frustration boiled over into growing social unrest. This social unrest was compounded by the impact of Western influence, which began to challenge Japan's long-standing isolationist policies. The arrival of Commodore Matthew Perry from the United States in 1853, with his fleet of black ships, forced Japan to open its ports to foreign trade. This was a significant blow to the Tokugawa shogunate's control over Japan's foreign relations and marked the beginning of a new era of external pressure. The samurai, who had long been guardians of Japan's tradition and isolation, found themselves facing a new, powerful force that could not be ignored. The Western presence in Japan brought new ideas and technology that threatened the samurai's way of life. The introduction of firearms, modern ships, and Western-style military tactics made traditional samurai combat methods, which had relied on swords and cavalry, appear outdated. The samurai's military role was increasingly marginalized as Japan began to modernize in order to compete with Western powers. The rise of Western-style armies, with their use of guns and artillery, further diminished the samurai's relevance in warfare. The arrival of the West also brought with it the rise of modernization forces within Japan. The samurai, who had once been the elite military class, now found themselves in conflict with those advocating for the reform and modernization of Japan. Intellectuals, merchants, and young samurai began calling for the adoption of Western technologies, including modern weaponry, to strengthen Japan's military and economy. The growing influence of these reformers, along with dissatisfaction with the Tokugawa regime, sparked political movements that would ultimately lead to the downfall of the shogunate. The Boshin War of 1868, a civil war between the forces loyal to the Tokugawa shogunate and those advocating for the restoration of imperial rule, marked the final blow to the samurai's dominance. As the imperial forces, backed by modernized military forces, defeated the shogunate, the samurai's political and military power came to an end. The Tokugawa shogunate was overthrown, and the Meiji Restoration began, ushering in a new era of modernization and industrialization for Japan. The decline of the samurai was also symbolic of the broader changes taking place in Japan. The rise of industrialization, the adoption of Western-style governance, and the centralization of political power under the emperor led to the dismantling of the feudal system. Samurai, who had once been the military aristocracy, were gradually integrated into the broader fabric of Japanese society. Many samurai were forced to adapt to new roles in the emerging Meiji state, while others were left behind as Japan transformed into a modern nation. In conclusion, the decline of the samurai class was a result of various internal and external factors. Economic hardship, social unrest, and the impact of Western influence all contributed to the diminishing power of the samurai. The rise of modernizing forces in Japan, fueled by the desire to strengthen the country in the face of Western pressures, ultimately led to the fall of the Tokugawa shogunate and the end of the samurai's military role. The legacy of the samurai, however, would endure in Japanese culture, influencing everything from martial arts to the modern Japanese spirit. The Meiji Restoration in 1868 marked the definitive end of the samurai era, a significant turning point in Japanese history. This period saw the overthrow of the Tokugawa shogunate, the dismantling of the feudal system, and the restoration of imperial power under Emperor Meiji. The samurai, who had long held a central role in Japan's military, political, and social spheres, were officially abolished as a class. This chapter in Japan's history symbolizes the dramatic shift from an ancient warrior aristocracy to a modern industrialized nation. The Tokugawa shogunate, which had ruled Japan for over 250 years, was overthrown during a period of great internal unrest and external pressure. The arrival of Commodore Perry's black ships in 1853 and the subsequent opening of Japan to the outside world exposed the weaknesses of the Tokugawa government. The samurai, once the most powerful military class in Japan, were now disillusioned with the shogunate's inability to protect Japan from Western influence. Amid this unrest, a coalition of samurai from powerful domains like Satsuma, Choshu, and Tosa, who were dissatisfied with the shogunate's rule, began pushing for the restoration of imperial power. In 1868, the Boshin War came to a head, and the forces loyal to the Tokugawa shogunate were decisively defeated by the imperial army, signaling the end of the shogunate's rule. The emperor's authority was restored, and the political landscape of Japan was fundamentally transformed. The samurai class, who had long served as the military backbone of Japan, found their status and power rapidly diminishing. Under the new Meiji government, Japan embarked on a path of modernization, looking to the West for inspiration in military and industrial matters. The abolition of the samurai class was formalized with the Meiji Restoration's sweeping reforms. In 1876, the government passed the Heitorai law, which prohibited samurai from carrying swords in public. This law symbolized the end of the samurai's traditional role as both warriors and societal elites. The government also instituted the conscription system, creating a modern national army based on universal service, rather than relying on the hereditary military class of samurai. This was a significant departure from centuries of military traditions that had seen samurai serve as both the officers and soldiers of Japan's armies. The end of the samurai class had profound cultural and social consequences. For centuries, samurai had adhered to the Bushido code, which emphasized honor, loyalty, and martial skill. The code of Bushido had shaped the identity of the samurai and was closely tied to their sense of duty to their lords, families, and country. The abolition of the samurai class effectively ended their role as the moral and military exemplars of Japanese society. Many samurai found themselves without purpose in a society that was rapidly modernizing and industrializing. With the rise of the Meiji government, many former samurai found new roles as bureaucrats, politicians, and businessmen, but their traditional warrior identity was increasingly marginalized. For others, the transition to a more modern and centralized military was a difficult adjustment. The samurai class had prided itself on its warrior ethos, but in the new Japan, the focus shifted from martial prowess to administrative skills, modern governance, and economic development. The transition was also difficult for the samurai's families, who had long been supported by stipends granted by feudal lords. With the fall of the feudal system, these stipends were abolished, and many samurai found themselves in financial hardship. Some turned to new professions, while others faced poverty and social ostracism. Many samurai were forced to leave their homes and adapt to a rapidly changing world. The clash between the old feudal system and the new, more centralized state created deep tensions in Japanese society, particularly among those who had once held power. The end of the samurai era was not without its romanticization. Despite their official abolition, the legacy of the samurai continued to influence Japanese culture and identity. The samurai's values of loyalty, honor, and duty were integrated into the new national identity, and the Bushido Code would continue to serve as a cultural touchstone for future generations. The symbolism of the samurai was invoked in art, literature, and even the military, as the image of the noble warrior persisted in the national consciousness. In conclusion, the Meiji Restoration marked the end of the samurai as a dominant class in Japanese society. The samurai's role was replaced by a modernized military and bureaucratic system, but the cultural legacy of the samurai would live on in Japan's national identity. The abolition of the samurai class symbolized the shift from Japan's feudal past to its modern, industrialized future. The samurai's disappearance from the political and military landscape of Japan marked the end of an era, but their spirit and ideals would continue to influence the culture of Japan for generations to come. The legacy of samurai and shoguns continues to resonate deeply within Japan and beyond, influencing not only the country's cultural fabric, but also its global reputation. While the official abolition of the samurai class occurred during the Meiji Restoration in the late 19th century, their values, ideals, and spirit still shape modern Japanese society in various ways. From business practices to martial arts, the enduring principles of loyalty, honor, and discipline continue to define much of Japan's identity today. This chapter explores how samurai culture has been memorialized, romanticized, and maintained in both Japan and worldwide, becoming a powerful symbol of strength, resilience, and morality. One of the most lasting aspects of samurai culture is the influence of their core values, particularly loyalty, honor, and discipline, on modern Japanese society. Loyalty, for instance, remains a critical value in Japanese life, evident in both personal relationships and business practices. The strong emphasis on group harmony, respect for authority, and dedication to duty all trace their roots back to the ideals of the samurai, who believed that their loyalty to their lord or cause was paramount, often above all else. In modern Japan, this manifests in various forms, from the loyalty employees demonstrate to their companies to the dedication of students toward their academic goals. The Bushido Code, which guided the samurai, still serves as an ethical framework for many aspects of Japanese culture, teaching the importance of self-discipline, integrity, and a commitment to excellence. Honor, too, continues to play an essential role in modern Japan. While the extreme consequences of dishonor, such as seppuku ritual suicide, have long since faded, the concept of personal and familial honor still carries significant weight. In many areas of life, maintaining one's honor through responsible actions and moral behavior is viewed as a reflection of one's character. In the business world, for example, reputation is everything, and companies often go to great lengths to uphold their honor through ethical practices and customer satisfaction. The samurai's sense of honor also endures in the reverence for ancestral traditions and respect for one's family, which remains a cornerstone of Japanese society. Discipline is another value inherited from the samurai that continues to influence Japan today. From rigorous training in traditional martial arts like kendo and judo, to the disciplined work ethic expected in schools and workplaces, samurai values permeate daily life. The idea of constantly striving to better oneself, pushing through adversity, and maintaining composure in the face of hardship is deeply rooted in the samurai tradition. This disciplined mindset is also evident in the pursuit of craftsmanship and perfection, a trait that has given rise to Japan's global reputation for precision engineering, meticulous artistry, and high standards in every field from technology to fashion. However, it is not just in daily life that samurai values have left their mark. Over time, samurai culture has been romanticized and memorialized in literature, film, and popular culture, transforming the image of the samurai into a global symbol of honor, bravery, and mystique. The samurai have been portrayed in countless novels, plays, and films, often as the noble warrior fighting for justice and upholding moral ideals. Classic works such as James Clavell's Shogun and Yukio Mishima's The Sea of Fertility explore the complex lives and internal struggles of samurai and the political and philosophical systems that shaped their world. In film, samurai have been immortalized through iconic portrayals from Akira Kurosawa's masterpieces like Seven Samurai and Rashomon to more modern films like The Last Samurai starring Tom Cruise. These films have contributed significantly to the romanticized image of the samurai, often emphasizing their loyalty, honor, and the tragic beauty of their lives. The samurai ethos in cinema conveys an idealized version of personal sacrifice and ethical integrity that continues to resonate with audiences worldwide. The visual impact of samurai, with their distinctive armor and katana swords, has also been a major influence on global pop culture, becoming instantly recognizable symbols of martial prowess and noble ideals. In addition to traditional media, samurai culture continues to be a major influence in modern video games, anime, and manga. From Ghost of Tsushima, which immerses players in the world of a samurai during Japan's Mongol invasion, to Samurai Champloo and Rurouni Kenshin, anime and video games continue to draw inspiration from the samurai era, often portraying characters who struggle with questions of honor, duty, and the complex balance between tradition and personal freedom. These stories have introduced new generations to the samurai's rich cultural legacy, shaping how the world perceives these warriors. The samurai also play a role in shaping the narrative of anime and manga, two of Japan's most significant cultural exports. Characters like Luffy from One Piece or Naruto Uzumaki from Naruto reflect the samurai code's influence on their sense of honor, discipline, and loyalty. These values are reflected in their personal struggles and relationships, making the legacy of the samurai an integral part of modern Japanese storytelling. The fascination with samurai extends far beyond Japan, influencing the global imagination. International audiences are drawn to the samurai's mystique, finding appeal in their discipline, bravery, and adherence to a strict ethical code. This attraction has been reflected in everything from Hollywood films to global cosplay, where fans around the world embrace samurai-inspired costumes and aesthetics. The romanticized image of the samurai as warriors who fought not only with swords, but with a deep sense of moral duty continues to inspire a broad spectrum of cultures. The continued global fascination with samurai culture demonstrates its enduring appeal and the universal themes of loyalty, honor, and personal sacrifice that resonate across time and place. In a world that often emphasizes speed and technology, the samurai's quiet commitment to discipline, introspection, and the pursuit of personal honor offers a contrast, one that speaks to the desire for a more principled and meaningful life. These ideals, rooted in a warrior class that lived by a strict code of ethics, still offer valuable lessons for modern society. In conclusion, the legacy of the samurai and the shogunate continues to shape modern Japan and has left an indelible mark on the wider world. Through their influence on Japanese values, their romanticization in literature and film, and their lasting impact on global pop culture, the samurai remain an enduring symbol of discipline, honor, and strength. The samurai's values have not only survived but thrived, influencing generations and cultures across the globe, proving that the spirit of the samurai continues to be relevant even in the modern era. Benjamin Franklin was born on January 17, 1706, in Boston, Massachusetts. He was the 15th of 17 children in the Franklin family, a household that was always bustling with activity. His father, Josiah Franklin, was a hard-working candle and soap maker, while his mother, Abiah Folger, managed the home and cared for their many children. The Franklin family lived modestly, and money was always tight. With so many mouths to feed, every member of the family had to contribute from an early age. Despite their financial struggles, Josiah and Abiah valued education and hard work, instilling these principles in their children, though formal schooling was a luxury few could afford for long. From a young age, Benjamin displayed an insatiable curiosity about the world around him. He was a bright and inquisitive child, always eager to learn and explore. His father initially hoped that Benjamin would become a minister, but the cost of formal education was too high. After just 2 years of schooling, the family could no longer afford to keep him in class. Instead, Benjamin took matters into his own hands, devouring every book he could get his hands on. He borrowed books from friends, read late into the night by candlelight, and even taught himself advanced subjects like arithmetic, philosophy, and writing. This self-education would become a defining characteristic of Franklin's life. His ability to learn independently and apply knowledge creatively would set him apart in every field he pursued. Benjamin was particularly drawn to the works of great thinkers and writers. He admired classical literature, history, and science, all of which would later influence his own ideas and innovations. His love for reading and learning set him apart from his siblings, most of whom followed more traditional trades. However, in a family of practical workers, there was little patience for a child who preferred books over labor. To his father, the idea of Benjamin spending so much time reading instead of working with his hands was impractical. This led to frequent discussions about Benjamin's future and what path he should take. At the age of 12, Benjamin was apprenticed to his older brother James, who owned a printing press in Boston. This was a turning point in his life. Working in the printing shop exposed Benjamin to the power of the written word. He learned how newspapers were made, how ideas were spread, and how information could shape public opinion. The experience also gave him access to more books, further fueling his hunger for knowledge. As an apprentice, he was expected to perform tedious tasks, such as setting type, mixing ink, and running errands. Yet, even in these menial tasks, he saw an opportunity to learn, absorbing everything he could about the printing business. However, his relationship with James was difficult. James was strict and often harsh, treating Benjamin as little more than a lowly apprentice rather than a younger brother. This harsh treatment only strengthened Benjamin's independent spirit. He longed for more freedom and dreamed of making a name for himself beyond the confines of Boston. To express his thoughts, Franklin began writing under the pseudonym Silence Do Good, submitting letters to his brother's newspaper, the New England Courant. These letters, written from the perspective of a witty and observant widow, became widely popular. When James discovered that his anonymous contributor was in fact his younger brother, he was furious. Their already strained relationship deteriorated further, pushing Benjamin closer to the idea of forging his own path. Even in his early years, Franklin's intelligence and determination were evident. He was not content with the life laid out before him and sought opportunities to expand his knowledge and skills. His early struggles shaped his character, teaching him resilience, self-reliance, and the value of education. He was already developing the traits that would define him as an inventor, writer, and statesman. His ability to question the status quo, think critically, and take bold action when necessary. He understood that, in order to achieve greatness, he needed to take control of his own destiny, even if it meant leaving everything behind. As tensions with his brother continued to rise, Franklin began formulating a plan to escape his apprenticeship and start anew elsewhere. At just 17 years old, he would make a daring decision to leave Boston behind and seek new opportunities in Philadelphia. It was a choice that would change the course of his life forever and set him on a path toward becoming one of the most influential figures in American history. This was just the beginning of Franklin's incredible journey. In the next chapter, we will explore his bold move to Philadelphia, his early struggles in a new city, and how he would rise from an unknown runaway to one of the most respected printers and thinkers of his time. By the time Benjamin Franklin was 12 years old, he had already displayed an unquenchable desire to learn. But his education was cut short due to financial constraints, and instead of studying in a formal setting, he was sent to apprentice under his older brother James Franklin, a printer in Boston. It was a difficult and demanding role, but it would prove to be a defining experience in his life. Working in the printing shop gave young Franklin access to a world of information. He read extensively, learned the mechanics of the trade, and discovered how ideas could be shaped and spread through the power of the written word. However, James was a strict and often harsh master. As an apprentice, Benjamin had little control over his own time or work. He was expected to perform menial tasks and follow his brother's orders without question. But Franklin was not the kind to blindly accept authority. He yearned for intellectual freedom and a voice of his own. Determined to prove his abilities, he secretly wrote letters under the pseudonym Silence Do Good, posing as a witty and insightful widow. These letters, filled with satire and sharp social commentary, were published in his brother's newspaper, the New England Courant, and quickly became popular among readers. When James discovered the true identity of the author, he was furious. The relationship between the two brothers quickly deteriorated. James resented Benjamin's talent and growing influence, and their conflicts became increasingly severe. The rigid constraints of the apprenticeship frustrated Franklin, who longed for more opportunities to develop his skills and pursue his ambitions. James's mistreatment of Benjamin extended beyond verbal reprimands. Physical punishments and outright hostility became a common part of their relationship. Benjamin found himself trapped in a role that stifled his creativity and intellect, and the more he excelled, the more resentment James harbored toward him. The desire for independence grew stronger, and with each passing day, the idea of escaping became more of a necessity than a fantasy. Eventually, after enduring years of mistreatment, Benjamin made a bold and fateful decision. He would break his apprenticeship contract and leave Boston behind. He knew this would not be easy. The contract legally bound him to James, and running away meant leaving his family, his job security, and his reputation behind. The consequences of being caught were severe, and the fear of what might happen loomed over him. But Franklin's resolve was unshakable. He knew that staying under his brother's control would stifle his potential and rob him of a future where he could think, write, and create freely. With careful planning, Franklin managed to slip away from Boston in 1723 at just 17 years old. His departure was secretive, as he could not afford to be discovered before he had fully escaped. He traveled by boat to New York, where he hoped to find work as a printer. The journey was difficult. He had little money, no letters of recommendation, and no immediate connections to rely on. When he arrived in New York, he quickly realized that his prospects were bleak. He approached William Bradford, a well-known printer, but there were no positions available. Bradford, however, mentioned that his son in Philadelphia might be able to offer employment. Determined not to return to Boston, Franklin took this as a sign and made the arduous journey to Philadelphia. He first traveled to New Jersey, enduring rough weather, hunger, and exhaustion along the way. At one point, he was forced to row part of the way himself to reach his destination. When he finally arrived in Philadelphia, he was disheveled, tired, and nearly penniless. He famously bought 3 rolls of bread with the little money he had left and walked through the streets of Philadelphia, eating them, an image that would later become symbolic of his humble beginnings in the city that would eventually define his legacy. Philadelphia was a world unlike Boston. It was growing rapidly, filled with opportunity, and home to a thriving intellectual community. But Franklin's journey was far from over. He still needed to establish himself, find work, and prove his worth. This bold escape marked a turning point in his life, setting him on a path that would ultimately lead him to become one of the most influential figures of his time. When Benjamin Franklin arrived in Philadelphia in 1723, he was just 17 years old, nearly penniless, and had no connections. Yet, this city would prove to be the perfect place for him to build his future. Unlike Boston, where Puritan traditions often stifled free thought, Philadelphia was a bustling and diverse city, open to new ideas and entrepreneurship. Its growing economy and thriving print industry provided Franklin with opportunities he could not have found elsewhere. Though his arrival was humble, famously walking through the streets with bread in his pockets, his ambition and intellect would soon set him apart. Franklin's first step toward stability was finding employment. He sought work as a printer and was eventually hired by Samuel Keimer, the owner of a struggling print shop. While Keimer was an eccentric and less than skilled businessman, he recognized Franklin's talent and put him to work. It did not take long for Franklin to gain a reputation as an industrious and highly skilled printer. He quickly befriended other young intellectuals and businessmen, including the merchant Thomas Denham, who saw great potential in him. Keenly aware of the power of networking, Franklin made efforts to connect with influential figures in Philadelphia. His intelligence, charm, and wit helped him form relationships with members of the city's elite, including Governor William Keith. Keith, impressed by Franklin's abilities, proposed that he travel to London to procure equipment and supplies to start his own printing business. The offer was enticing, and Franklin, eager for success, agreed. However, upon arriving in London, he discovered that Keith had not followed through on his promises. Stranded without financial support, Franklin was forced to find work as a printer in London, where he further refined his craft and expanded his knowledge of the printing industry. After nearly 2 years in London, Franklin returned to Philadelphia in 1726, wiser and more determined than ever. With the help of Thomas Denham, he secured employment and soon established himself as an independent printer. By 1728, he had partnered with Hugh Meredith to launch his own printing business. This was a pivotal moment in Franklin's life. He was no longer just an employee but an entrepreneur. His printing shop quickly gained traction thanks to his meticulous attention to detail, commitment to high-quality work, and innovative approach to business. Understanding the value of community and intellectual discourse, Franklin founded the Junto, a club for aspiring businessmen and thinkers to share ideas, discuss philosophy, and collaborate on projects. This group would later serve as the foundation for many of Franklin's civic initiatives, reinforcing his belief that knowledge and cooperation could improve society. As Franklin's printing business flourished, so did his influence in Philadelphia. He secured contracts for government printing work and began publishing the Pennsylvania Gazette, which would become one of the most successful newspapers in the colonies. His sharp wit and insightful commentary made the paper widely read, further cementing his status as a thought leader. Despite his growing success, Franklin never rested on his achievements. He constantly sought ways to expand his business and contribute to society, setting the stage for the many scientific, political, and social contributions he would make in the years to come. His rise from a penniless runaway to a respected businessman was just the beginning of an extraordinary journey that would shape the future of America. By the early 1730s, Benjamin Franklin had firmly established himself as a successful printer and businessman in Philadelphia. However, he was not content with simply running a printing press. He wanted to create something lasting that would both educate and entertain the public. This ambition led him to launch one of his most famous and enduring works, Poor Richard's Almanac. First published in 1732 under the pseudonym Richard Saunders, the almanac was a yearly publication filled with useful information such as weather forecasts, agricultural tips, and practical advice. However, what truly set it apart were Franklin's witty aphorisms and philosophical reflections. These sayings, often humorous yet deeply insightful, provided readers with guidance on frugality, hard work, and wisdom. Many of his maxims, such as early to bed and early to rise, makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise, and a penny saved is a penny earned, became ingrained in American culture and remain well known today. Poor Richard's Almanac quickly became a bestseller in the American colonies. Its success was due not only to Franklin's engaging writing, but also to his keen understanding of marketing. He made the almanac accessible, affordable, and filled with content that appealed to a wide audience, from farmers and tradesmen to intellectuals and politicians. Franklin's use of humor, satire, and moral lessons made it both entertaining and educational, ensuring its continued popularity year after year. The financial success of the almanac played a crucial role in Franklin's rise as a businessman. The steady income it generated allowed him to invest in other ventures, expand his printing business, and pursue various civic projects. More importantly, it solidified his reputation as a wise and practical thinker. The persona of Poor Richard, a humble yet intelligent observer of life, helped Franklin cultivate an image of reliability and wisdom, making him one of the most respected figures in the colonies. Through Poor Richard's Almanac, Franklin not only achieved financial prosperity, but also influenced generations of Americans with his philosophy of self-improvement, industry, and virtue. His ability to blend humor with practical wisdom made the Almanac one of the most significant publications of its time, shaping both his legacy and the values of a growing nation. Benjamin Franklin was not just a statesman, writer, and businessman. He was also one of the greatest inventors of his time. His natural curiosity and relentless pursuit of knowledge led him to develop innovations that would change the world. Unlike many inventors, Franklin did not seek patents for his creations. Instead, he believed that knowledge should be freely shared for the benefit of society, stating that as we enjoy great advantages from the inventions of others, we should be glad of an opportunity to serve others by any invention of ours. One of Franklin's most famous inventions was the lightning rod. During the 18th century, lightning strikes were a major hazard, often causing devastating fires, especially to churches and large buildings. Franklin, fascinated by electricity, conducted his famous kite experiment in 1752, proving that lightning was a form of electricity. This discovery led him to design the lightning rod, which safely directed lightning into the ground, preventing buildings from catching fire. This simple yet revolutionary device saved countless lives and changed how people understood and harnessed electricity. Soon lightning rods were installed on buildings across the colonies and Europe, making Franklin's innovation one of the most impactful safety measures of the time. Another of Franklin's practical inventions was the bifocal lens. As he aged, he found himself constantly switching between two pairs of glasses, one for reading and one for distance. To solve this inconvenience, he devised bifocals, which combined two lenses in a single frame, allowing for clear vision both up close and far away. This innovation remains widely used today and continues to improve the quality of life for millions, especially those who rely on glasses for both near and distant vision. Franklin's ability to take a simple problem from everyday life and find a lasting solution showcases his ingenuity and problem-solving skills. Franklin also sought to improve everyday living conditions with his invention of the Franklin stove. Traditional fireplaces were inefficient, producing more smoke than heat. Franklin's design improved airflow and increased heating efficiency while using less fuel. Unlike traditional open fireplaces, the Franklin stove used a baffle system to improve heat retention, making homes warmer and safer. Though Franklin never patented the design, it inspired numerous later improvements in home heating technology. The Franklin stove became a popular household fixture, reducing energy waste and making homes more comfortable during the cold months. Beyond these famous inventions, Franklin also made advancements in medical science. He invented a flexible urinary catheter to aid those suffering from bladder issues, demonstrating his commitment to improving health and quality of life. He also proposed daylight saving time, recognizing the benefits of adjusting clocks to maximize daylight hours and conserve energy. Despite the potential for profit, Franklin refused to patent his inventions. He believed that knowledge should be a shared resource, accessible to all who could benefit from it. His philosophy of open innovation helped spread his ideas rapidly, ensuring they reached and improved as many lives as possible. Franklin's refusal to patent his inventions stemmed from his deep belief in civic duty and his commitment to serving humanity rather than seeking personal wealth. Franklin's contributions to science and technology went beyond individual inventions. He conducted groundbreaking research on electricity, coined terms such as battery, conductor, and positive and negative charges, and laid the foundation for future advancements in electrical engineering. His work influenced generations of scientists and engineers, proving that intellectual curiosity and a dedication to the common good could drive progress. In recognition of his contributions, he became one of the most respected scientific minds of his time, corresponding with leading intellectuals across Europe, including members of the Royal Society in London, which eventually awarded him the prestigious Copley Medal for his electrical experiments. Through his inventive genius, Franklin not only changed the way people lived, but also shaped the future of scientific discovery. His legacy as an innovator endures, demonstrating that true progress comes not from personal gain, but from a commitment to the greater good. His ability to observe everyday problems and create solutions that benefited society at large remains one of the defining aspects of his genius, ensuring that his influence would extend far beyond his own lifetime. Benjamin Franklin's insatiable curiosity and commitment to intellectual progress extended far beyond his inventions and business endeavors. He was deeply devoted to the pursuit of knowledge and the exchange of ideas, which led him to found the American Philosophical Society in 1743. This institution would become one of the most important scholarly organizations in the United States, fostering scientific advancements and intellectual discussions that would shape the future of the nation. The inspiration for the society came from Franklin's admiration of the scientific circles in Europe, particularly the Royal Society in London, of which he later became a member. He envisioned a similar community in the American colonies, where thinkers, scientists, and inventors could collaborate and share discoveries. Franklin believed that knowledge should not be hoarded, but rather expanded upon through discussion and collective inquiry. The American Philosophical Society attracted some of the greatest minds of the time, including Thomas Jefferson, David Rittenhouse, and later even Charles Darwin. It provided a space for scholars to explore various fields, from physics and chemistry to medicine and astronomy. Among Franklin's many scientific pursuits, his studies on electricity remain some of his most groundbreaking work. Through his famous kite experiment in 1752, he demonstrated that lightning was a form of electricity, an experiment that not only confirmed his theories, but also laid the groundwork for future developments in electrical science. Franklin introduced key electrical terms such as positive and negative charge, battery and conductor, terminology still in use today. His discoveries earned him international recognition, including the prestigious Copley Medal from the Royal Society, making him one of the most respected scientists of his time. Franklin's intellectual curiosity was not limited to electricity. He also conducted extensive research in meteorology, studying weather patterns, ocean currents, and storms. He was the first to map the Gulf Stream, a powerful Atlantic current that significantly impacts maritime navigation. His work provided valuable insights for sailors and helped improve transatlantic travel. Additionally, he accurately theorized that colds were transmitted from person to person, an idea ahead of its time in medical science. His contributions to understanding the natural world demonstrated his remarkable ability to observe, analyze, and apply knowledge for practical benefits. Education was another passion of Franklin's, as he strongly believed that an informed and educated public was essential for a successful society. He advocated for accessible education and was instrumental in the founding of what would later become the University of Pennsylvania. Unlike many educational institutions of the time, which primarily focused on religious instruction, Franklin envisioned a curriculum that emphasized practical knowledge, critical thinking, and the sciences. His progressive approach to education laid the foundation for modern liberal arts programs and reinforced his belief that learning should be applicable to real-world challenges. Through his scientific research, educational initiatives, and the creation of the American Philosophical Society, Franklin helped cultivate a culture of intellectual exploration in the colonies. His work bridged the gap between European scientific thought and American innovation, ensuring that knowledge would continue to advance in the New World. Franklin's belief in the power of shared wisdom remains one of his most enduring legacies, proving that the pursuit of knowledge is one of the most powerful tools for shaping the future. Benjamin Franklin was a man of many talents, scientist, inventor, diplomat, and writer, but he was also known for his complex and sometimes scandalous private life. Though he carefully cultivated an image of wisdom and virtue, Franklin's personal relationships were anything but simple. His marriage to Deborah Reed was unconventional, his rumored affairs raised eyebrows, and his reputation as a ladies' man followed him throughout his life. Franklin first met Deborah Reed in Philadelphia when he was just 17 years old. The two quickly formed a connection, but circumstances prevented an immediate union. In 1724, Franklin left for England to further his career, promising to return and marry her. However, during his extended stay abroad, Deborah's family arranged for her to marry another man, John Rogers. The marriage proved disastrous, as Rogers was unreliable and soon disappeared, leaving Deborah unable to remarry due to the strict laws regarding deserted spouses. When Franklin finally returned, the two entered into a common law marriage in 1730, as Deborah was legally still married to Rogers. Despite their long partnership, Franklin and Deborah's relationship was strained. Deborah never traveled with Franklin on his many diplomatic missions to Europe, partly due to her fear of ocean travel, but also because their marriage lacked the deep emotional connection that Franklin seemed to seek elsewhere. Their correspondence became less frequent over the years, and when Franklin spent extended periods in London and Paris, he surrounded himself with intelligent and attractive women, leading to speculation about his fidelity. Rumors of Franklin's affairs were widespread, and while some were likely exaggerated, there is evidence that he engaged in romantic relationships outside his marriage. One of the most persistent mysteries of Franklin's life was the identity of the mother of his illegitimate son, William Franklin. Born around 1730, William was raised in Franklin's household, but Franklin never publicly named his mother. Some historians believe she may have been a Philadelphia woman Franklin had a brief relationship with before marrying Deborah, while others suggest she was a servant in his home. Regardless of her identity, William grew up to be a loyalist governor during the American Revolution, a stance that would eventually create a deep rift between father and son. Franklin's time in Europe, particularly in France, solidified his reputation as a charming and flirtatious man. The French adored him, not just for his intellect and diplomatic skills, but also for his wit and charisma. He was especially popular among the ladies of French high society, who admired his wisdom and humor. One of his most well-documented friendships was with Madame Briard, a married French woman, with whom he exchanged affectionate letters filled with playful flirtation. Though their relationship may not have been physically intimate, it demonstrated Franklin's ability to forge deep emotional connections outside of his marriage. Even in his later years, Franklin maintained an appreciation for female companionship. He wrote extensively about love, relationships, and even offered humorous advice on choosing mistresses in a famous letter to a friend. His views on women were progressive for his time. He valued their intelligence and believed in their ability to contribute meaningfully to society. Yet his personal relationships often reflected the contradictions of an era when women's roles were still largely confined to the domestic sphere. While Franklin's personal life was filled with complexities, his charisma and charm made him one of the most fascinating figures of his time. His ability to navigate both the intellectual and social worlds with ease ensured that, despite any scandals or rumors, his legacy as a great thinker and statesman would endure. His private life, much like his public one, was marked by curiosity, passion, and an undeniable magnetism that captivated those around him. Benjamin Franklin was a man of many roles: scientist, diplomat, inventor and philosopher, but one of his lesser-known yet significant affiliations was with the Freemasons. Franklin's connection to Freemasonry was not just a casual association, it played a crucial role in shaping his network, influence and philosophical outlook. The organization, often shrouded in secrecy and mystery, provided Franklin with valuable connections that aided his career and allowed him to engage with some of the most influential minds of his time. Franklin was initiated into Freemasonry in 1731 at the age of 25, joining the Masonic Lodge of St. John in Philadelphia. Within a few years, his intelligence, leadership skills and dedication propelled him to a position of prominence within the fraternity. By 1734, he was elected Grand Master of the Pennsylvania Lodge, making him one of the most influential Freemasons in the American colonies. That same year, Franklin published the first Masonic book in the Americas, an edition of the Constitutions of the Freemasons, further cementing his role in spreading the principles and influence of the organization. Freemasonry, at its core, was built upon values of enlightenment, self-improvement and fraternity. These ideals aligned closely with Franklin's own beliefs in reason, education and civic duty. The Freemasons advocated for moral integrity, philanthropy, and the pursuit of knowledge, all of which were deeply ingrained in Franklin's life work. As a member, he engaged in discussions on philosophy, politics, and science, refining ideas that would later influence his contributions to the American Revolution and the drafting of the U.S. Constitution. Despite the fraternity's stated goals of intellectual and moral enlightenment, Freemasonry has long been the subject of speculation and conspiracy theories. Some claim that the organization wielded immense secret power, influencing governments and shaping historical events from behind the scenes. Given Franklin's close involvement, rumors swirled about his participation in hidden agendas or clandestine operations. However, no concrete evidence supports these theories. Franklin's own writings suggest he saw Freemasonry as a force for good, providing structure and fraternity rather than a means of control. What is undeniable, however, is that Franklin's Masonic connections greatly benefited his career. The fraternity created an extensive network of like-minded men, many of whom held significant positions in politics, business, and academia. This network proved invaluable during Franklin's diplomatic missions, particularly in France, where he worked to secure crucial support for the American Revolution. Many high-ranking French officials and intellectuals were themselves Freemasons, and Franklin's shared affiliation helped build trust and establish important alliances. His Masonic ties also extended to other founding fathers, including George Washington, John Hancock, and Paul Revere, further illustrating how deeply intertwined Freemasonry was with the early political landscape of America. Franklin remained a devoted Freemason throughout his life. In his later years, he continued to promote the fraternity's principles of charity and self-improvement. He viewed Freemasonry as a vehicle for societal progress, a place where men of diverse backgrounds could come together in the pursuit of knowledge and moral betterment. While mystery and speculation still surround Freemasonry, Franklin's own involvement appears to have been driven by his passion for enlightenment and self-betterment, rather than secretive manipulation. His participation in the organization was yet another avenue through which he pursued wisdom, built influential relationships, and contributed to the intellectual and political development of his time. Whether viewed as a secretive brotherhood or a philosophical society, Freemasonry was undeniably an important chapter in Franklin's life and legacy. Benjamin Franklin's journey from a successful businessman to a respected statesman was a natural progression driven by his keen interest in public service and governance. As he gained wealth and influence through his printing business, Franklin turned his attention toward improving society, believing that civic responsibility was a fundamental duty of every citizen. His early political career in Pennsylvania laid the foundation for his later contributions to American independence and governance. Franklin's first steps into politics came through local civic engagement rather than elected office. He founded organizations such as the Junto, a club dedicated to intellectual discussion and community improvement, which later influenced many of his political initiatives. His leadership in establishing Philadelphia's first public library, fire department and hospital demonstrated his commitment to practical solutions that benefited the broader public. This hands-on approach to problem-solving caught the attention of Pennsylvania's political elite, who saw Franklin as an invaluable asset to the colony's administration. In 1736, Franklin was appointed clerk of the Pennsylvania Assembly, a position that granted him insight into the workings of colonial government. His efficiency and organizational skills quickly earned him recognition, and within a few years he was appointed postmaster of Philadelphia. This role gave him control over the distribution of information, further solidifying his influence in both business and politics. His reforms in the postal system improved communication between the colonies, making it easier for news and ideas to spread, an essential factor in the coming revolutionary movement. By the 1740s, Franklin had gained enough political experience to take on a more active role in governance. In 1751, he was elected to the Pennsylvania Assembly, where he championed various reforms aimed at improving public welfare. Among his most notable achievements was his push for better public safety measures, including the organization of a professional firefighting brigade and the improvement of street lighting and sanitation. Franklin also advocated for fairer taxation policies and the expansion of educational opportunities, which ultimately led to the establishment of the Academy of Philadelphia, later known as the University of Pennsylvania. One of Franklin's most significant political battles came in the 1750s when he clashed with the Penn family, the proprietary governors of Pennsylvania. The Penns controlled much of the colony's land and wielded significant political power, often refusing to fairly tax their vast estates. Franklin became a leading voice against this imbalance, arguing that the wealthy should contribute their fair share to the colony's expenses, particularly in funding its defense. His advocacy for a more democratic and equitable government earned him both admiration and powerful enemies. Franklin's increasing involvement in colonial affairs eventually extended beyond Pennsylvania. In 1754, he proposed the Albany Plan of Union, an ambitious but ultimately unsuccessful attempt to unite the colonies under a central government for mutual defense against French and Native American threats. Though the plan was rejected, it foreshadowed the later push for American independence and demonstrated Franklin's visionary thinking in matters of governance. His political career in Pennsylvania showcased his talent for leadership and pragmatic problem-solving. Whether reforming local infrastructure, challenging the dominance of elite landowners, or laying the groundwork for colonial unity, Franklin's time as a statesman in Pennsylvania was a crucial stepping stone to his later role as a revolutionary leader. His ability to blend business acumen with public service made him a unique figure in American history, one who not only shaped policy but also set an example of civic responsibility that would inspire generations to come. Benjamin Franklin's journey to London in 1757 marked a significant chapter in his life and in the tense relationship between the American colonies and the British Crown. Sent as a representative of the Pennsylvania Assembly, his mission was initially focused on resolving local disputes over taxation and governance. However, his role soon expanded as tensions between Britain and its American colonies grew, positioning him as a crucial intermediary in what would become the prelude to the American Revolution. Franklin's primary reason for traveling to England was to address the ongoing conflict between the Pennsylvania Assembly and the Penn family, the colony's proprietors. The Penns refused to allow their vast land holdings to be taxed fairly, putting the financial burden on ordinary citizens. Franklin, armed with his diplomatic skills and deep knowledge of politics, hoped to persuade the British government to intervene and enforce a more just system. While in London, he lobbied Parliament and engaged in numerous discussions with influential politicians, making a strong case for colonial rights and fair taxation. During his stay, Franklin also acted as an unofficial spokesperson for broader colonial concerns. He became a respected figure in British intellectual circles, joining the Royal Society and engaging with some of the greatest thinkers of the time. His reputation as a scientist and inventor gave him credibility, allowing him to interact with both politicians and scholars. Franklin's essays and letters during this period argued for greater colonial autonomy while still maintaining loyalty to the Crown, reflecting his initial hope that the colonies could reach a fair and peaceful agreement with Britain. However, Franklin's optimism was gradually eroded by the arrogance and indifference he encountered among British officials. The prevailing attitude in London was that the American colonies existed solely for the benefit of the Empire, and their demands for fair treatment were met with condescension. The British government viewed colonial resistance as an inconvenience rather than a legitimate concern, dismissing Franklin's efforts to mediate. The situation worsened with the passage of the Stamp Act in 1765, a direct tax imposed on the colonies without their consent. Franklin initially sought compromise, advising colonial leaders to accept the tax while negotiating for greater representation. However, when the backlash in America turned fierce, with widespread protests and economic boycotts, Franklin changed his stance. He testified before Parliament in 1766, delivering a powerful argument against the tax and warning of the growing unrest in the colonies. His testimony played a key role in the eventual repeal of the Stamp Act, earning him both admiration and suspicion from different factions within Britain. Despite this victory, Franklin became increasingly disillusioned with British rule. He witnessed firsthand the corruption and disdain that many British officials had for the American colonies. The final blow came in 1774 with the Hutchinson Affair, when Franklin leaked private letters from Massachusetts Governor Thomas Hutchinson, revealing British plans to impose harsher control over the colonies. Instead of acknowledging the wrongdoing exposed by the letters, the British government retaliated by publicly humiliating Franklin in a hearing before the Privy Council. He was stripped of his position as Deputy Postmaster General of North America, marking a turning point in his political allegiance. Disillusioned and outraged, Franklin realized that reconciliation was no longer possible. In 1775, after nearly 2 decades in London, he returned to America with a clear vision. Independence was the only viable path forward. His experiences in Britain had transformed him from a mediator seeking compromise into a revolutionary leader determined to help forge a new nation free from British rule. His diplomatic failures in London would ultimately pave the way for his greatest successes, rallying international support for American independence and shaping the future of the United States. Benjamin Franklin's transformation from a loyal British subject to a fervent supporter of American independence was neither sudden nor easy. For much of his life, Franklin believed in the possibility of reconciliation between Britain and its American colonies. However, as tensions escalated and British policies became increasingly oppressive, he came to the painful realization that independence was the only path forward. The root of Franklin's disillusionment lay in Britain's taxation policies. Following the costly 7 Years' War, The British government sought to recover its financial losses by imposing new taxes on its American colonies. The Sugar Act of 1764 and the Stamp Act of 1765 were among the first measures that angered colonists who protested against taxation without representation. Franklin, still hopeful for a diplomatic resolution, initially advised Americans to comply while working within the system for change. However, as colonial resistance grew, he shifted his stance, recognizing the fundamental injustice of Britain's actions. Franklin's famous 1766 testimony before the British Parliament played a crucial role in the repeal of the Stamp Act. He eloquently argued that the American colonies had always taxed themselves through their own legislatures, and that Britain's unilateral taxation was a dangerous overreach. His words carried weight, and the Stamp Act was repealed. However, this victory was short-lived. Britain soon passed the Declaratory Act, affirming its right to legislate for the colonies in all cases whatsoever. The Townshend Acts followed, imposing further taxes on essential goods, reigniting colonial fury. As the resistance in America intensified, Franklin's attempts at mediation became increasingly futile. His breaking point came in 1774 with the Hutchinson Affair. Franklin had acquired and leaked private letters written by Massachusetts Governor Thomas Hutchinson, which revealed British intentions to suppress colonial liberties. Rather than addressing the concerns exposed by the letters, British officials turned their wrath on Franklin. He was summoned before the Privy Council in a humiliating public hearing, where he was accused of treasonous behavior and ridiculed by British leaders. This moment marked a profound personal and political shift for Franklin. Stripped of his position as Deputy Postmaster General and branded a traitor in British circles, he saw clearly that the British government had no intention of treating the colonies fairly. In 1775, Franklin returned to America, fully convinced that reconciliation was impossible. By this time, the first shots of the American Revolution had been fired at Lexington and Concord, and the colonies were moving toward full-scale rebellion. Franklin wasted no time in aligning himself with the revolutionary cause. He was appointed to the Second Continental Congress, where he played a key role in drafting the Declaration of Independence. His experience, wisdom, and international reputation made him an invaluable figure in uniting the colonies and securing support for the revolutionary effort. Franklin's break with Britain was not just political, but deeply personal. He had spent much of his life advocating for unity within the British Empire, only to be betrayed and cast aside. Even his relationship with his own son, William Franklin, the loyalist governor of New Jersey, was torn apart by the revolution. Franklin's decision to support independence came at great personal cost, but he believed it was necessary to ensure the future freedom of the American people. By the time he signed the Declaration of Independence in 1776, Franklin had fully embraced his role as a revolutionary. No longer a mediator seeking compromise, he was now one of the architects of a new nation. His journey from loyal British citizen to American patriot was complete, and his efforts would soon turn towards securing international alliances to ensure the survival of the young republic. As the American colonies waged their war for independence, Benjamin Franklin played a critical but often overlooked role behind the scenes. While battles raged on American soil, Franklin was engaged in a different kind of warfare, one fought with diplomacy, persuasion, and strategic alliances. His mission to secure France's support for the American Revolution. Without his efforts in Paris, the fledgling United States might never have survived its struggle against the British Empire. Franklin arrived in France in December 1776, a 70-year-old man with an extraordinary reputation. Already famous as a scientist, philosopher, and writer, he was welcomed into the highest circles of French society. Unlike traditional diplomats who relied on strict formality, Franklin cultivated an image that fascinated the French elite. He dressed simply, often wearing a fur cap instead of a powdered wig, and played the role of the wise, humble American. This calculated persona made him immensely popular in France, where intellectuals and aristocrats admired the revolutionary ideals he represented. However, Franklin's mission was far from easy. At the time of his arrival, France was hesitant to openly support the American cause. Although the French despised Britain, its long-standing rival, they were unwilling to risk war without proof that the Americans could hold their own. Franklin's first task was to convince the French government that the American Revolution was not a doomed rebellion, but a legitimate fight for independence. To achieve this, Franklin and his fellow commissioners, Silas Deane and Arthur Lee, worked tirelessly to cultivate relationships with French officials and financiers. They secretly arranged for shipments of arms, ammunition, and supplies to be sent to the American rebels. French merchants, encouraged by Franklin's assurances, provided loans and resources that sustained the Continental Army in its early desperate years. Meanwhile, Franklin engaged in covert negotiations with France's foreign minister, the Comte de Vergennes, laying the groundwork for a formal alliance. The turning point came in October 1777, with the stunning American victory at the Battle of Saratoga. This triumph proved to the French that the Americans were capable of defeating British forces. Franklin seized the opportunity, using his diplomatic skill to persuade France that now was the time to act. His efforts paid off. In February 1778, France officially recognized the United States and signed the Treaty of Alliance, committing military and financial support to the American war effort. This alliance was a game-changer. French troops, warships, and supplies began pouring into the conflict, shifting the balance of power. The French Navy played a decisive role in key battles, most notably the Siege of Yorktown in 1781, where French ships blockaded British forces, leading to their surrender. Franklin's negotiations had secured not just diplomatic recognition, but also the material support necessary for American victory. Beyond politics and military strategy, Franklin's time in Paris was marked by his charm and social influence. He moved effortlessly among French intellectuals, winning over philosophers, scientists, and influential figures. His wit, intelligence, and ability to navigate French society made him an unmatched diplomat, able to foster goodwill and strengthen ties between the two nations. By the time the war ended in 1783, Franklin had achieved what once seemed impossible. His diplomacy had turned the tide of the revolution, ensuring that the United States had the backing of a major European power. His work in France was one of the most crucial contributions to American independence, proving that wars are not won by battles alone, but also by the skillful hands of those who can forge alliances and sway the course of history. Benjamin Franklin was one of the most influential figures behind the Declaration of Independence, even though he was not its principal author. By 1776, Franklin was already a revered statesman, scientist, and diplomat, known for his wisdom and political acumen. However, when it came to drafting the historic document that would sever America's ties with Britain, the task was given to a younger man, Thomas Jefferson. Franklin, though, played a vital role in shaping both the content and the political strategy behind the Declaration. The decision to have Jefferson write the first draft was largely due to Franklin's declining health and his personal reluctance to take on the primary authorship. Additionally, Jefferson was known for his eloquence and ability to craft compelling prose. Franklin, along with John Adams, was part of the five-man committee appointed to draft the Declaration, and while he did not write the initial text, his influence was unmistakable. When Jefferson completed his draft, Franklin carefully reviewed it, making several key edits that refined and strengthened the final version. One of his most famous contributions was altering Jefferson's phrase, "We hold these truths to be sacred and undeniable to the now iconic. We hold these truths to be self-evident." This change not only improved the rhetorical flow, but also aligned with the Enlightenment ideals that Franklin so deeply believed in. Beyond his editorial contributions, Franklin's greatest impact lay in his ability to unify the colonies behind the cause of independence. He was a master of diplomacy, both in international affairs and in managing the fierce political debates among the American revolutionaries. The Continental Congress was deeply divided, with some delegates still hoping for reconciliation with Britain. Franklin used his persuasive skills to strengthen the resolve of the pro-independence faction, emphasizing the necessity of unity. He understood that for the revolution to succeed, the colonies had to stand together, and he worked tirelessly to bridge political differences and rally support for the Declaration. Franklin's wisdom and wit also helped diffuse tensions and reinforce the gravity of the moment. One of his most famous remarks came on July 4, 1776, as the signers of the Declaration gathered to commit what was, at the time, an act of treason against Britain. As they prepared to affix their names to the document, Franklin famously quipped, "We must all hang together, or, most assuredly, we shall all hang separately." This statement underscored the risks they were taking and the necessity of unity in the face of a common enemy. Franklin's role in the Declaration of Independence was not just about words on paper, it was about shaping a vision for a new nation. His influence extended beyond the document itself. He had spent years preparing the intellectual and political groundwork for American independence. Through his writings, such as his contributions to the Pennsylvania Gazette and Poor Richard's Almanac, he had long been promoting the values of self-governance, industry, and liberty. His diplomatic skills had already helped bring France closer to supporting the revolution, and his reputation lent credibility to the revolutionary cause. In the end, while Thomas Jefferson may have penned the most famous words of the Declaration, Franklin's wisdom, diplomacy, and strategic thinking were crucial in ensuring that those words would have the full backing of the colonies. His legacy as a founding father is not only in what he wrote, but in how he guided the revolution toward success, shaping the destiny of the United States in ways that continue to be felt to this day. By the time Benjamin Franklin arrived in France in 1776, he was already one of the most famous men in the world. But during his years in Europe, his reputation soared to new heights, transforming him into a true superstar of the Enlightenment era. In Paris, Franklin was not just a diplomat representing the American colonies, he became a symbol of the revolutionary spirit and a living embodiment of the ideals that intellectuals across Europe admired. Franklin's appeal in France was immediate and overwhelming. His reputation as a scientist, inventor, and philosopher preceded him, and his association with the American Revolution made him an instant sensation. He carefully cultivated an image that captivated the French aristocracy and intellectual elite. Instead of wearing the elaborate powdered wigs and fine silks typical of European diplomats, Franklin embraced a simpler, rustic look, often appearing in a fur hat and modest clothing. This self-presentation as the wise, humble American genius fascinated the French, who saw in him the personification of the noble struggle for liberty. One of the key aspects of Franklin's time in France was his connection to the leading intellectuals of the Enlightenment. He formed a close friendship with Voltaire, the legendary philosopher and critic of religious dogma. When the two men met in 1778 at the Academy of Sciences in Paris, the encounter was treated as a momentous event. Before a rapt audience, they embraced and exchanged pleasantries, with Voltaire reportedly giving Franklin his blessing in the form of an ancient ceremonial gesture. The crowd erupted in applause, seeing this as a symbolic passing of wisdom between two of the greatest minds of the age. Beyond Voltaire, Franklin engaged with other influential figures such as the mathematician and philosopher Condorcet, the economist Turgot, and the political thinker Rousseau. He attended salons, gatherings where the intellectual elite discussed philosophy, science, and politics, and became a revered figure in these circles. His charm, wit, and ability to articulate the revolutionary cause made him a favorite guest, and he used these opportunities to build support for the American struggle for independence. Franklin's popularity in France extended far beyond the intellectual salons. His face appeared on medallions, portraits, and even pieces of furniture. His likeness was sculpted into busts and painted by some of the finest artists of the time. Ordinary Parisians admired him as much as the aristocracy, and he became a symbol of defiance against tyranny. The French press frequently published articles about him, often portraying him as the embodiment of reason and virtue. This adoration had tangible benefits for the American cause. Franklin's immense popularity helped him secure crucial financial and military support from France. His negotiations with King Louis XVI's court led to the 1778 Treaty of Alliance, in which France formally recognized the United States and committed troops, supplies, and naval power to the war effort. This was a decisive turning point in the American Revolution, made possible in large part by Franklin's influence and diplomatic skill. Even after American independence was secured, Franklin remained one of the most celebrated figures in Europe. His contributions to science, politics, and philosophy ensured that his legacy endured long after he left France. By the time he returned to America in 1785, he was not just one of the founding fathers of the United States. He was a global icon, a man whose name had become synonymous with the pursuit of knowledge, freedom, and progress. His time in France had cemented him as the most famous American of his era, a status that endures to this day. After years of tireless diplomatic efforts in Europe, Benjamin Franklin played a crucial role in bringing the American Revolutionary War to an official end. By 1781, with the British surrender at Yorktown, it was clear that the war was nearing its conclusion. However, negotiating peace with Britain would prove to be just as challenging as securing support for the war itself. Franklin, with his vast diplomatic experience and international reputation, became one of the leading figures in these negotiations, ultimately shaping the Treaty of Paris in 1783. Franklin's deep connections in the French court and his reputation as a skilled negotiator positioned him as a key player in the peace talks. Alongside John Adams, John Jay, and Henry Lawrence, Franklin was part of the American delegation tasked with negotiating the terms of peace with Britain. The British government, exhausted by years of war and mounting debts, was ready to negotiate, but they hoped to divide the American diplomats and extract the most favorable terms possible. Franklin, however, was well aware of these tactics and worked closely with his fellow commissioners to ensure that the United States would emerge from the treaty with its sovereignty and territorial claims intact. One of Franklin's most significant achievements was securing the recognition of American independence. While this may seem like an obvious outcome, Britain was initially reluctant to grant full independence without conditions. Franklin and his fellow negotiators held firm, refusing to sign any agreement that did not explicitly recognize the United States as a free and independent nation. Through strategic patience and diplomatic skill, they succeeded in securing this recognition in the final treaty. Another major victory was the expansion of American territory. Franklin and his colleagues managed to negotiate boundaries that extended the new nation's territory westward to the Mississippi River, north to the Great Lakes, and south to Florida. This was a remarkable achievement, as it provided the fledgling United States with vast lands for future expansion and economic growth. The British, eager to end the costly conflict, reluctantly agreed to these terms, solidifying America's future as a continental power. Franklin also played a role in addressing the treatment of loyalists, American colonists who had remained loyal to the British Crown. While Britain wanted strong protections for these individuals, Franklin and the American delegation ensured that the final treaty provided only minimal concessions. The agreement allowed loyalists to seek restitution for seized property, but the U.S. government was not required to enforce these claims, leaving most matters to individual states. This compromise allowed the peace process to move forward without alienating the new American government or its citizens. With the Treaty of Paris signed on September 3, 1783, Franklin had helped bring an end to a war that had defined an era. His ability to navigate complex negotiations, maintain alliances and secure favorable terms demonstrated his enduring influence and political mastery. By 1785, having completed his diplomatic mission in Europe, Franklin prepared for his long-awaited return to America. Franklin's journey home was not merely a physical return but also an emotional and symbolic one. He had left the colonies years earlier as a diplomat seeking support for a struggling rebellion. Now he returned to a fully independent nation in part due to his own efforts. His arrival in Philadelphia was met with celebration, as he was hailed as one of the principal architects of American independence. However, Franklin did not retire into obscurity. Instead, he continued to shape the young nation, taking on new roles in governance, diplomacy, and the fight to end slavery. Though his years in France had made him one of the most famous Americans in the world, his heart remained with the people of the United States. Franklin's return marked the final chapter of his international career, but his contributions to the nation were far from over. He would go on to participate in drafting the U.S. Constitution, ensuring that his legacy as a founding father endured long after his passing. By the time of the Constitutional Convention in 1787, Benjamin Franklin was in the final years of his life. At 81 years old, he was the oldest delegate at the convention, his health frail but his mind as sharp as ever. Though he had already played a crucial role in securing American independence, Franklin understood that the young nation was at a crossroads. The Articles of Confederation had proven weak, and without a stronger federal government, the United States risked descending into chaos. Franklin, ever the pragmatist, knew that compromise and unity were necessary for the country's survival. Throughout the convention, Franklin was a stabilizing force. While many delegates engaged in heated debates over the structure of the new government, Franklin remained measured and diplomatic, using his wisdom and reputation to guide discussions. He strongly supported the creation of a strong central government, but was also deeply committed to ensuring that power was balanced and that individual freedoms were protected. His presence alone commanded respect, and his words carried immense weight among the delegates. One of Franklin's most significant contributions to the convention was his advocacy for compromise. The debates over representation in Congress were particularly contentious, with large and small states at odds over how power should be distributed. Franklin, recognizing the need for unity, supported the Connecticut Compromise, which established a bicameral legislature with proportional representation in the House and equal representation in the Senate. This agreement was instrumental in shaping the structure of the U.S. government as it exists today. Despite his failing health, Franklin continued to engage in debates on key issues, including the executive branch and the powers of the presidency. Though he had concerns about the potential for tyranny, he ultimately supported the creation of a single executive, provided there were checks and balances in place. His experience as a diplomat had taught him the importance of a government capable of decisive action, particularly in foreign affairs. One of Franklin's most famous moments at the convention came at its conclusion. As the final draft of the Constitution was being signed, he remarked on the sun carved into the back of George Washington's chair. He noted that throughout the convention, he had often wondered whether the sun was rising or setting. Now, as the Constitution was completed, he declared that he believed it to be a rising sun, symbolizing hope and a new beginning for the nation. Perhaps his most enduring statement from the convention came when asked what kind of government the delegates had created. Franklin's response was simple yet profound: "A republic if you can keep it." With these words, he issued a challenge to future generations, emphasizing that the success of the United States would depend on the vigilance and engagement of its citizens. Though Franklin was not as vocal as some of the younger delegates, his wisdom, experience, and ability to unify opposing sides were invaluable. He was a statesman who understood the necessity of compromise, a philosopher who believed in the power of reason, and a patriot who dedicated his life to the service of his country. His role in the Constitutional Convention was his final great act of public service, cementing his legacy as one of the most influential founding fathers. After the convention, Franklin returned to his home in Philadelphia, where he continued to advocate for issues he cared deeply about, including the abolition of slavery. Though his health continued to decline, he remained engaged in public life until his death in 1790. His contributions to the founding of the United States extended far beyond the Revolution. He helped shape the very framework of the government that endures to this day. Benjamin Franklin's views on slavery evolved significantly over the course of his life, reflecting his broader transformation from a pragmatic businessman to a champion of Enlightenment ideals. In his early years, Franklin, like many of his contemporaries, participated in the institution of slavery. As a young entrepreneur, he owned slaves who worked in his household and printing business. He also profited from the sale of advertisements for slave auctions in his newspaper, the Pennsylvania Gazette. At the time, slavery was widely accepted in the American colonies, and Franklin, ever the practical man, saw it as an economic necessity rather than a moral dilemma. However, Franklin's exposure to new ideas and his increasing involvement in intellectual and political circles began to change his perspective. As he traveled through Europe, he engaged with abolitionists and thinkers of the Enlightenment who argued against the institution of slavery on moral and philosophical grounds. The contradiction between the ideals of liberty and the reality of human bondage became more apparent to him, especially as he played a crucial role in the American Revolution, a war fought in the name of freedom. By the 1760s, Franklin had begun to distance himself from slavery. He freed the few slaves he still owned and took a more active interest in the condition of free black people in America. As president of the Pennsylvania Society for Promoting the Abolition of Slavery, he pushed for gradual emancipation and the education of formerly enslaved people, believing that knowledge and opportunity were key to integrating them into society. His efforts reflected his belief in human potential and the power of education to elevate individuals, regardless of their background. One of Franklin's most significant contributions to the abolitionist movement came in the final years of his life. In 1790, just months before his death, he submitted a petition to Congress calling for the abolition of slavery and the end of the transatlantic slave trade. In this petition, Franklin argued that slavery was a moral stain on the new republic and that the ideals of the American Revolution demanded its eradication. His appeal was met with resistance from Southern politicians who saw it as a threat to their economic interests. Nevertheless, Franklin's stance set a powerful precedent and demonstrated that even those who had once participated in the institution could change their views and fight for justice. Franklin's late-life transformation into an abolitionist was not just a political stance, but a moral reckoning. He recognized that the system he had once tolerated was fundamentally incompatible with the principles of liberty and equality that he had spent his life defending. Though he did not live to see the end of slavery in the United States, his advocacy contributed to the growing abolitionist movement that would eventually lead to its demise. His journey from slave owner to abolitionist is a testament to his intellectual flexibility and willingness to challenge his own beliefs. It also serves as a reminder that history is shaped not only by those who are ahead of their time, but also by those who are willing to grow, learn, and act on their convictions. Franklin's final stand against slavery remains one of the most profound aspects of his legacy, underscoring his commitment to justice and human dignity in his last years. After decades of shaping the world around him, Benjamin Franklin spent his final years in Philadelphia, reflecting on his life, his accomplishments, and the future of the nation he helped to create. Despite his advanced age and declining health, Franklin remained deeply engaged in political and intellectual matters until his last days. Returning to Philadelphia in 1785, after years abroad in France, Franklin was welcomed as a national hero. He had secured crucial French support during the Revolutionary War, negotiated peace with Britain, and helped establish the fledgling United States as a respected global power. Now in his 80s, Franklin sought a quieter life, but found himself still in demand as a statesman and thinker. He was elected president of Pennsylvania's Supreme Executive Council, a role similar to that of a modern governor, and continued to weigh in on pressing national issues, particularly the formation of the U.S. Constitution. As one of the elder statesmen at the Constitutional Convention in 1787, Franklin played a crucial role in fostering compromise among the delegates. Though physically weak, and often needing assistance to move or write, his wisdom and humor helped bridge ideological divides. He famously urged unity, recognizing that the success of the new nation depended on cooperation. His statement about the rising or setting sun on George Washington's chair, declaring that he finally believed it to be a rising sun, symbolizing a hopeful future, remains one of the most memorable moments of the convention. In his final years, Franklin turned his attention to broader philosophical questions and personal reflection. He wrote his autobiography, which chronicled his journey from a humble printer's apprentice to a revered statesman and inventor. The work, though unfinished at the time of his death, remains one of the most influential autobiographies in history, offering insights into his values, ambitions, and principles of self-improvement. He also continued writing political essays, including his final major public act, an anti-slavery petition to Congress in 1790, reaffirming his late-in-life commitment to abolitionism. As his health declined, Franklin was surrounded by family and friends, including his beloved daughter Sarah. He suffered from gout and other ailments, yet maintained his wit and intellectual curiosity until the very end. On April 17, 1790, at the age of 84, Franklin passed away peacefully in his Philadelphia home. His funeral drew massive crowds, with an estimated 20,000 people gathering to pay their respects. Leaders from across the new nation and abroad mourned his passing, recognizing the profound impact he had on politics, science, and society. The question of whether Franklin was satisfied with his life remains an intriguing one. By all measures, he had achieved more than most could dream of, rising from modest beginnings to become a world-renowned figure. Yet his writings suggest a man who always saw room for improvement, both in himself and in society. He was proud of his contributions, but remained acutely aware of the work still to be done, particularly in the realms of governance, education, and human rights. His legacy endures not just in his inventions or political achievements, but in the values he championed: reason, curiosity, and the relentless pursuit of progress. On April 17, 1790, Benjamin Franklin, one of the most influential figures in American history, passed away at the age of 84 in his home in Philadelphia. His death marked the end of an era, as the last of the great founding fathers who had shaped the United States from its very inception. Despite years of illness, Franklin remained mentally sharp until his final days, continuing to correspond with political figures and intellectuals alike. His passing was met with an outpouring of grief, not only in the newly formed United States, but also across Europe, where he had been revered as a champion of liberty, science, and diplomacy. News of Franklin's death spread rapidly, and Philadelphia prepared for what would become the largest funeral the city had ever seen. An estimated 20,000 mourners gathered to pay their final respects, a staggering number considering the city's population at the time. The funeral procession was attended by citizens of all walks of life, from prominent politicians to working-class laborers, all of whom recognized Franklin's immense contributions to the nation and the world. His coffin was carried through the streets in a somber yet dignified ceremony, accompanied by members of various civic and fraternal organizations, including the Freemasons, of which Franklin had been a proud member. Franklin's will, carefully crafted in his final years, reflected both his generosity and his deep commitment to public service. He left substantial sums to the cities of Boston and Philadelphia to fund educational and public works projects, a final testament to his belief in self-improvement and societal progress. He also made provisions for his family, though his relationship with his son William, a loyalist during the Revolution, remained strained until the end. Among the many tributes paid to Franklin, some of the most notable came from his fellow founding fathers. George Washington, then serving as the first President of the United States, publicly mourned Franklin's death, calling him one of the greatest men America had ever produced. Thomas Jefferson, who had worked closely with Franklin in drafting the Declaration of Independence, praised him as a beacon of wisdom and ingenuity, acknowledging his vast contributions to both science and statecraft. James Madison, often called the father of the Constitution, recognized Franklin's ability to unite diverse political factions and promote compromise, a quality that proved instrumental in shaping the fledgling nation. Beyond the United States, Franklin's death was widely mourned in Europe, particularly in France, where he had been celebrated as a hero of the Enlightenment and a key figure in securing French support during the American Revolution. The French National Assembly observed a period of mourning in his honor, a rare tribute for a foreign statesman. His close friend and fellow philosopher Voltaire had passed away over a decade earlier, but many in France saw Franklin as one of the last great Enlightenment thinkers, a man who had bridged the gap between science and politics. Franklin's legacy was cemented not only through the institutions and inventions he left behind, but also through the values he championed: rational thought, civic responsibility, and the pursuit of knowledge. His famous epitaph, written in his own words years before his death, compared his body to an old book, worn and tattered but awaiting a new edition. His passing was not just the end of a remarkable life, but the beginning of a legend that would endure for centuries to come. Even today, Franklin's influence can be seen in the principles of American democracy, the pursuit of scientific discovery, and the spirit of innovation that defines the modern world. Benjamin Franklin's impact on the United States and the world is so profound that many historians consider him the true architect of America. While figures like George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and James Madison played vital roles in the nation's founding, Franklin's influence spanned far beyond politics. He shaped the nation's identity through his contributions to science, education, diplomacy, and moral philosophy, leaving a legacy that still resonates today. One of the reasons Franklin is often regarded as the most important founding father is his unparalleled versatility. He was not just a politician but also a scientist, inventor, writer, and philosopher. His role in drafting the Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution positioned him at the very heart of the nation's birth. Unlike other founders, Franklin was a self-made man, embodying the American dream centuries before the term was coined. His life story, from an apprentice printer to a statesman who conversed with kings, inspired generations of Americans to strive for self-improvement and innovation. Education was one of Franklin's greatest passions. He believed in the power of knowledge and its ability to uplift individuals and society. He founded institutions that endure to this day, such as the University of Pennsylvania and the American Philosophical Society. His emphasis on practical knowledge over rote learning helped shape the American education system, fostering a culture of curiosity and problem-solving that remains central to the country's ethos. His widely read publication, Poor Richard's Almanac, disseminated wisdom in the form of witty and practical maxims, many of which are still quoted today. In the realm of science, Franklin's experiments with electricity, most famously his kite experiment, revolutionized our understanding of the natural world. His discoveries led to the invention of the lightning rod, a device that saved countless buildings and lives. Unlike many inventors, Franklin chose not to patent his creations, believing that innovation should serve humanity rather than personal gain. His scientific contributions went beyond electricity. He made advancements in meteorology, oceanography, and even medical science, proving that his intellectual curiosity had no bounds. Diplomatically, Franklin's role in securing French support during the American Revolution cannot be overstated. Without his skillful negotiations in Paris, it is unlikely that the young American nation would have been able to defeat Britain. His charm, wit, and ability to connect with foreign leaders made him America's first and perhaps most successful diplomat. The Treaty of Paris, which ended the war, was largely his achievement, and his diplomatic strategies set the precedent for U.S. foreign relations. Franklin's moral philosophy was equally influential. He promoted values such as hard work, frugality, and self-discipline, which became foundational aspects of the American ethos. His 13 Virtues, a personal guide to self-improvement, reflected his belief that character was built through conscious effort and continuous learning. While he was not without flaws, including his complicated stance on slavery, he ultimately became an advocate for abolition in his later years, demonstrating his capacity for growth and change. Today, Franklin's legacy can be seen everywhere. His face adorns the $100 bill, symbolizing his enduring importance to American identity. His innovations, writings, and ideas continue to shape modern society, and his belief in civic duty remains a guiding principle in American democracy. If America was built on the ideals of enlightenment, progress, and ingenuity, then Benjamin Franklin was its true pioneer. His story reminds us that one person, through relentless curiosity and a commitment to the common good, can indeed change the world. They taught us in school that Christopher Columbus discovered America in 1492, but that is one of the greatest historical myths of all time. The truth is far more complex, more fascinating, and completely changes the way we see history. Long before Columbus set foot in the New World, others had already made the journey across the vast Atlantic Ocean. The Vikings, the Chinese, the Polynesians, even the ancient Phoenicians, all have claims to reaching the Americas centuries, if not millennia, before Columbus. But why is this not common knowledge? Why do we still celebrate Columbus Day when the evidence shows he was not the first? In this story, we uncover the truth about the real discoverers of America and the hidden history that challenges everything we thought we knew. The Viking sagas tell of a fearless explorer named Leif Erikson, who sailed west from Greenland in the year 1000, nearly 500 years before Columbus. He followed rumors of a land beyond the sea, a place first spotted by an Icelandic trader blown off course. Leif reached a lush land filled with wild grapes, which he called Vinland. Archaeological evidence confirms that the Norse built a settlement in Newfoundland, Canada, at a place now called Landsort Meadows. But this was not just legend, it was real proof that Europeans had reached America long before Columbus. Yet this discovery was largely forgotten, buried under centuries of Spanish imperial propaganda. And the Vikings were not alone. Ancient Chinese records suggest that Buddhist monks may have sailed to the Americas over 1,000 years ago, led by a monk named Hui Shen. He described a land he called Fusang, which some believe refers to parts of the American west coast. Maps found in China suggest an awareness of lands across the Pacific long before European explorers ventured there. If true, this would rewrite history once again. But what about the Polynesians? These master navigators sailed across the vast Pacific Ocean thousands of years before Columbus. Even today, scientists find evidence that Polynesians reached South America before Europeans. DNA studies show genetic links between Polynesians and indigenous South American peoples, and chicken bones found in Chile match those of a Polynesian breed long before Spanish contact, suggesting trade and contact across the ocean. And there is more. Some researchers argue that the ancient Phoenicians, seafaring merchants from the Mediterranean, may have reached the Americas as early as 1000 BC. They were known for their ability to navigate vast distances using the stars. Ancient inscriptions found in Brazil and the United States hint at their presence, possibly long before any Viking or European explorer. If so many different civilizations reached the Americas before Columbus, why does he get all the credit? The answer lies in politics, empire, and the rewriting of history. The Spanish crown needed a hero to justify its claim over the New World. Columbus became that symbol. He may not have been the first, but he was the one who brought Europe's full force to the Americas, setting in motion events that would change the world forever. But what if history had remembered Leif Erikson instead? What if the Polynesians had established lasting contact with South America? Or if the Chinese had settled California centuries before the Spanish? The world we know today might have looked entirely different. And that is the story we are about to unravel. Imagine standing on the deck of a Viking longship, the salty sea spray on your face, the endless horizon ahead. The year is 1000 AD, and Leif Erikson, son of Eric the Red, is about to make history. He has heard tales of a mysterious land to the west, first spotted by an Icelandic merchant named Bjarni Herjolfsson. Unlike Columbus, who set sail with maps and a clear mission, Leif's journey is a leap into the unknown, a voyage based on whispers and sagas. What he finds will challenge everything we thought we knew about the first Europeans in America. Leif and his crew of Norsemen leave Greenland behind, their ship slicing through the frigid Atlantic waters. After weeks at sea, they finally reach a strange and unfamiliar coastline. It is nothing like the icy shores of Greenland or the volcanic landscapes of Iceland. This land is rich and green, with towering trees, wild rivers, and an abundance of resources. They call it Vinland, the land of wild grapes. To the Vikings, this is paradise. The Norsemen establish a small settlement, building simple wooden structures and exploring their new home. They hunt, fish, and gather resources, amazed at the abundance of nature around them. They find wild grapes, which is why they name the land Vinland, and they encounter animals they have never seen before. But they are not alone. The land is already inhabited by indigenous peoples, whom the Vikings call the Skrallings. These first encounters are tense, as the two groups size each other up. At first, there is trade. The Vikings offer metal tools and red cloth in exchange for furs and food. But as history has often shown, peaceful contact does not last forever. Tensions rise and small skirmishes break out between the Vikings and the indigenous tribes. The Norse warriors, fierce as they are, find themselves outnumbered. Unlike the later European colonizers, Leif and his men do not attempt to conquer or claim dominion over the land. They are explorers, not invaders. Realizing that their position is precarious, they eventually decide to abandon Vinland and return to Greenland. Their journey is remembered in Viking sagas, but over time, their discovery fades into legend. For centuries, historians dismissed the story of Leif Erikson as myth. But in 1960, a remarkable discovery changed everything. Archaeologists uncovered the remains of a Norse settlement at Lansog Meadows in Newfoundland, Canada. The site contained unmistakable evidence of Viking presence, iron nails, tools, and the remains of Norse-style buildings. The sagas were true. Leif Erikson had reached North America nearly 500 years before Columbus. Yet, despite this proof, Columbus remained the man credited with discovering America. Why? Because history is written by the victors. The Norse did not stay, did not colonize, and did not bring lasting change to the Americas. Their voyage, while groundbreaking, did not alter the course of world history in the way Columbus's arrival did. The Spanish, with their vast empire, had the power to shape the narrative, to create a hero, and to erase inconvenient truths. But today, we know better. The evidence is clear. Leif Erikson was the first European to set foot in the New World. And yet, there are still more forgotten stories of early exploration waiting to be uncovered. But what if things had gone differently? What if the Vikings had chosen to stay, to build lasting settlements, to spread their culture across the continent? Would the Americas have seen an entirely different kind of European influence? The Norse were expert shipbuilders, warriors, and traders, yet they lacked the sheer numbers to maintain a colony so far from home. Their reliance on sporadic resupply from Greenland made them vulnerable, and their clashes with the indigenous peoples proved too dangerous. The decision to leave was pragmatic, but it also meant that their achievements would be buried under centuries of forgotten history. Still, traces of their presence linger. Some historians speculate that Norse explorers may have ventured even further south than Newfoundland, possibly reaching present-day New England or even farther along the Atlantic coast. Evidence is scarce, but oral traditions and scattered artifacts hint at the possibility. If true, it would mean that Leif Erikson's journey was just the beginning of a much longer and more extensive Viking presence in North America. And yet, Vinland remains an enigma. Why was its memory preserved in sagas but lost to mainstream history for so long? Why were later generations of Vikings unable or unwilling to return? The answers lie buried in time, waiting to be uncovered by those who dare to question the official story. One thing is certain, history is far more complex than the simplified narratives we are taught. The truth, hidden beneath layers of myth and empire, is waiting to be rediscovered. The departure from Vinland was not the end of Norse exploration in the Americas. Although Leif Erikson and his crew had proven that land existed beyond the Western Ocean, the question remained, could it be settled? Could the Norse establish a foothold in this new world, or was Vinland destined to remain just an untamed frontier, too distant and too dangerous to maintain? The answer would come not from Leif himself, but from the generations that followed. One of the most fascinating figures in this story is Leif's younger brother Thorvald Eriksson. Unlike Leif, who had merely explored and mapped parts of Vinland, Thorvald sought to claim it. His ambition was not just to visit but to stay, to make Vinland a permanent extension of Norse influence. With a crew of warriors and settlers, he returned to the land his brother had discovered, determined to carve out a place for the Vikings in the New World. Thorvald and his men expanded the settlement, strengthening their structures and pushing further inland. At first, all seemed well. The resources were plentiful, the weather was milder than Greenland's, and the land itself appeared to hold great promise. But the same challenge that had driven Leif away remained: the indigenous inhabitants. Unlike Leif, who had managed a brief period of trade with the native peoples, Thorvald's expedition quickly fell into conflict. The Skrallings, as the Norse called them, did not take kindly to the outsiders expanding into their territory. Skirmishes erupted, and the consequences were deadly. In one of these clashes, Thorvald himself was struck by an arrow. As his men carried him back to their settlement, he is said to have looked over Vinland one last time and declared it a beautiful land before succumbing to his wounds. With their leader dead and their numbers dwindling, the Norse had no choice but to abandon their dream of permanent settlement. They buried Thorvald, burned what they could not take, and set sail back to Greenland. This second failed attempt to colonize the Americas left a deep mark on Norse history. The sagas, which had once spoken of a land of promise, now told of a land of danger. And so, over the next few decades, the Viking voyages to Vinland became fewer and fewer until they eventually stopped altogether. But what if Thorvald had succeeded? What if the Norse had managed to hold their ground, to establish a thriving colony that could have grown into something greater? The implications are staggering. A lasting Norse presence in the Americas could have altered the course of history entirely. Could they have expanded further south, trading and mingling with other indigenous civilizations? Could the Vikings have established an early European presence centuries before Columbus? The mind reels at the possibilities. The failure of the Norse to settle Vinland was not just due to the resistance of the native peoples. There were deeper structural problems. Unlike the later European empires, the Norse did not have the centralized power or vast resources to support large-scale colonization. Greenland itself was a fragile outpost, dependent on supplies from Iceland and Norway. Supporting an even more distant colony in Vinland was simply beyond their capabilities. Their ships, while unmatched in speed and maneuverability, were not built to transport large numbers of settlers and supplies over vast distances for sustained periods. Despite these setbacks, the Norse presence in North America was not entirely forgotten. The stories lived on in the sagas, passed down through generations, dismissed as legend by many, but holding a kernel of truth. And as we now know, that kernel of truth was very real. The remains at Lansog Meadows are undeniable proof that the Vikings were here long before Columbus. Yet, because their settlement failed to persist, their role in American history remained largely overlooked. The legacy of these early Norse explorers is a haunting one. They were so close to changing history, so close to creating an alternate future where the Americas were connected to Europe centuries earlier. And yet, fate had other plans. Still, their story is not one of failure, but of daring, of adventure, of the relentless human spirit, pushing beyond the known world. And though they left, the echoes of their presence still remain, waiting for those who choose to listen. With the death of Thorvald Eriksson and the retreat of his men from Vinland, the Norse dream of settling the New World seemed all but over. But there was still one more attempt, one final effort to establish a permanent presence in the mysterious western lands. This time, it would not be a group of warriors leading the charge, but a woman, Gudrid Thorbjarnardóttir, one of the most remarkable and overlooked figures in Viking history. Unlike the previous expeditions, which were driven by exploration and conquest, Gudrid's journey to Vinland was driven by something far more fundamental: survival and family. She had already lived a life of adventure, having traveled from Iceland to Greenland and now seeking a new beginning. Her husband Thorfinn Karlsefni was determined to succeed where Leif and Thorvald had failed. He gathered a group of settlers, men, women and children, hoping that a true colony, not just a temporary outpost, could take root in Vinland. The voyage was perilous, as all Norse crossings were. The North Atlantic was unforgiving, its waters capable of swallowing even the most seasoned sailors. But Karlsefni and Gudrid, along with their followers, endured the hardships and eventually arrived in Vinland. Unlike the previous Norse expeditions, which were mostly comprised of warriors and adventurers, this was a true settlement effort. They built homes, tended livestock, and prepared to stay for the long haul. For a while it seemed as though they might succeed where others had failed. One of the most extraordinary moments in this chapter of history was the birth of Snorri Thorfinnsson, the son of Gudrid and Karlsefni. Snorri was the first known child of European descent born in the Americas, a historical milestone that has been all but erased from common knowledge. His birth symbolized a bridge between two worlds, proof that Norse civilization had truly touched American soil in a way that went beyond mere exploration. But despite their efforts, despite their hopes, the same challenges that had plagued the previous expeditions soon emerged again. The indigenous peoples, wary of the newcomers, initially engaged in trade, but soon grew hostile. Clashes erupted, and once again, the Norse found themselves outnumbered. The sheer logistical challenge of maintaining a settlement so far from Greenland, combined with the constant threat of conflict, made it clear that they could not hold Vinland indefinitely. After 3 years of struggle, Karlsefni and Gudrid made the difficult decision to abandon the colony and return to Greenland. Their departure marked the end of the Norse attempts to settle North America. The dream of Vinland faded into legend, its memory preserved only in sagas that many later dismissed as myth. And yet, the evidence remains. The discovery of Norse artifacts, the ruins of settlements, and the genetic traces that some claim still linger in certain indigenous populations all point to a forgotten history that predates Columbus by centuries. What if Karlsefni's colony had endured? What if Vinland had grown into a thriving Norse settlement, firmly establishing European presence in the Americas long before 1492? Would history have played out differently? Would the balance of power in the world have shifted? These are questions that will forever remain unanswered, lost to the what-ifs of history. But one thing is certain: the Vikings were here. They walked these lands, built their homes, raised their children, and for a brief moment in time, they dared to dream of a future that was never meant to be. The Norse departure from Vinland marked the end of their direct presence in the New World, but it was not necessarily the end of their influence. While no lasting Viking settlements survived in North America, some historians believe that occasional contact between the Norse and indigenous peoples may have continued for some time. Stories persisted, both in Europe and among native groups, of encounters with strange seafaring outsiders. Could the echoes of Norse exploration have left more of a mark on history than we realize? One theory suggests that Viking voyages to North America did not stop entirely after the failure of the Vinland settlements. It is possible that occasional trips were made to harvest valuable resources. The sagas mention an abundance of timber in Vinland, a resource that Greenland sorely lacked. Some researchers speculate that Norse explorers may have continued to visit the coastlines of North America, cutting trees and bringing them back across the Atlantic. If true, this would mean that Viking contact with the New World persisted far longer than commonly assumed. There is also speculation that the Norse may have traveled further than Newfoundland. Some artifacts, including a Norse-style penny found in Maine, suggest possible trade or indirect contact. While skeptics argue that such finds could have arrived through later European interactions, they leave open the possibility that Viking influence extended beyond what has been archaeologically proven. Meanwhile, back in Europe, the memory of Vinland faded. Without a permanent settlement or a sustained effort to colonize the new lands, the story of the Viking voyages became little more than legend. Medieval maps showed vast unknown spaces beyond Greenland, but no widespread European exploration of the Americas followed in the wake of the Norse expeditions. The world was not yet ready for transatlantic expansion, but what if it had been? What if the Vikings had found a way to maintain their foothold in North America? If they had been able to trade, grow, and expand, the entire course of world history could have been different. Would the Norse have been the ones to establish the first European empires in the Americas? Would the indigenous civilizations have had a different fate, encountering a different kind of European society centuries before Columbus? The possibilities are endless. The failure of the Norse to settle Vinland was not a failure of navigation, bravery, or even technology. It was a failure of circumstances. The Vikings were expert explorers, but lacked the large organized states that would later drive European colonization. Their presence in North America, though real, was fleeting, too isolated, too fragile to withstand the forces of time. Yet their story endures. Today, Leif Erikson is recognized in both historical accounts and popular culture as the true first European to reach the Americas. His legacy, along with that of the other Norse explorers who followed him, serves as a reminder that history is often far more complex than the simplified narratives we are taught. The Vikings reached the shores of a vast uncharted world, but history was not yet ready for them, and so their discovery remained in the shadows, waiting for the day when the world would finally acknowledge what had been known for centuries in whispers and sagas. Centuries passed, and the story of Vinland became little more than a fading legend, whispered among the Norse and largely forgotten by the rest of the world. But while the Vikings did not establish a lasting presence in North America, their influence may have rippled further than we once believed. What if the Norse contact with the indigenous peoples of North America left traces, not just in sagas, but in the very fabric of history itself? One of the most intriguing possibilities is the idea that knowledge of Vinland may have filtered into the wider European consciousness long before Columbus set sail. Though medieval Europe was largely uninterested in transatlantic exploration at the time, maps and oral traditions had a way of persisting. Some scholars have speculated that hints of Vinland's existence may have reached the cartographers and thinkers of the later medieval period. Could Columbus himself have heard whispers of lands to the west from the remnants of these ancient stories? There is some evidence to suggest that European seafarers, particularly those from the British Isles and Portugal, had knowledge of lands beyond the Atlantic before 1492. Though unproven, there are accounts of Basque fishermen possibly reaching the rich waters near Newfoundland in search of cod long before the official age of discovery. Could these early mariners have stumbled upon lands first scouted by the Norse centuries before? Meanwhile, in the indigenous cultures of North America, there are tantalizing hints of encounters with seafaring outsiders. Some Native American oral traditions describe pale-skinned visitors arriving by boat long before the arrival of Columbus. While these accounts are difficult to verify, they align with what we know about Viking explorations and suggest that their presence, however brief, may have left a lasting impression on the indigenous peoples they encountered. Perhaps even more intriguing is the question of whether Viking artifacts, technologies, or even genetic traces may have made their way deeper into the Americas. While no direct evidence has confirmed Norse integration into indigenous cultures, isolated findings, such as metal objects in areas where no native metallurgy existed, raise questions about possible trade or cultural exchange. Could the Vikings have unknowingly influenced the civilizations that would later rise to prominence in North America? The idea that the Norse were merely visitors who left no lasting impact on the New World may be an oversimplification. Their presence may have been fleeting, but history is not always written in the form of permanent settlements. It is also written in ideas, stories, and subtle influences that shape the course of events in ways we may never fully understand. Despite the growing body of evidence supporting the reality of Viking voyages to North America, the world remained fixated on the narrative of Columbus. The discovery of the New World had become a story of empire, wealth, and conquest, something the Norse had never pursued in Vinland. But had circumstances been different, had they found a way to survive and expand, how different would history look today? The real discovery of America was not a single moment, nor was it the achievement of just one man. It was a slow, complex process involving multiple civilizations over thousands of years. The Vikings were part of that story, even if their role was forgotten for centuries. Today the truth is finally coming to light, but there is still more to uncover, more to question, and more to explore. The Norse may have left Vinland behind, but their story is far from over. As the centuries rolled on, the knowledge of the Norse expeditions to North America faded into obscurity. The great European powers, focused on internal struggles and expansion within the known world, had little interest in tales of distant lands explored by a long-gone people. Yet the echoes of these early voyages lingered, buried in forgotten manuscripts and ancient maps that hinted at lands beyond the Atlantic. One such artifact is the Vinland map, a controversial document that surfaced in the 20th century. It purportedly depicts a landmass to the west of Greenland, labeled as Vinland, drawn centuries before Columbus. While the map's authenticity has been hotly debated, its existence raises an intriguing question: were there those in medieval Europe who still knew of the Norse voyages, even if mainstream history had cast them aside? Even without definitive proof of widespread knowledge, scattered hints remain. Medieval Norse sagas, though sometimes dismissed as embellished storytelling, contained remarkably accurate details about the geography of North America. The descriptions of Vinland's rich resources, vast forests, and even encounters with indigenous peoples suggest that these were not mere myths but retellings of real events. The question remains, why did no other European power act on this knowledge? Part of the answer lies in timing. The Norse, though formidable explorers, lacked the political and economic backing needed to sustain long-term expansion across the Atlantic. Unlike the centralized monarchies of Spain and Portugal in later centuries, the Viking world was fragmented, reliant on local chieftains rather than empire-building kings. By the time Europe developed the means and motivation for large-scale transatlantic exploration, the Norse voyages were little more than a whisper in history. But had circumstances been different, had a unified Scandinavian power seized the opportunity, the map of the world might look very different today. Even without permanent Norse colonies, the possibility remains that their influence stretched further than we currently recognize. Could later explorers have unknowingly followed in Viking footsteps? Did rumors of Western lands, passed down through generations, inspire others to seek out the unknown? While Columbus is credited with ushering in the age of European expansion in the Americas, his journey was built on a foundation of existing knowledge, speculation, and centuries-old seafaring traditions. The Norse had already proven that crossing the Atlantic was possible. What they lacked was the means to make the world remember. As historians continue to uncover new evidence, the story of America's discovery grows more complex. The Norse may not have changed the course of history in their time, but their voyages were a crucial chapter in the larger saga of human exploration. Their legacy, once nearly forgotten, is now being reclaimed, reminding us that history is never as simple as it seems. For centuries, the Norse voyages to North America remained little more than a distant memory, preserved only in the sagas of Iceland and the scattered whispers of medieval maps. Yet, while Europe largely forgot about Vinland, the people who lived in the lands the Vikings once visited carried their own accounts of these early encounters. Oral traditions among indigenous groups speak of pale-skinned visitors arriving from the sea, staying for a time, and then vanishing as mysteriously as they came. Could these stories be remnants of the Viking presence in North America? The indigenous peoples of the Northeast, including the Mi'kmaq and Innu, have legends that align closely with what we know of the Norse expeditions. Some describe strange bearded men arriving in large wooden boats, different from anything seen before. They brought with them unfamiliar tools and weapons, yet they struggled to survive in the harsh new environment. Conflict was inevitable. These newcomers did not understand the ways of the land, nor did they comprehend the power structures and customs of those who had lived there for thousands of years. While most of what we know about Norse interactions with indigenous peoples comes from the sagas, these accounts are told from the perspective of the Vikings themselves. The sagas describe the Skrellings, a term the Norse used for the native inhabitants of Vinland. Initially there were attempts at peaceful trade, but tensions quickly escalated. In one instance, a Viking is said to have frightened a group of Skrellings by showing them the power of Norse weaponry. In another, the Norse attacked an indigenous camp, only to be driven away by superior numbers. What is clear is that these encounters were brief and filled with mutual distrust. The Norse, used to the tactics of European warfare, were unprepared for the indigenous people's methods of fighting, which relied on speed, knowledge of the terrain, and overwhelming numbers. The Vikings had the advantage in weapons and armor, but they were far from home, outnumbered and vulnerable. Eventually, they abandoned their settlements, retreating back to Greenland and leaving the land to its original inhabitants. But was that truly the end of Viking contact with North America? Some historians believe that even after the main expeditions ceased, small groups of Norse traders or explorers may have continued to visit these shores. The Greenland settlements persisted for centuries, and the need for timber and other resources was constant. Could it be that, long after the failed Vinland colony, Norse ships still made the journey, engaging in trade with indigenous groups, and perhaps even influencing their societies in subtle ways? The idea is not as far-fetched as it may seem. Archaeological finds suggest that Norse artifacts, such as iron tools and woven cloth, have been discovered far beyond Landsorg Meadows, the only confirmed Norse site in North America. Some of these objects were found in indigenous sites far inland, raising the possibility that they were traded from group to group, their origins becoming lost over time. If true, it means that while the Vikings themselves did not stay, their impact may have lasted much longer than we assume. History is rarely as simple as a single discovery, a single moment, or a single person. The Norse came to North America, and though they did not stay, they left behind stories, artifacts, and perhaps even traces in the oral histories of the people they encountered. The echoes of their voyages still linger, waiting to be fully uncovered. As we continue to re-examine the past, we must ask how much of history has been forgotten, waiting just beneath the surface for us to rediscover. The Norse may have abandoned their settlements in North America, but their story did not end there. As the Viking Age faded, so too did the knowledge of their transatlantic voyages. However, history has a way of preserving fragments of the past in unexpected ways. While medieval Europe largely forgot about Vinland, hints of its existence persisted in ways that would later spark curiosity and debate. One of the most enduring mysteries is the presence of Norse artifacts in locations far beyond their known settlements. A Norse penny dating back to the reign of King Olaf Kyrre, minted between 1065 and 1080, was discovered in a Native American site in Maine. The site itself dates back centuries after the Vikings were known to have explored North America, suggesting that the coin was traded extensively among indigenous peoples before being lost to time. How did it travel so far? Was it part of a larger network of trade that stretched further than we ever imagined? Archaeologists have also uncovered evidence of metalworking in indigenous sites that predate European colonization. The Vikings were among the few people in the region at the time who had the ability to forge iron tools, leading some researchers to speculate that they may have shared their knowledge, intentionally or not. Did Norse explorers influence native technologies in ways that have yet to be fully understood? Another intriguing clue comes from maps. Some medieval cartographers created maps that, in hindsight, seem to depict landmasses that strongly resemble the northeastern coast of North America. One of the most famous examples is the Vinland map, which surfaced in the 20th century. While its authenticity remains debated, it is part of a broader pattern of pre-Columbian maps that depict western lands long before Columbus's voyages. Could it be that knowledge of the Norse voyages to Vinland never fully disappeared? Perhaps it survived, hidden within obscure texts whispered among seafarers, or even passed down through indigenous oral traditions. If so, it raises an even bigger question. Did Columbus himself have access to these forgotten stories? Some historians believe that Columbus may have encountered references to Vinland in old maritime lore, or even in written documents. He was known to have consulted a wide range of sources, including ancient and medieval texts that speculated about lands beyond the Atlantic. While there is no direct evidence that he knew about the Norse expeditions, the possibility remains that he was influenced, perhaps unknowingly, by knowledge that had persisted in the shadows of history. The rediscovery of the Norse in North America did not happen overnight. For centuries, their voyages were dismissed as myths or exaggerated tales. It was only in the 20th century, with the excavation of Lansorg Meadows, that undeniable proof emerged. Yet even now, the full extent of their journeys remains unknown. Were there more settlements, lost to time? Did they travel further than we realize? How much of their story is still waiting to be uncovered? History is not just about what we know, it is also about what we have yet to learn. The Norse voyages to North America remind us that the past is full of surprises, that the stories we take for granted are often incomplete, and that sometimes the greatest discoveries are the ones that challenge everything we thought we knew. As the centuries passed, the knowledge of the Norse voyages faded almost entirely from European memory. The sagas once recited in the great halls of Iceland and Greenland became mere folklore, their details lost in time. Yet, across the Atlantic, the lands the Vikings once touched continued to be inhabited by the indigenous peoples who had been there long before and would remain long after. To them, these strange visitors from the east were but a fleeting presence in a much larger history. But were the Norse truly forgotten, or did their story continue in ways we have yet to fully understand? Some historians argue that echoes of the Norse presence in North America persisted in unexpected ways. Among the indigenous peoples of the northeastern seaboard, certain oral traditions tell of encounters with foreign seafarers who came from across the ocean, bringing with them unfamiliar tools, weapons, and ways of living. Could these stories be fragmented memories of Viking visitors passed down through generations? Some scholars believe so, though others argue that these legends could just as easily refer to later European explorers. Further evidence that the Norse may have influenced the world beyond their immediate presence comes from the movement of goods and ideas. The Norse were skilled traders, known for their ability to navigate vast distances. If they continued visiting the shores of North America, even sporadically, did they leave behind knowledge, materials or traditions that subtly shaped the societies they encountered? There are also intriguing but controversial suggestions that Norse contact with the Americas may have gone further south than commonly believed. Some speculative theories propose that Viking explorers, either intentionally or by accident, reached beyond Newfoundland and into more temperate regions. While there is no solid proof, scattered accounts from early European explorers suggest that indigenous groups in regions far south of Newfoundland had knowledge of white-skinned, bearded men long before Columbus arrived. Could it be that the Norse left behind a greater legacy than we have recognized? The search for definitive evidence continues. Archaeologists have made several discoveries that challenge previous assumptions, such as Viking-style artifacts found in areas beyond known settlements. Some of these could be trade goods passed from group to group, but others raise deeper questions about whether Norse activity in the New World was more extensive than currently documented. One of the most compelling aspects of history is how much remains unknown. The Norse voyages to North America were once dismissed as legend, yet we now know they were real. What else, hidden in ancient maps, buried artifacts, or the oral histories of those who lived through these times, has yet to be uncovered? The more we learn, the more we realize that history is not a fixed story, but an evolving puzzle, one that still holds secrets waiting to be revealed. The Norse voyages to North America might have faded from mainstream history, but traces of their legacy remained, hidden in folklore, scattered across archaeological sites, and embedded in the very landscapes they once walked. While no lasting Norse colony was established, their brief presence left ripples that would not fully disappear. The story of the Vikings in the New World was not over, even if the world had seemingly forgotten it. For centuries, the sagas were the only written records of these voyages. They spoke of vast lands beyond Greenland, rich with resources, yet filled with dangers. The stories of Lech Eriksson, Thorfinn Karlsefni, and Freydis Eriksdottir painted a picture of adventure, conflict, and ultimately retreat. But were the sagas entirely accurate, or had they been altered over generations of retelling? Modern archaeology has confirmed many details of these Norse expeditions, particularly with the discovery of Lance Ork Meadows in Newfoundland. But what of the other locations described in the sagas? Were there additional Viking settlements still waiting to be found? Some researchers believe that evidence of Norse activity may exist further south along the Atlantic coast, but conclusive proof remains elusive. Beyond archaeology, the influence of Norse exploration may have lingered in ways more difficult to trace. Some indigenous oral traditions recall encounters with foreign sailors long before Columbus. These stories, passed down through generations, describe interactions with pale-skinned people who arrived in great boats, carrying strange tools and weapons. Could these be echoes of the Viking presence? While the accounts cannot be verified with certainty, they suggest that the Norse may not have been entirely forgotten by those they encountered. There is also the matter of unexplained artifacts. The Norse penny found in Maine, a relic from the late 11th century, raises intriguing questions about trade and movement. Did Vikings venture further into the continent, or was their presence known indirectly through indigenous trade networks? Some suggest that Norse iron tools or shipbuilding techniques may have influenced native groups in subtle ways, though this remains a topic of debate. As scholars continue to piece together the Viking footprint in North America, one thing remains clear: the Norse were not merely mythical figures in a forgotten legend. They were real explorers, driven by ambition, curiosity, and survival. Their failure to establish a lasting presence in the New World was not due to a lack of skill or courage, but rather the immense challenges of distance, climate, and conflict. Had history unfolded differently, the Vikings might have become the first European empire in the Americas. Instead, their voyages became whispers in time, waiting to be rediscovered. But history has a way of revealing itself, and with every new discovery, the truth behind these early explorers comes into sharper focus. The story of the Norse voyages to North America was not just about discovery, it was about survival, adaptation, and the limits of human endurance. Unlike later European explorers who arrived with the backing of powerful monarchies, the Vikings who ventured to Vinland were small bands of seafarers, relying on their own resourcefulness to navigate an unfamiliar world. Their attempts to settle in this new land may have failed, but their impact on history would not be erased so easily. One of the most intriguing questions surrounding the Norse presence in North America is whether their brief encounters left any lasting mark on the indigenous peoples they met. Did the Vikings introduce new ideas, tools, or even legends that persisted long after they had disappeared? Some historians argue that while the Norse did not stay, their presence may have influenced native societies in subtle but significant ways. The sagas describe fierce battles between the Norse and the indigenous people they called Skrallings. But conflict was not the only possibility. The Norse were traders by nature, and it is likely that at least some peaceful exchanges took place. Could the Vikings have introduced iron tools or shipbuilding techniques that were later adopted or adapted by native groups? Some archaeological sites suggest limited interaction, but the evidence remains scarce. Further complicating the picture are the unexplained artifacts that have surfaced in regions far beyond where the Vikings were known to have settled. Norse-style objects like the famous Maine penny hint at possible trade routes that extended deep into the continent. While skeptics argue that these items could have been introduced much later, their presence raises fascinating questions about how far Norse influence may have reached. Even more intriguing are the cultural echoes that some researchers believe can be traced back to the Norse. Certain indigenous myths speak of bearded, pale-skinned visitors who arrived in large boats and brought both gifts and violence. Could these be distorted memories of Viking explorers, preserved through oral traditions? While no definitive proof exists, the possibility remains tantalizing. Despite their early presence, the Norse expeditions to North America did not lead to a lasting European foothold. Unlike later explorers who arrived with larger populations and stronger logistical support, the Vikings lacked the numbers to establish permanent colonies. Their settlements were fragile, dependent on resupply from Greenland, and ultimately unsustainable. The forces of nature, conflict with indigenous groups, and sheer isolation all played a role in their eventual retreat. But what if things had gone differently? What if the Norse had managed to maintain a permanent presence in North America? If they had been able to sustain trade, form alliances, and grow their settlements, the course of history could have been dramatically altered. European expansion into the Americas might have begun centuries earlier, reshaping the balance of power between the old and new worlds in ways we can only speculate about. The reality, however, is that the Norse presence in North America was brief, just a fleeting chapter in the vast story of exploration. But even as history seemed to forget them, the truth of their voyages remained, buried in ancient texts and hidden beneath the soil, waiting for the world to rediscover what had been known for centuries. As time passed and the Norse abandoned their dreams of Vinland, the world continued to turn, unaware of the fleeting moment when Europeans had first set foot on the American continent. The sagas that spoke of these journeys faded into myth, dismissed by scholars and overshadowed by later explorers who arrived with the full weight of European empires behind them. Yet, buried beneath centuries of forgetfulness, the truth of the Viking voyages to North America remained, waiting for rediscovery. In the centuries that followed, Europe underwent profound changes. The rise of centralized monarchies, advancements in navigation, and an increasing thirst for expansion set the stage for what would become the Age of Exploration. When Christopher Columbus set sail in 1492, his voyage was fueled by a belief that the world beyond Europe was ripe for conquest. But what if he had known that, centuries earlier, Norse explorers had already reached these lands? Would history have unfolded differently if their achievements had been widely recognized? Unlike the grand fleets of Spain and Portugal, the Norse expeditions were small and fragile. They lacked the backing of a powerful state, the infrastructure to sustain long-term colonization, and the sheer numbers needed to establish a permanent presence. Their departure from Vinland was not a failure of courage or skill, but rather a reflection of the limitations of their time. The world simply was not yet ready for transatlantic expansion on a large scale. But if the Vikings had stayed, how would history have changed? Would the cultures of Europe and North America have merged centuries earlier? Would the indigenous peoples have been able to forge stronger defenses against later European incursions? These are questions that remain unanswered, existing only in the realm of speculation. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Norse legacy is the question of whether their influence persisted beyond their departure. While no definitive evidence exists, some researchers believe that knowledge of their voyages may have subtly shaped European thought. Did whispers of Vinland inspire later explorers? Did the legends of a land across the sea encourage Columbus to press forward with his journey, even as others doubted him? Some have even speculated that traces of Norse influence could be found in European maps predating Columbus. A handful of medieval cartographic records depict landmasses beyond Greenland, suggesting that some knowledge of the western lands had trickled through the centuries. While these maps remain controversial, they add another layer of mystery to an already complex history. For centuries, the tale of the Norse voyages was lost, buried beneath waves of new exploration and conquest. But history has a way of revealing itself. With each new archaeological discovery, with every fragment of evidence unearthed, the world is forced to acknowledge that Columbus was not the first European to set foot in the Americas. The Vikings had come before, braving the vast Atlantic, stepping onto unknown shores, and leaving behind a legacy that, though nearly forgotten, refused to vanish completely. The truth, once hidden in the shadows, is now emerging. The world is finally beginning to recognize the full extent of the Norse achievement. And yet, even as we uncover more about their journeys, questions remain. What else have we yet to discover? What secrets still lie buried, waiting for the day when they too will come to light? As the centuries passed, the Norse presence in North America faded from memory, their brief exploration overshadowed by the grand narratives of European expansion that would come much later. Yet, while history seemed to forget the Viking voyages, traces of their journeys remained, hidden in the land they once walked, in the stories passed down through generations, and in the artifacts waiting to be uncovered beneath the earth. The Norse had been there, and though time had buried their story, it was not erased. For those who sought the truth, there were clues, small scattered pieces of evidence that hinted at something greater. Landsok Meadows had been the first undeniable proof that the sagas were not merely legend, but rooted in reality. But what about the other locations described in the ancient texts? Where was the land of Markland, said to be rich in timber? Where was the fabled Vinland, the land of wild grapes and endless opportunity? Had these places been lost to history, or were they simply waiting to be rediscovered? The search for Vinland became one of history's greatest mysteries, drawing explorers, archaeologists, and scholars into an endless debate. Some believed Vinland was located further south, in modern-day Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, or even as far as New England. Others argued that it may have been a broader region rather than a single settlement. The sagas spoke of fertile lands and a climate that could support crops, details that suggested a location beyond the harsh conditions of Newfoundland. But without concrete evidence, the exact whereabouts of Vinland remained elusive. Yet, despite the uncertainty, one thing was clear: the Norse had pushed further into the New World than previously believed. Artifacts such as the main penny, a small Norse coin found in an indigenous archaeological site, suggested that trade or indirect contact may have extended beyond their known settlements. Some researchers even speculated that Norse travelers had ventured deep into the continent, their presence faintly recorded in the oral traditions of indigenous tribes. Could it be that the Vikings had left more of a legacy than we realized? While mainstream history largely ignored the Viking voyages for centuries, whispers of their expeditions persisted. In some European intellectual circles, there were those who believed the sagas contained truth. Maps from the Middle Ages depicted lands beyond Greenland, lands that seemed to match descriptions of Vinland. Was it possible that Columbus himself had heard of these tales? That the idea of land across the Atlantic had been planted in his mind long before his own fateful journey? While there is no definitive proof, the idea remains a compelling one. The Vikings may not have stayed in North America, but their story did. It remained in the fragments of history, in the clues left behind, waiting for someone to piece them together. And as new discoveries continue to emerge, the world is forced to reconsider the past. The Norse were not mere myths or footnotes in history. They were explorers, pioneers who reached a land that few believed existed. Their journey was not just one of adventure, but of proof that the world was far larger, far more interconnected than medieval minds could comprehend. For too long, the story of the first Europeans in the Americas was left incomplete. But history has a way of revealing itself. And the further we dig, the closer we come to uncovering the full truth of what really happened when the Vikings set sail into the unknown. The rediscovery of the Norse presence in North America was not a sudden revelation, but a slow unraveling of history, a puzzle pieced together from fragments scattered across centuries. For hundreds of years, the idea that Vikings had reached the Americas before Columbus was dismissed as mere legend, a fanciful tale preserved in the sagas, but lacking any real historical weight. And yet the evidence was always there, waiting for someone to take it seriously. When Lansac Meadows was unearthed in the 1960s, it was the first undeniable proof that the sagas had told the truth. The Norse had indeed crossed the Atlantic, settled briefly, and then vanished. But even as the site was excavated, new questions arose. If the Vikings had made it this far, could they have gone even further? And if they had, why was there so little left behind? One theory suggests that while the Norse failed to establish permanent settlements, they may have maintained seasonal camps for years, perhaps even generations. The sagas mention repeated trips to Vinland, voyages that brought supplies and resources back to Greenland and Iceland. Could it be that the Vikings saw the New World not as a place to colonize, but as a land to exploit, a distant and dangerous frontier that was valuable but too hostile to tame? If so, their presence in North America might have been more significant than we realize, just not in the way history usually records. There are also hints that Norse explorers may have left traces beyond what archaeology has confirmed. Some scholars have pointed to linguistic clues, suggesting that certain indigenous words or traditions bear subtle echoes of Norse influence. Others have examined genetic markers, wondering if Viking bloodlines might still persist in remote regions. These ideas remain speculative, but they raise fascinating questions about the true extent of the Viking footprint in the New World. Despite the growing body of evidence, mainstream history continued to resist the idea of a pre-Columbian European presence in North America. Columbus's voyage had become too entrenched in the global narrative, his discovery too foundational to the modern world's understanding of itself. Acknowledging the Viking expeditions would mean rewriting that story, and for many, that was a step too far. But the truth, once unearthed, cannot be buried again. As new discoveries emerge, as more pieces of the puzzle come to light, the world is beginning to recognize what the sagas have claimed all along, that the Vikings reached the Americas centuries before Columbus, that they walked its shores, built their homes, and left behind a legacy that, though faint, still lingers in the shadows of history. The question now is not whether the Norse came to America, but how much we have yet to discover about their journeys. What else lies hidden beneath the surface, waiting to rewrite the past once again? As more evidence emerged, and the world slowly began to acknowledge the Viking presence in North America, the question shifted from whether the Norse had arrived to what exactly they had done during their time there. The sagas tell stories of exploration, settlement and conflict, but they leave many details unclear. How far did the Norse truly venture? Did they interact with indigenous peoples in ways beyond mere skirmishes? And most importantly, why did they leave? Archaeological discoveries at Lansac Meadows provided a glimpse into the Norse presence, revealing remnants of homes, tools, and evidence of metalworking. But beyond this site, tangible proof of Viking activity remains elusive. Some researchers believe that Vinland was not a single location, but a broader region, encompassing various sites along the North American coast. If so, there may still be undiscovered settlements, hidden beneath layers of earth and time, waiting for someone to find them. The sagas describe encounters with indigenous peoples, whom the Norse called Skraelings. These interactions were not always peaceful. The Vikings, accustomed to warfare and raiding, may have approached these new lands with the same mindset they had in Europe. But unlike in England or Ireland, where they faced fragmented kingdoms, the indigenous groups in North America were well adapted to their environment, had strong networks, and vastly outnumbered the Norse explorers. Clashes were inevitable, and the Vikings, lacking reinforcements or a steady supply chain, were at a severe disadvantage. Yet not all encounters were violent. Some historians speculate that limited trade may have occurred, with the Norse exchanging metal tools or other goods for furs and supplies. The possibility of cultural exchanges, though difficult to prove, remains intriguing. Did the Norse introduce new technologies or ideas? Did they learn survival skills from the indigenous people that helped them endure in these unfamiliar lands? These are questions that remain unanswered, but continue to drive research into the Viking presence in the New World. Ultimately, the Norse departure from North America was not a result of failure in navigation or survival skills. Rather, it was a recognition of the logistical and geopolitical reality of their time. Unlike later European colonial efforts, which were backed by powerful monarchies and expansive naval fleets, the Norse were relatively isolated. Greenland itself was a precarious settlement, reliant on trade with Iceland and Norway. With Vinland too far to sustain and too dangerous to hold, the Vikings abandoned their ambitions and returned to more familiar lands. But even in their absence, their legacy remained. The stories of their journeys survived in oral tradition and later in written sagas, keeping alive the memory of the first Europeans to set foot on American soil. And though their impact may have been fleeting, their presence was undeniable. The Norse had crossed the Atlantic centuries before Columbus, proving that the world was connected in ways few had imagined. And while they may not have established an empire, they had left behind a chapter of history that, though nearly forgotten, would one day be rediscovered. As time passed, the Norse voyages to North America became little more than fading echoes in history. The brief attempt at settlement in Vinland did not spark a lasting colony, and the Viking explorers returned to their familiar lands. But the question remains, what if they had stayed? What if history had taken a different turn and the Norse had succeeded in planting permanent roots in the New World? Would the course of global history have been irrevocably altered? The reality of Viking expansion in North America was shaped by forces beyond mere exploration. Unlike the later European colonial empires, the Norse lacked the political and logistical infrastructure to support long-term settlement overseas. Their presence in Greenland was tenuous at best, and their connections to the broader Scandinavian world were fragile. In contrast, the indigenous peoples of North America had well-established societies, vast knowledge of the land, and the numbers to resist a small group of foreign settlers. While the Vikings were formidable warriors, they were vastly outnumbered, and without reinforcements, their hold on Vinland was unsustainable. Yet, had circumstances been different, if the Norse had established stronger trade routes, if they had formed alliances with indigenous groups, if they had found a way to sustain their settlements, history might have unfolded in an entirely different way. Some historians speculate that a successful Viking colony in North America could have created a bridge between the Old and New Worlds centuries before Columbus. Cultural exchanges, trade networks, and even early globalization could have reshaped the development of both continents. There is even the possibility that later European expansion might have been influenced by Viking presence. Would the kingdoms of Europe have turned their attention westward sooner if they had known of an established Norse colony across the Atlantic? Would the course of indigenous history have changed had they encountered the Norse rather than the Spanish and Portuguese in the 15th and 16th centuries? These are questions that remain in the realm of speculation, but they highlight the immense potential of the Viking voyages, an opportunity that slipped through history's grasp. Despite their failure to establish a lasting presence, the Norse did prove one thing: transatlantic travel was possible. Their journeys across the North Atlantic paved the way for later explorers, showing that the seemingly endless ocean had shores beyond the horizon. Though largely forgotten for centuries, their legacy endured in the sagas, waiting to be rediscovered by a world that had long credited Columbus with being the first European to set foot in the Americas. As the centuries passed, the memory of Vinland faded. The Vikings continued their raids and expansion in Europe, and their brief foothold in North America became little more than legend. But history is not always written in stone, and truth has a way of resurfacing. The Norse had reached the New World, and even if they did not stay, their journey was real. It was only a matter of time before the world would recognize their place in the grand story of exploration. For centuries, the Norse voyages to North America remained largely forgotten, buried beneath the weight of history and overshadowed by later European explorations. While the sagas preserved their stories, they were dismissed as myths, exaggerated tales passed down through generations. But history has a way of uncovering the truth, and as the pieces of the Viking puzzle began to emerge, the world was forced to reconsider what it thought it knew about the discovery of the New World. The first major challenge to the established narrative came not from archaeology, but from scholarship. In the 19th century, historians and researchers began revisiting the Old Norse sagas with a more critical eye. They noticed details that, while once dismissed as fiction, aligned with real geographic locations, The descriptions of Vinland's lush forests and mild climate did not match Greenland or Iceland, but seemed to describe somewhere further west. The pieces of the puzzle were there, it just took time for someone to put them together. But the true breakthrough came in the 1960s, when a team of archaeologists led by Helge and Anne Stein Ingstad uncovered the remains of a Norse settlement at Lance Og Meadows in Newfoundland. For the first time, physical evidence confirmed what the sagas had long claimed: the Vikings had indeed reached North America. The site contained remnants of Norse-style buildings, iron nails and tools, clear proof that the sagas were not mere legend, but historical accounts of real voyages. Yet even as the discovery of Lance Og Meadows rewrote history, new mysteries emerged. The site, while significant, seemed small, a temporary outpost rather than a true colony. Where were the other settlements mentioned in the sagas? Had they been lost to time, eroded by the elements, or perhaps never built at all? And what of the indigenous peoples the Norse had encountered? The lack of extensive evidence suggested that any contact had been brief, perhaps cautious, and ultimately unsustainable. Despite the undeniable proof of the Norse in North America, mainstream history was slow to adjust. The idea that Columbus had discovered America was too deeply embedded in the Western narrative, and the Viking voyages were often treated as a fascinating footnote rather than a transformative event. But as more scholars revisited the topic, the true scope of the Norse exploration became harder to ignore. Columbus may have initiated permanent European contact with the Americas, but he was not the first to set foot on its shores. That honor belonged to the Norse, nearly 500 years earlier. Today, the acknowledgement of Viking exploration is no longer in doubt, but questions remain. Did the Norse travel further than we have evidence for? Did they attempt to return after abandoning Vinland? Could there be yet undiscovered traces of their presence hidden beneath the forests and soil of North America? As archaeology advances and technology allows for new methods of exploration, the full story of the Viking journeys may still have more to reveal. The past is not a fixed narrative, it is a collection of truths waiting to be uncovered. The discovery of Lance Og Meadows proved beyond doubt that the Norse had reached North America, but it also raised a question that still haunts historians and archaeologists today. Was this the only Viking outpost, or were there others yet to be found? The sagas suggest that Vinland was more than just one settlement, describing a land rich in resources, stretching far beyond the windswept coast of Newfoundland. Could it be that other Norse settlements existed but have been lost to time? Some tantalizing clues suggest this might be the case. A single Norse-style penny was found in Maine, a long way from Lance Og Meadows, leading to speculation about trade or indirect contact with indigenous peoples. There have been reports of Norse artifacts discovered along the eastern seaboard of North America, though many remain unverified or controversial. If additional Norse sites existed, they may have been small, temporary, or eroded by centuries of natural forces, leaving little trace behind. The challenge of locating further evidence is immense. Unlike the large permanent colonies established by later European powers, the Norse settlements were likely seasonal and sparsely populated. Without lasting stone structures or widespread human activity, much of their presence could have been reclaimed by nature. The forests, rivers, and shifting landscapes of North America may have hidden their traces forever. Even if no new sites are ever uncovered, the Norse voyages represent a remarkable achievement in human exploration. Centuries before Columbus, the Vikings proved that the Atlantic was not an impassable barrier, but a bridge between worlds. They sailed beyond the known limits of their time, venturing into the unknown without maps, compasses, or the backing of powerful empires. They were not just raiders and warriors, but explorers willing to push the boundaries of their world. As the modern world recognizes their contributions, the legacy of the Norse in North America continues to evolve. With new technologies like satellite imaging, ground-penetrating radar, and advanced dating methods, the possibility of finding more evidence remains alive. Future discoveries may yet confirm that Vinland was more than just a brief Norse endeavor, that it was a connection, however fleeting, between two continents long before history recorded it. The story of the Norse in North America is one of ambition, hardship, and the relentless pursuit of the unknown. While their presence may have been brief, it was significant. They were the first Europeans to set foot on the shores of a land that centuries later would become the focus of global exploration, colonization, and cultural transformation. Their voyages may not have changed the course of history in their time, but they proved one thing beyond all doubt. The world was far more connected than anyone had dared to imagine. As the final chapter of this forgotten history unfolds, we are left with one undeniable truth. The Norse were the first Europeans to set foot in North America. Their voyages, once dismissed as legend, are now cemented as historical fact. Yet their presence in the New World was brief, a fleeting encounter with a land that would remain untouched by European hands for nearly 500 more years. The question that lingers is not whether they made it to America, but why they failed to stay. The answer lies in a complex interplay of circumstances that shaped their fate. The Norse were skilled sailors and fierce warriors, but they lacked the resources and manpower to establish a lasting colony. Their numbers were too few, their supply lines too fragile, and the resistance from indigenous peoples too strong. Unlike the later European empires, they had no central authority to fund and support expansion, no fleets of ships to send reinforcements, no overwhelming technological advantage to impose their will. They were explorers, not conquerors. Though they had the courage to cross the Atlantic, courage alone was not enough to build an enduring presence in an unfamiliar and often hostile land. Another key factor in their failure to stay was the environment itself. The lands they encountered were vastly different from Greenland, Iceland, or Scandinavia. The dense forests, unpredictable climate, and unfamiliar wildlife presented challenges they were ill prepared for. Hunting and fishing were possible, but sustaining a colony over time required reliable agriculture, something the Norse had difficulty maintaining in a region where seasons were different from those in their homelands. Without steady sources of food, their settlements remained fragile, vulnerable to any hardships that might arise. The indigenous peoples also played a significant role in shaping the Norse experience in North America. The sagas speak of tense encounters with the Skrellings, the term the Norse used for the native inhabitants. These early meetings were marked by a mix of curiosity and violence. Though the Norse attempted to trade, misunderstandings and conflict soon escalated, making peaceful coexistence difficult. Unlike the later European powers, the Norse did not have the numbers or the military superiority to impose their will upon the native populations. With each encounter, the dangers of remaining in Vinland grew more apparent. The Norse were not prepared for sustained conflict, and without reinforcements from their distant homeland, they knew their time in this new world was limited. The knowledge of their discovery did not spread widely. With no lasting colony, no great wealth returning to Greenland or Iceland, and no written records outside of the sagas, their achievements faded into obscurity. The medieval world was not yet ready for transatlantic expansion. Trade and warfare dominated European priorities, and the distant memory of Vinland was buried beneath the weight of time. The Norse, though they had reached a new continent, left behind no great empire, no enduring footprint. They were too far ahead of their time for the world to recognize the significance of their journey. But history is never truly lost. The sagas passed down through generations kept the story alive. The ruins of Lance Org Meadows stood as silent testimony to a truth waiting to be rediscovered. And when the world finally turned its eyes back to these ancient voyages, the legacy of the Norse was restored. Leif Erikson and his fellow explorers are now recognized as pioneers, visionaries who crossed an ocean and touched a distant shore long before Columbus. Their voyages were not failures but glimpses into a different path history could have taken, a path where Norse settlers might have shaped the Americas centuries before the age of exploration. Though they did not stay, their journey reshaped our understanding of exploration and human ambition. They proved that the Atlantic was not an impenetrable barrier, but a pathway. They challenged the idea that history is a straight line, showing instead that it is full of lost chapters, forgotten pioneers, and roads not taken. Their legacy is not one of empire or conquest, but of daring, curiosity, and the relentless pursuit of the unknown. They were the bridge between the old world and the new, even if their connection would not be remembered for centuries. And so, the story of the Norse in America comes to its quiet end. They came, they saw, and then they vanished from the land they briefly called Vinland. But their voyage was not in vain. It was a glimpse of what was possible, a testament to the human spirit's desire to push beyond the horizon. The world would forget them for centuries, but history never stays buried forever. The truth, like the tides, always finds its way back to shore. And in rediscovering this lost chapter, we are reminded that history is far more complex, rich and surprising than we ever imagined. The origins of the Vikings can be traced back to the rugged and diverse landscapes of Scandinavia, a region that encompasses present-day Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. Before the Viking Age officially began in the late 8th century, the Norse people had already developed a distinct cultural and societal identity. Their way of life was shaped by the challenging geography of the region, where dense forests, fjords, and mountains influenced settlement patterns and economic activities. Agriculture was difficult due to the harsh climate, leading many to rely on fishing, hunting, and trade. The long, dark winters and short summers played a crucial role in shaping their resilience and adaptability. Early Scandinavian society was structured around local communities, known as clans or kindreds, which were led by chieftains. These leaders were responsible for maintaining order, settling disputes, and leading warriors in battle. Society was divided into three main classes: the Jarls, the aristocratic rulers who controlled land and resources; the Carls, who were free farmers, craftsmen, and traders; and the Thralls, who were slaves captured in war or born into servitude. This hierarchical system ensured that power and wealth were concentrated among the ruling elite, but the system also allowed for some social mobility through acts of bravery, trade, and marriage alliances. Despite being decentralized, Scandinavian societies maintained a strong sense of law and justice. Assemblies known as things served as governing councils where free men could voice their opinions, resolve disputes, and create laws. These gatherings were crucial in maintaining order and reinforcing the principles of honor and loyalty that were deeply ingrained in Norse culture. Honor was of utmost importance, and personal reputation often determined an individual's standing within the community. Feuds and blood vengeance were common, as families sought to protect their honor through retaliation when wronged. Religious beliefs played a fundamental role in shaping the worldview of the Norse people. Before the widespread adoption of Christianity, they practiced what is now referred to as Norse paganism, a polytheistic religion centered around a pantheon of gods and goddesses. Odin the Allfather was revered as the god of wisdom, war, and death, often depicted as a one-eyed wanderer seeking knowledge. Thor, the god of thunder and protector of humanity, wielded his mighty hammer Mjolnir to battle giants and other forces of chaos. Freyja, the goddess of love, fertility and war, held a prominent place in Norse mythology, along with her twin brother Freyr, who was associated with prosperity and harvests. The Norse cosmos was envisioned as a great tree called Yggdrasil, which connected the 9 realms, including Asgard, the home of the gods, Midgard, the realm of humans, and Hel, the underworld ruled by the goddess Hel. The concept of fate, or word, was deeply embedded in their beliefs, with the Norns, 3 mystical beings weaving the destinies of gods and men alike. The afterlife was a crucial aspect of Norse mythology, with warriors who died bravely in battle being chosen by the Valkyries to reside in Valhalla, Odin's great hall, where they would prepare for Ragnarok, the prophesied end of the world. Sacrificial rituals and ceremonies were common in Norse religious practices. Temples and sacred groves served as places of worship where offerings of food, weapons, and sometimes even human sacrifices were made to appease the gods. Seasonal festivals marked important events, such as the winter solstice, which was celebrated as Yule, a time of feasting and honoring the gods. The Norse also believed in spirits and supernatural beings, including elves, dwarves, and land spirits, which played a role in their daily lives and agricultural practices. By the time the Viking Age began, the Norse people had developed a robust and dynamic society shaped by their environment, traditions, and religious beliefs. Their warrior culture, seafaring expertise, and trading networks set the stage for the expansion that would define the Viking Age. The values of honor, loyalty, and resilience remained at the core of their identity, influencing their interactions with the wider world in the centuries to come. The Viking Age officially began with one of the most infamous raids in European history. On June 8, 793 AD, a fleet of Viking longships appeared off the coast of Northumbria, heading for Lindisfarne, a small island home to a wealthy monastery. The monks who lived there had little warning before the Norse warriors stormed the island, looting its treasures, burning its buildings, and slaughtering or enslaving many of its inhabitants. The attack on Lindisfarne shocked the Christian world, marking the beginning of what would become centuries of Viking raids across Europe. The brutality of the attack left a lasting impression, as the sacred site was reduced to ruins, and survivors spread word of the northern invaders who showed no regard for the Christian faith or its places of worship. The reasons behind the sudden Viking expansion are complex and rooted in a combination of economic, political, and environmental factors. One of the primary motivations was the search for wealth. The Vikings came from societies that relied heavily on trade, and they knew that monasteries and towns across Europe were rich in gold, silver, and valuable goods. The fragmentation of political power in many parts of Europe made these targets even more vulnerable. The Carolingian Empire in France, Anglo-Saxon England, and the various kingdoms of Ireland were often engaged in internal conflicts, making it easy for small, highly mobile Viking raiding parties to strike without facing strong resistance. The lack of a centralized defensive system in many regions allowed the Vikings to exploit weaknesses and return year after year to pillage new locations. Another major factor driving Viking expansion was the growing population of Scandinavia. By the late 8th century, limited arable land and increasing competition among chieftains created pressure to seek new territories. Younger sons who had no inheritance opportunities at home often turned to raiding as a way to gain wealth and status. Some Norse groups eventually transitioned from raiding to settling in new lands, establishing long-term Viking communities in England, Ireland, and France. Over time, these settlements grew into powerful strongholds, influencing the cultural and political landscapes of the regions they occupied. Many Vikings took local wives, adopted regional customs, and integrated into existing societies, gradually shifting from plunderers to rulers. The technological superiority of the Viking longship played a crucial role in their early success. These ships were designed for speed, agility, and the ability to navigate both open seas and shallow rivers. This versatility allowed Viking raiders to strike deep into the heart of Europe, attacking inland settlements that had never faced seaborne threats before. Their hit-and-run tactics made them difficult to predict and counter. Rather than engaging in prolonged sieges or large-scale battles, Viking warriors preferred quick, brutal assaults that left little time for organized defense. Their longships could be hauled over land and used to bypass enemy fortifications, giving them a strategic advantage that few other armies possessed at the time. Early Viking raids targeted isolated monasteries, coastal villages, and unprotected trade centers. Monasteries were particularly attractive because they were not only rich but also lightly defended. The monks who lived there had no military training, and Christian doctrine discouraged armed resistance. Viking attacks on monasteries spread quickly across Europe, with similar raids occurring in Scotland, Ireland, and the Frankish territories within just a few years of Lindisfarne. The psychological impact of these raids was immense, as terrified communities fled before the Viking onslaught, abandoning their homes and wealth in the face of the seemingly unstoppable northern warriors. The success of these early raids encouraged more warriors to join the Viking expeditions. What began as small-scale plundering soon evolved into organized, large-scale campaigns involving hundreds of ships and thousands of warriors. As Viking leaders amassed wealth and power, they became more ambitious, moving beyond simple raiding to the establishment of permanent settlements and even attempts at conquest. In some cases, entire armies were formed, led by powerful warlords who sought to carve out their own kingdoms in foreign lands. Viking-controlled territories such as the Danelaw in England and the Duchy of Normandy in France emerged as a direct result of these conquests, altering the political landscape of medieval Europe. The Viking Age was only just beginning, and Europe would never be the same again. The fear and awe that the Vikings inspired would shape the policies of kings and emperors, forcing them to develop new military strategies and fortifications to protect their lands. Over the next several centuries, Viking expansion would continue, leaving a permanent mark on the history of the Western world. Their reputation as fierce warriors, skilled traders, and daring explorers would define an era, ensuring that the legacy of the Vikings would never be forgotten. As the 9th century dawned, Viking raids intensified and evolved into widespread campaigns of expansion across Europe. No longer were these Norse warriors content with isolated attacks on monasteries and coastal settlements. Instead, they launched full-scale invasions that altered the political and cultural landscapes of the regions they targeted. The British Isles, Ireland, and the Frankish territories became primary targets for Viking aggression, leading to the establishment of new settlements, trade centers, and even Viking-controlled territories. The British Isles faced some of the most relentless Viking attacks. England at the time, divided into several competing Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, struggled to mount a unified defense against the Norse incursions. The first major recorded Viking assault on England after Lindisfarne came in 835 AD, when Danish raiders targeted the Isle of Sheppey. Over the following decades, attacks became more frequent and devastating. Entire towns were sacked, churches were plundered, and rulers found themselves constantly under threat. One of the most significant events of this period was the arrival of the Great Heathen Army in 865 AD. Unlike previous Viking raids, which were largely hit-and-run operations, this invasion force was a coordinated effort by several Norse warlords, including the legendary brothers Ivar the Boneless, Ubbi and Halfdan. The great heathen army systematically conquered large portions of England, toppling the kingdom of Northumbria in 866, East Anglia in 869, and threatening the powerful kingdom of Wessex. The legendary Anglo-Saxon King Alfred the Great ultimately resisted Viking domination, achieving a critical victory at the Battle of Edington in 878 AD, which led to the Treaty of Wedmore. This treaty divided England between the Anglo-Saxons and the Vikings, resulting in the establishment of the Danelaw, a vast territory in which Norse customs and laws prevailed. Ireland also became a prime target for Viking expansion. The Norse first raided the Irish coast in the early 9th century, but by the mid-800s, they had begun establishing permanent settlements. One of the most important Viking strongholds was Dublin, founded in 841 AD. Dublin quickly grew into a major centre of trade and commerce, connecting Ireland to the vast Viking trade network that stretched from the North Atlantic to the Middle East. Other settlements such as Limerick, Waterford and Cork also emerged as key Viking enclaves. The Norse integrated into Irish society to some extent, intermarrying with the local population and participating in the complex web of Irish dynastic conflicts. The Frankish Empire, ruled by the descendants of Charlemagne, was another frequent target of Viking aggression. The vast wealth of Frankish monasteries and towns made them attractive to Norse raiders. In 845 AD, a massive Viking fleet, led by the legendary chieftain Ragnar Lothbrok, sailed up the Seine and laid siege to Paris. The Frankish king Charles the Bold was forced to pay a ransom of 7,000 pounds of silver to make the Vikings withdraw. However, this only encouraged further raids, and Frankish rulers found themselves repeatedly extorted by Viking warbands demanding tribute, known as Danegeld. In an effort to stem the tide of Viking invasions, Charles the Simple struck a historic deal in 911 AD with the Viking leader Rollo. Under this agreement, Rollo was granted the region that would become Normandy in exchange for swearing fealty to the Frankish crown and defending the territory against future Viking attacks. Over time, Rollo and his descendants adopted Frankish customs, language and Christianity, laying the foundation for the powerful Duchy of Normandy. The Viking expansion across Europe was not merely about plundering and warfare. It also facilitated cultural exchange, economic growth, and the establishment of new trade routes. Viking merchants traveled as far as Byzantium and the Islamic Caliphates, bringing back goods, knowledge and influences that would shape the societies they interacted with. The Norse presence in Europe helped forge connections between distant regions, leading to an era of increased trade and exploration that would shape the continent for centuries to come. As the Viking Age progressed, the Norse presence in Europe evolved from raiding parties to organized settlements and political entities. The impact of their expansion was profound, reshaping borders, economies and cultures. Though they began as feared invaders, many Vikings ultimately integrated into the societies they once terrorized, leaving a legacy that endures to this day. The Vikings were not only fearsome raiders and warriors, but also highly skilled traders and merchants. From the 9th to the 11th century, Viking trade networks stretched across vast distances, connecting Scandinavia with Europe, the Middle East, and even Central Asia. Their ability to navigate rivers and open seas allowed them to establish trade routes that facilitated the exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies between different civilizations. This commercial aspect of Viking society played a crucial role in their expansion and influence. One of the most important Viking trade routes extended from the Baltic Sea through Eastern Europe, reaching as far as Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire. Utilizing the extensive river systems of modern-day Russia, including the Neva, Volkhov, Dnieper, and Volga rivers, Viking merchants, often referred to as the Rus, traveled deep into Slavic and Byzantine territories. This route became known as the Varangian route, a key artery of commerce that connected northern Europe to the wealth and splendor of the Eastern Roman Empire. Many Viking traders settled in cities such as Novgorod and Kiev, which became major centers of Norse trade and governance. By navigating the Dnieper River, they reached the Black Sea, where they conducted business in Constantinople, a city the Vikings called Miklagard, meaning the Great City. Trade between the Vikings and the Byzantine Empire was highly lucrative. The Norsemen brought valuable goods such as furs, honey, beeswax, and high-quality swords, while in return they received silk, spices, wine, and glassware from Byzantine merchants. Many Viking warriors also served as mercenaries in the Byzantine military, with the most famous among them joining the elite Varangian Guard, an imperial unit composed largely of Norse fighters. These warriors were highly prized for their loyalty and combat skills, and their presence in Constantinople strengthened the Viking-Byzantine relationship. Another major trading partner of the Vikings was the Islamic world. The Caliphate, which controlled vast territories stretching from Spain to Persia, had an insatiable demand for northern European goods. The Vikings played a key role in supplying the Islamic markets with commodities such as furs from Scandinavian animals, walrus ivory, amber, and most controversially slaves. The Vikings engaged in the slave trade extensively, capturing individuals from raids in England, Ireland, and Eastern Europe, and selling them in markets throughout the Islamic world. Silver was the most sought-after commodity by the Norse traders, and the discovery of thousands of Arab silver coins, known as dirhams, in Viking hordes across Scandinavia is evidence of the extensive commercial ties between the Vikings and the Muslim world. The Viking economy was not solely based on external trade. Within their own territories, they established bustling marketplaces in cities such as Hedeby, Birka, and Kaupang. These trading hubs became melting pots of different cultures, where Norse artisans, Slavic merchants, and Middle Eastern traders exchanged goods and knowledge. Hedeby, one of the largest Viking trading towns, was a focal point of commerce, connecting Scandinavia to the rest of Europe. Archaeological discoveries at these sites, including coins from the Islamic world, Byzantine jewelry, and silk from China, confirm the vast global reach of Viking commerce. Weapons also played a critical role in Viking trade. While Viking warriors were skilled craftsmen in producing their own swords, spears, and axes, they also traded for superior Frankish swords, which were considered among the best in Europe. In return, Vikings provided raw materials such as iron and worked metal goods. The trade of weapons not only equipped Viking raiders, but also helped local rulers in Scandinavia consolidate power by arming their followers. The impact of Viking trade extended beyond material goods. It facilitated cultural exchange, spreading ideas, religious influences, and technological advancements. The Vikings introduced new shipbuilding techniques, navigational skills, and even elements of their mythology to the regions they encountered. At the same time, they absorbed aspects of Christianity, Islamic scholarship, and Byzantine military tactics, which influenced their own societies over time. By the end of the 11th century, Viking trade had transformed from its early stages of piracy and raiding into an organized economic system. The interconnected trade networks built by the Norse ensured that Scandinavia remained a central part of European and global commerce. While their warrior reputation remains legendary, The Viking Age was also a golden era of trade and cultural exchange that helped shape the medieval world. As the Viking Age progressed from the 9th to the 11th century, Norse warriors and settlers moved beyond raiding and established permanent settlements and even entire kingdoms. These Viking-ruled territories played a crucial role in shaping the political and cultural landscapes of Europe. Their influence extended across England, Ireland, Scotland, Normandy, and the Isle of Man, leaving a legacy that would persist for centuries. One of the most significant Viking territorial expansions occurred in England with the formation of the Danelaw. The Danelaw was the name given to the region of England under Viking control, established after the successful campaigns of the Great Heathen Army in the late 9th century. This vast area encompassed much of northern and eastern England, including major cities such as York, which the Vikings captured in 866 AD and turned into a major trading and political centre. The Danelaw was governed by Norse customs and laws rather than Anglo-Saxon traditions, leading to a distinct cultural blend that influenced language, governance, and even place names. Many settlements still bear Viking-derived names, such as those ending in by, for example, Derby, Whitby, and Thorpe, for example, Scunthorpe. The Norse presence in England lasted until the early 11th century, when King Athelred the Unready and later King Canute of Denmark unified the land under a single crown. While the Danelaw in England was one of the most well-documented Viking settlements, the Norse also established a significant foothold in France. One of the most famous Viking rulers of this era was Rollo, a powerful Norse warlord who led repeated raids into Frankish territory. In 911 AD, King Charles the Simple of the West Frankish Kingdom made a strategic decision to grant Rollo and his followers land in what is now Normandy. In return, Rollo agreed to swear loyalty to the Frankish crown, convert to Christianity, and defend the territory against further Viking incursions. This agreement marked the foundation of Normandy, a region whose name itself means Land of the Northmen. Over time, Rollo's descendants adopted Frankish customs and language, merging Viking and Frankish traditions into a unique Norman identity. By the 11th century, the Normans had become a dominant force in European politics, culminating in the Norman conquest of England in 1066 under William the Conqueror, a direct descendant of Rollo. Beyond England and France, Viking settlements also thrived in Scotland, Ireland, and the Isle of Man. The rugged coasts and numerous islands of Scotland made it an attractive destination for Norse expansion. The Vikings first targeted monasteries and coastal settlements, but over time they established permanent communities, particularly in the Orkney and Shetland Islands. These northern isles became Norse strongholds, serving as important hubs for trade and further raiding expeditions. The Hebrides and parts of the Scottish mainland also fell under Viking control, with Norse earls ruling over these territories well into the Middle Ages. Viking influence in Scotland was so profound that even today, Norse cultural and linguistic elements persist in certain regions. Ireland, too, became a key area of Viking activity. Unlike in England, where the Norse established large-scale territorial control, the Viking presence in Ireland was more focused on trade and urban development. The founding of Dublin in 841 AD marked the beginning of one of the most significant Viking settlements in the British Isles. The Norse turned Dublin into a bustling trade hub, connecting Ireland to a wider network of commerce that included the British Isles, Scandinavia, and even the Mediterranean. Other cities, such as Waterford, Limerick, and Cork, also developed under Viking influence, serving as centres for trade, shipbuilding, and governance. Despite repeated conflicts with Irish kings, the Norse maintained a strong presence in Ireland until the late 11th century, when the local Gaelic lords eventually reclaimed control. The Isle of Man, located in the Irish Sea, became another vital Viking outpost. Due to its strategic position between Ireland, Scotland and England, the island served as a crucial link in the Viking trade and military network. The Norse established a lasting presence on the island, leaving behind significant archaeological and cultural remnants, including the famous Norse runestones that still stand today. The Viking influence on the Isle of Man persisted even after the formal end of the Viking Age, as the island continued to be ruled by Norse Gaelic kings for several centuries. Viking settlements and kingdoms did more than expand Norse influence. They contributed to the blending of cultures, languages, and traditions. The integration of Viking settlers with local populations led to the development of new hybrid societies, where Norse customs mixed with those of the Anglo-Saxons, Celts, and Franks. This cultural fusion laid the groundwork for future political changes in Europe, from the rise of Norman power to the strengthening of royal authority in England and France. By the late 11th century, the era of Viking conquests and settlements began to decline. The Christianization of Scandinavia, stronger European monarchies, and shifting political landscapes led to the gradual assimilation of Norse territories into larger kingdoms. However, the impact of the Viking settlements remained long after their decline, shaping the history and identities of the regions they once ruled. The Vikings' influence was not limited to the western regions of Europe. They also left a significant mark on the east. From the 9th to the 11th century, the Norse played a pivotal role in the formation of the Kievan Rus, a federation of Slavic and Norse tribes that would lay the foundations for the future Russian Empire. The Vikings, known as the Varangians in the east, also had extensive interactions with the Byzantine Empire, ranging from trade and diplomacy to mercenary service. These connections had lasting consequences for the political, cultural, and military landscapes of both regions. The foundation of Kievan Rus is traditionally attributed to the Varangians, who were invited by the Slavic tribes to rule over them and bring stability. In the 9th century, the Eastern Slavs were living in a fragmented and tumultuous region, often plagued by infighting and external threats. According to the Primary Chronicle, a key historical source from the period, the Slavic tribes sent out emissaries to find a ruler who could unite them. The emissaries eventually found a suitable leader in Rurik, a Varangian prince from the Norse homeland. Rurik and his successors established the Rurikid dynasty, which ruled Kievan Rus for several centuries. Rurik's rule was followed by his successors, including Oleg of Novgorod, who expanded the influence of the Varangians in the region. Oleg's conquest of Kiev in 882 AD marked the establishment of the Kievan Rus as a political entity. Under Oleg and his successors, the Kievan Rus began to grow into a powerful state, with the city of Kiev becoming the capital. The Varangians contributed not only to the military prowess of Kievan Rus, but also to its cultural and economic development. They integrated with the local Slavic population, intermarrying and adopting many Slavic customs while retaining their Norse traditions and governing structures. Trade was one of the main factors behind the prosperity of Kievan Rus. The Varangians had established extensive trade routes connecting the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, passing through important river systems such as the Dnieper, Volga, and Don. These trade routes connected the Vikings with the Byzantine Empire, the Islamic caliphates, and other distant regions. Kievan Rus became a crucial node in the east-west trade network, with goods such as furs, honey, wax, and slaves being exchanged for luxury items like silks, spices, and coins. This trade helped establish Kievan Rus as an influential power in the east, and the wealth generated from commerce allowed the Varangian rulers to consolidate their power. The Vikings' relationship with the Byzantine Empire was complex, involving both trade and warfare. The Byzantines were well aware of the Vikings' growing power, and they sought to establish diplomatic and commercial ties with the Norsemen. The most famous example of this relationship is the Varangian Guard, a group of elite Viking mercenaries who served as the personal bodyguards of the Byzantine emperors. The Varangian Guard was formed in the 10th century, initially composed of Norse warriors from Kievan Rus, but later expanding to include other Viking groups. The Guard became legendary for their loyalty and martial prowess, often serving as the Byzantine emperor's most trusted soldiers. In return for their service, the Varangians were paid well, granted land, and given significant political influence within the Byzantine Empire. The Varangian Guard played a key role in several major military campaigns, including the defense of Constantinople from invasions and internal revolts. The Guard's reputation for fierce loyalty and combat ability made them invaluable to the Byzantine emperors, and many Varangians were eager to join the elite unit. The Guard's presence in Constantinople also facilitated cultural exchange between the Vikings and the Byzantines. The Norsemen adopted many aspects of Byzantine culture, including their religion, and the Byzantines learned from the Vikings' naval expertise and martial traditions. In addition to the Varangian Guard, Viking mercenaries served in other military roles across the Byzantine Empire. Norse warriors fought in Byzantine armies as part of a larger group of foreign soldiers known as the barbarian mercenaries. These warriors were highly prized for their combat skills and often played decisive roles in important battles. In the 11th century, the Byzantine Empire relied increasingly on Viking mercenaries to support its military campaigns, as the empire faced numerous threats from both the east and the west. The relationship between the Vikings and the Byzantine Empire was not limited to warfare and mercenary service. Trade between the two powers flourished, with the Vikings sending furs, timber, and slaves in exchange for Byzantine luxury goods. The most famous trade route between the two regions passed through the Dniester River and into Constantinople, where Viking traders could sell their goods in the bustling markets. This exchange of commodities fostered a deeper cultural connection between the two civilizations, and many Vikings came to adopt Byzantine-style art, clothing, and architecture. The Viking connection to the east was not confined to Kievan Rus and the Byzantine Empire. The Vikings also engaged in trade and warfare with the Islamic caliphates. Viking raiders had long struck at the coasts of Europe, but they also ventured further south, conducting raids on Muslim-controlled territories in the Mediterranean and North Africa. However, the Vikings also had peaceful trade relations with the Islamic world, exchanging goods like furs, slaves, and walrus ivory for luxury items like silver, spices, and textiles. These interactions further integrated the Vikings into the global economy of the medieval world. In conclusion, the Vikings' role in the East was multifaceted and impactful. Through their connections with the Byzantine Empire and the formation of Kievan Rus, the Norsemen helped shape the political, economic, and military landscapes of Eastern Europe and the Mediterranean. Their legacy in the region was not only one of conquest but also of trade, cultural exchange, and mercenary service, leaving an indelible mark on the history of the East. The Christianization of the Vikings is one of the most significant cultural transformations in Scandinavian history. Spanning from the 10th to the 12th century, this process marked a profound shift in Viking society from paganism to Christianity and dramatically influenced their political, social, and cultural development. The conversion of Viking leaders such as Harald Bluetooth and Olaf Tryggvason played a pivotal role in the spread of Christianity across Scandinavia, and the effects of this religious transition were felt throughout Viking culture and traditions. Before the Christianization of the Vikings, Norse society was deeply rooted in pagan beliefs. The Vikings worshipped a pantheon of gods and goddesses, the most prominent of whom were Odin, Thor, and Freya. Their religious practices revolved around rituals, sacrifices, and a strong connection to nature. The Vikings believed in the existence of a complex world of gods, giants, and spirits, and their worldview was shaped by these spiritual beliefs. However, with the arrival of Christianity, this polytheistic system began to be replaced by the monotheistic faith of Christ. The introduction of Christianity into Scandinavia was not a sudden or forced process. It was a gradual transition that unfolded over several centuries. The first major step in the Christianization of the Vikings came through contact with Christian missionaries from the British Isles and the Carolingian Empire. These missionaries were the first to preach Christianity to the Norse peoples, often meeting resistance but also gaining converts among certain segments of Viking society. One of the earliest and most significant moments in the Christianization of the Vikings occurred with the conversion of Harald Bluetooth, King of Denmark. Harald Bluetooth, who ruled from around 958 to 986 AD, is credited with uniting Denmark and introducing Christianity to his kingdom. According to historical records, Harald converted to Christianity after being influenced by Christian missionaries, possibly following his exposure to Christianity during his time in Germany and other Christianized parts of Europe. Harald Bluetooth's conversion marked a turning point for Denmark, as he sought to bring Christianity to his people in a way that strengthened his rule and consolidated his power. Harald Bluetooth's conversion was symbolized by the construction of churches and the establishment of Christian practices within Denmark. The king famously had a runestone erected, known as the Harald Stone, which commemorates his conversion and the Christianization of Denmark. Harald's efforts to spread Christianity were not without challenges, as many of his subjects remained committed to their traditional Norse beliefs. However, Harald's political power and military influence helped to secure the spread of Christianity, and by the end of his reign, Denmark was firmly on the path toward Christianization. Following Harald's reign, other Viking leaders followed suit in embracing Christianity, but perhaps the most influential figure in the Christianization of Norway was Olaf Tryggvason. Olaf Tryggvason, who reigned from 995 to 1000 AD, is often seen as one of the most fervent advocates for Christian conversion in Scandinavia. Olaf was a staunch Christian who had converted to the faith during his travels in Europe, and he sought to impose Christianity on the Norwegian people. Olaf's conversion of Norway was marked by a series of violent campaigns against pagan resistance, including the destruction of temples and the forcible conversion of Norse chieftains and warriors. Olaf's efforts were brutal but effective, and by the end of his reign, Norway had largely embraced Christianity. The conversion of both Harald Bluetooth and Olaf Tryggvason had profound effects on Viking culture and traditions. As Christianity spread throughout Scandinavia, many of the traditional Norse gods and religious practices were abandoned or adapted to the new Christian faith. Pagan rituals and sacrifices, once central to Viking life, were increasingly replaced by Christian practices such as baptism, prayer, and the celebration of Christian holidays. The Christianization of the Vikings also led to the construction of churches and the establishment of Christian institutions in Scandinavian societies. The Vikings began to build churches in place of their former pagan temples, and Christian monasteries were founded to support religious education and missionary work. The Christianization of the Vikings also had a profound impact on Viking art and culture. As the Norse adopted Christianity, their artistic expressions began to shift. Christian themes began to appear in Viking art, such as depictions of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and biblical stories. Viking warriors, once associated with pagan symbols and iconography, began to use Christian symbols and relics, such as crosses, in their daily lives and in battle. Christian saints and religious figures were venerated, and Viking warrior elites increasingly adopted Christian values of chivalry and honor. By the 12th century, Christianity had become the dominant religion in Scandinavia. The conversion of the Vikings was not without its difficulties, as pockets of paganism persisted for some time, particularly in remote areas. However, the process of Christianization was largely complete by the end of the 11th century. The Viking Age, which had been marked by raiding, conquest, and the worship of Norse gods, had come to an end. The Christianization of Scandinavia marked the beginning of a new era, in which Viking society would increasingly become integrated into the broader European Christian world. The Christianization of the Vikings is not only a story of religious transformation, but also one of political and cultural change. Christianity provided the Vikings with new forms of governance, law, and social organization, which helped to stabilize their societies. The introduction of Christian monarchs, bishops, and clergy altered the political dynamics of Scandinavia, as rulers sought to align themselves with the Pope and the Christian Church. This process also fostered closer ties between Scandinavia and the rest of medieval Europe, leading to increased trade, diplomacy, and cultural exchange. The Christianization of the Vikings was thus a defining moment in the history of Scandinavia, marking the end of one era and the beginning of another. In conclusion, the Christianization of the Vikings from the 10th to the 12th century was a complex and transformative process that reshaped Viking society. Through the efforts of leaders like Harald Bluetooth and Olaf Tryggvason, Christianity spread across Scandinavia, replacing pagan traditions with Christian practices. This religious transformation had far-reaching effects on Viking culture, from art and literature to governance and social structures. The conversion of the Vikings marked a key turning point in the history of Scandinavia, leading to a new chapter in the region's development and integration into the broader European Christian world. The Viking Age, which spanned roughly from the late 8th century to the early 11th century, came to an end as Europe underwent significant political, social, and military transformations. By the 11th and 12th centuries, the Vikings, once feared and revered as raiders, traders, and explorers, were transitioning from their warrior-based societies into more centralized and stable medieval kingdoms. A series of key events, including the Battle of Stamford Bridge in 1066, the consolidation of Scandinavian kingdoms, and the decline of raiding culture, marked the definitive end of the Viking Age and the beginning of a new era in European history. One of the most pivotal moments in the closing chapter of the Viking Age was the Battle of Stamford Bridge, fought on September 25, 1066, in England. This battle was the culmination of a series of invasions into England by Norse leaders, most notably Harald Hardrada, the King of Norway. Hardrada, a formidable warrior with a long history of raiding and warfare, sought to claim the English throne, which had been left vulnerable after the death of King Edward the Confessor. His invasion was part of a larger struggle for control over England, with several claimants vying for the throne. Harald Hardrada's army landed in northern England, but they were met by the forces of King Harold Godwinson of England, who had recently defeated another claimant, Tostig Godwinson, Harald's brother. The Battle of Stamford Bridge was a brutal and decisive engagement, with both sides suffering heavy losses. Despite initial Viking successes, Hardrada and his forces were ultimately defeated by Harold's army. Harald Hardrada was killed in the battle, marking the end of a long era of Viking invasions into England. The battle's significance lies not only in the defeat of one of the last major Viking leaders, but also in the broader shift in the political and military balance of power in Northern Europe. The Battle of Stamford Bridge, however, was not the final conflict in the struggle for the English throne. Just days later, Harold Godwinson would face another invasion, this time from William the Conqueror of Normandy. The Battle of Hastings, fought on October 14, 1066, resulted in Harold's death and the Norman conquest of England. This marked the final chapter in the Viking attempts to conquer and influence England. While the Vikings had a lasting impact on the culture and governance of England, their days of raiding and military dominance were now over. In the aftermath of Stamford Bridge and the events of 1066, the Viking societies in Scandinavia began to undergo significant changes. The once fragmented kingdoms of Denmark, Norway, and Sweden were beginning to consolidate into centralized monarchies. This shift toward more structured and powerful kingdoms was driven in part by the need to defend against external threats, such as the Norman invasions of England and the growing influence of the Christian Church. By the late 11th century, many Viking rulers had embraced Christianity, and their reigns were increasingly characterized by attempts to modernize their societies and consolidate power. One of the most notable figures in this process was King Olaf II of Norway, also known as Saint Olaf. Olaf's reign in the early 11th century marked a turning point for Norway, as he worked to strengthen the monarchy and bring the country into line with the growing Christian kingdoms of Europe. Saint Olaf's efforts to centralize power and suppress local chieftains helped lay the groundwork for a more unified and stable Norway. However, Olaf's death in battle in 1030 at the Battle of Stiklestad did not mark the end of his influence. He became a martyr and saint, and his legacy continued to shape Norway's development, particularly in the creation of a centralized Christian kingdom. The consolidation of power in Scandinavia also saw the rise of strong monarchs who sought to create more stable and efficient kingdoms. In Denmark, King Sweyn Forkbeard, who ruled from 1018 to 1030, and his son, King Canute the Great, who ruled from 1016 to 1035, played key roles in uniting Denmark and extending their rule to England and parts of Norway. Canute's reign marked the peak of Viking influence in Europe, as he ruled over a North Sea empire that stretched from England to Denmark and Norway. However, following Canute's death, his empire fractured, and the political landscape of Scandinavia began to shift toward more localized rule and the decline of Viking-era power structures. The decline of the raiding culture that had defined the Vikings for centuries was closely linked to these political and cultural changes. As the Viking kingdoms became more centralized and Christianized, the emphasis on raiding and plundering began to diminish. The Old Norse way of life, which had been centered around warfare, conquest, and the accumulation of wealth through raids, was gradually replaced by a focus on governance, trade, and diplomacy. The establishment of Christian monarchies in Scandinavia also played a key role in diminishing the Viking raiding culture, as Christian values emphasized peace, stability, and cooperation rather than war and conquest. By the 12th century, the Viking Age had officially ended. The once feared Viking raiders had been transformed into more traditional medieval rulers, and Scandinavia had evolved into a region dominated by centralized kingdoms with a strong Christian influence. The Norse warriors who had once roamed the seas in search of treasure and glory were now more likely to be found at the courts of monarchs, serving as advisors, soldiers, or members of the growing merchant class. In conclusion, the end of the Viking Age was a complex and multifaceted process that unfolded over several decades. The Battle of Stamford Bridge in 1066 was a key turning point in this transition, marking the end of Viking military dominance in England. The consolidation of power in Scandinavia, the decline of raiding culture, and the rise of Christianized monarchies all contributed to the decline of the Viking Age. By the 12th century, the Vikings had transformed from fearsome raiders into medieval rulers and statesmen, and their once formidable naval fleets were now turned to trade and diplomacy. The Viking Age, with its raids, explorations, and conquests, had come to an end, but the legacy of the Vikings would live on in the cultural and political landscapes of Europe. The Viking legacy in modern Europe is a multifaceted and enduring one, deeply woven into the cultural, linguistic and genetic fabric of several countries. The Vikings, who once dominated the seas and laid waste to much of Europe, left behind a lasting imprint on the lands they once raided, traded with, and settled. Their influence can still be seen in the languages, genetics, mythologies, and national identities of modern Europe. From the shores of England and France to the vast expanses of Russia, the Vikings' contributions continue to resonate today. One of the most evident legacies of the Vikings is their impact on language. The Norse language, a North Germanic tongue, left a significant mark on the English language, especially in the regions of England that were once part of the Viking-dominated Danelaw. The Old Norse language contributed many words to English, particularly in areas related to law, governance, and everyday life. Words like law, sky, egg, window, and husband all have their roots in Old Norse. Moreover, the Viking influence extended to the place names of many towns and cities in England. Locations such as York, which was originally known as Jorvik, Durham and Grimsby, all bear the traces of Viking settlement and language. In addition to England, the Vikings also had a profound impact on the French language. The region of Normandy in northern France was founded by Viking settlers in the 9th and 10th centuries, and their language and culture became deeply integrated into the local society. The name Normandy itself derives from the word Norseman, reflecting the Viking heritage of the region. The Vikings in Normandy eventually adopted the Old French language, but many Norse words remained in the local dialect. Over time, the Viking settlers in Normandy became integrated into the larger French kingdom, and their influence on the language persisted in the form of certain vocabulary, especially in areas related to governance, military terms, and the sea. The Viking genetic legacy is also noteworthy, particularly in countries that saw extensive Viking settlement. Genetic studies have shown that the Viking presence in places such as England, Ireland, and Scotland left a clear mark on the modern population. Many people in these regions carry genetic markers that can be traced back to the Vikings. In England, for example, it is estimated that as much as 20% of the population has Viking ancestry, particularly in the north and east of the country, where Viking settlements were most concentrated. Similarly, in Ireland and Scotland, genetic evidence suggests that Viking settlers contributed to the genetic makeup of the local populations, particularly in coastal areas and islands. Viking influence is also evident in Russia, particularly in the region known as Kievan Rus. The Varangians, Scandinavian warriors and traders, played a crucial role in the formation of the Kievan Rus state, and their genetic and cultural legacy remains a part of Russian identity today. Many Russians, especially in the northern regions, can trace part of their ancestry to these early Viking settlers. The Vikings who traveled along the rivers of Eastern Europe and traded with the Byzantine Empire were instrumental in the formation of the early Russian state, and their legacy is still acknowledged in modern Russia, particularly in the traditions and customs of the northern Slavic regions. Beyond language and genetics, Norse mythology continues to have a significant impact on modern culture. The myths of the Vikings, stories of gods like Odin, Thor, Freya, and Loki, continue to captivate the imagination of people around the world. Norse mythology has had a profound influence on literature, art, and popular culture. Works like J.R.R. Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings are deeply inspired by Norse myths, particularly in their depiction of gods, giants, and heroic quests. The character of Thor, for example, has become a popular figure in contemporary media, particularly through Marvel Comics and the subsequent films, where he is depicted as a superhero with roots in ancient Norse mythology. Loki, the mischievous god, has also found a prominent place in modern culture, with adaptations in various films, TV series, and comics. The influence of Norse mythology can also be seen in the resurgence of interest in Viking culture in recent years. The popularity of television series like Vikings has brought Norse mythology and Viking history to a global audience, reintroducing these ancient tales to a new generation. The themes of heroism, fate, and the struggle between gods and monsters in Norse mythology continue to resonate with modern audiences, making it one of the most enduring mythological traditions in the world. Another significant aspect of the Viking legacy is the role of Viking symbolism in modern national identities. In countries like Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, Viking imagery and symbols have been embraced as part of national pride. The Viking ship, with its iconic dragon-shaped prow, is a powerful symbol of Viking heritage, and it is often used in national celebrations, monuments, and cultural events. The Viking helmet, though a modern invention, Vikings never wore horned helmets, has become a widely recognized symbol of Viking identity. In addition to being embraced by Scandinavia, Viking symbolism has also become a prominent feature in various nationalist movements and popular culture. In the 19th and 20th centuries, Viking symbols were often used to promote ideas of Scandinavian unity and strength. In more recent times, these symbols have been appropriated by certain far-right groups, though this has been a controversial and divisive issue, as the true Viking legacy is one of exploration, trade, and cultural exchange rather than xenophobia or extremism. In conclusion, the Viking legacy in modern Europe is a testament to the enduring impact of these fierce warriors and explorers. From their linguistic and genetic contributions to their influence on mythology, art, and national identity, the Vikings continue to shape the cultural landscape of Europe. Their legacy is not only evident in the countries they once raided or settled, but also in the global fascination with their stories, heroes, and gods. As we look to the future, the Viking legacy will likely continue to inspire and captivate generations to come, reminding us of a time when the world was shaped by the fearsome and bold warriors known as the Vikings. The Vikings, those fierce seafarers and warriors from Scandinavia, have long captured the imagination of people around the world. Over the centuries, the image of the Viking has been shaped by both historical accounts and popular culture, but much of what we think we know about these enigmatic people is based on myths and misconceptions. From horned helmets to the idea of Vikings as nothing more than savage raiders, the truth about the Vikings is far more complex and nuanced than many realize. This chapter seeks to debunk some of the most common misconceptions about the Vikings, compare them with the reality of what modern archaeology has revealed, and explore how pop culture has distorted our understanding of their lives. One of the most enduring myths about the Vikings is their supposed use of horned helmets. For centuries, this image of the horned Viking has been a staple of popular culture, from illustrations in history books to depictions in films, TV shows, and even costume designs for events like Halloween. However, there is no historical evidence to support the idea that Vikings ever wore horned helmets. The earliest depictions of Viking warriors, such as those on the 9th century stone carvings found in Scandinavia, show helmets that were simple and conical in shape, without any horns. Archaeological evidence from Viking graves and settlements has not uncovered any horned helmets either. In fact, the idea of horned helmets was popularized in the 19th century by the designer of the operas about Norse mythology, written by Richard Wagner, and it quickly became ingrained in the collective imagination. While the image of horned helmets might evoke a sense of barbaric ferocity, it is, in reality, a fantasy of the modern era. Another widespread misconception is that the Vikings were nothing more than brutal and savage raiders, with little regard for civilization or culture. This stereotype has been reinforced by centuries of historical accounts that emphasize the Viking raids on monasteries and towns across Europe. While it is true that the Vikings were formidable warriors and that their raids were often brutal and destructive, this portrayal overlooks the many other aspects of Viking life that were far from savage. The Vikings were also skilled traders, explorers, and settlers, and they played a crucial role in the development of early medieval Europe. Viking societies were complex, with well-organized systems of governance, law, and trade. Many Vikings were farmers, craftsmen, and merchants who engaged in long-distance trade with people from the Islamic world, Byzantium, and even the far reaches of North America. In fact, it was not uncommon for Vikings to establish peaceful trading relationships with the very people they had once raided. The idea of the Vikings as mindless destroyers is a gross oversimplification of their true nature. Modern archaeology has provided us with a much more nuanced understanding of Viking life. Excavations of Viking settlements, burial sites, and shipwrecks have uncovered a wealth of information about the Vikings' everyday lives, their technology, and their culture. One of the most significant discoveries in recent years has been the excavation of Viking longships, which have revealed much about the Vikings' advanced shipbuilding techniques and their prowess as sailors and explorers. The Vikings' longships were not only designed for speed and agility on the open seas, but were also capable of navigating shallow rivers and even being carried overland. These ships were crucial to the Vikings' success as both raiders and traders, and they were a testament to the Vikings' ingenuity and skill. Archaeological evidence has also shed light on Viking settlements and the way they lived. In towns like York in England and Dublin in Ireland, excavations have uncovered the remains of Viking houses, workshops, and marketplaces, providing a glimpse into the daily life of Viking communities. Far from being isolated and barbaric, these settlements were hubs of trade and cultural exchange, with evidence of Viking artisans producing intricate jewelry, tools, and weapons. The Vikings were also skilled farmers, growing crops such as barley, rye, and oats, and raising livestock. Their social structure, too, was more complex than many people realize. Viking society was organized into various classes, including free farmers, wealthy landowners, and slaves, with a system of laws and assemblies known as the Althing in Iceland, which served as an early form of democracy. Perhaps one of the most misunderstood aspects of Viking culture is their relationship with women. Contrary to popular belief, Viking women were not simply passive figures waiting to be rescued by their male counterparts. Archaeological evidence suggests that women in Viking society had a far more active role than is often portrayed. They managed farms, participated in trade, and even served as warriors in some instances. There are accounts of women such as Lagertha, the legendary shield maiden of Norse sagas, fighting alongside male warriors. While the historical accuracy of these stories is debated, there is evidence that Viking women had greater rights and freedoms compared to women in other contemporary societies. They could own property, initiate divorce, and engage in business, making them more independent than women in many other parts of medieval Europe. In addition to the historical realities of Viking life, the popular culture of the modern era has played a significant role in shaping our perceptions of the Vikings. Films, TV shows, books, and video games have all contributed to the mythologizing of Viking culture, often blending historical fact with fantasy and fiction. For example, the popular TV series Vikings, which aired from 2013 to 2020, is filled with dramatic liberties and historical inaccuracies, though it has undoubtedly contributed to the modern fascination with Viking culture. The show, while entertaining, focuses heavily on the violent warrior aspect of Viking life, often neglecting their roles as traders, settlers, and explorers. Similarly, the portrayal of Viking gods and mythology in films like Marvel's Thor has created a larger-than-life image of Norse mythology, with characters like Thor and Loki being reimagined as superheroes rather than the complex deities of Viking belief. In conclusion, while the Vikings were undoubtedly fierce warriors and raiders, the myths and misconceptions surrounding their culture often overshadow the more complex and varied aspects of their society. Through modern archaeology, we now have a more accurate picture of Viking life, one that highlights their achievements as traders, explorers, and settlers, as well as their rich cultural and social structures. The popular image of the Viking, complete with horned helmets and bloodthirsty raids, has been shaped by centuries of myth and fantasy. However, the truth about the Vikings is far more intricate and fascinating than the popular depictions. The real Vikings were innovators, skilled craftsmen and seafarers who played a crucial role in shaping the medieval world.